important. We'll start shortly. Thank you.
To something now. I'm not rushing, but you know that, baby, I gotta be asking now. Feel me again. I just wanna know, baby, don't make a scene. Since I got the clock, everybody wanna win, and they got me contemplating on be really genuine. I just wanna know, do you feel the same tonight? Yeah, cause I know it's wrong, but it feels so damn right. Yeah, I go tell my mama, tell my brother, tell all my niggas in my past and stuff. When I get out, why for that kind of? I just wanna know one thing, question of the day. Do you really love me? Yeah. Question of the day. Do you think about me? Do you really love me? Oh, no. It be really difficult sometimes to see real flex all over. And even when I enter the room, they just wanna bend over. And I need a girl who my mama gon' be proud of. She gon' be my queen, I gon' be her king. And I need a girl who gon' get my...
Beautiful people, if you are from Namibia, from Sanlam, from Santam, from Bank Windhoek, from Old Mutual, from Standard Bank, from Roman Re, from Tanry, from Africa Re, from Nazria, from Hollard, from NEM, from NEM, and you are here in your capacity as representing one of the sponsors that I just mentioned, please make your way to the first two rows. Particularly the second one is clear for you. If you are elsewhere, you may be taking up a seat of a delegate. You may be taking up a seat of a delegate. Please make your way, especially to the second row, if you are from any of those entities that I just mentioned. If you are elsewhere, you may unfortunately be taking up the seat of the delegate. And as you can see, we are oversubscribed and we're super excited. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you for your collaboration. Thank you for your presence.
You're the love of my life. You're the only one I've always asked for. You're the love of my life. You're the only one I've always asked for.
Inokala kokule, ulinependa fule. Ilondi kutole nandoko mambo pa baby amendi kuhombole.
Ami bibura tene kundabia uambi kufuverereko. Tima veo kuningira mbike ngame no mutonga tima. Oh,
girl, you the love of my life. Yeah. You the one that drives me crazy. Girl, you the love of my life. Yeah. You will always be my baby.
ami bibura tene kundabia uambi kufuverereko. Ligare nangwe ntithuvera. Chimuno bude ukapure kumuku.
Almighty, Almighty, I wanna thank you, the Almighty. Thank you, you gave me a whole wifey. And the column bumble me feel 90. Girl, I like your walk and the way you talk. Girl, I like your smile and I like your vibe. Girl, I like your style. We connect like Wi-Fi. Make we spend nice time. Never say bye-bye. Tambule.
Let me love you with all my heart.
Kambure.
Jetha mbikuvere no mutima.
Hey, girl, you the love of my life. Yeah. You the one that drives me crazy. Girl, you the love of my life. Yeah. You will always be my baby.
Ami bibura tene kundabia uambi kufuvererera. Chimuno bude ukapure kumukuru. With this love, I could give you everything that's in my heart. With this body, places you've never touched before. With this love, with this
Girl, you the love of my life. Yeah. You the one that drives me crazy. Girl, you the love of my life. Yeah. You will always be my baby.
I mean, people are telling, wouldn't be a woman who
Yeah, easier. Why not? Rush,
It's Carlo on the beat.
I just wanna ride around in a Rolls Royce. I just wanna be compared to them big boys. Independent, I just wanna make my own choice. Is that too much I'm asking for? I just wanna ride around in a Rolls Royce. I just wanna be compared to them big boys. Independent, I just wanna make my own choice. Is that too much I'm asking for? I just wanna ride around, tryna make it out. Tryna make it out. I just wanna make it out of it. Get the money, then I disappear. Being broke is my biggest fear. I don't wanna go through it, no. So I'ma work my ass off, no days off. I know I'm there to pay off. I blow up, and then I'm finna glow up. I stop, and then you silly niggas gonna ask me to link up. I just wanna ride around in a Rolls Royce. I just wanna be compared to them big boys. Independent, I just wanna make my own choice. Is that too much I'm asking for? I just wanna ride around in a Rolls Royce. I just wanna be compared to them big boys. Independent, I just wanna make my own choice. Is that too much I'm asking for? I just wanna ride around, tryna make it out. I just wanna ride around, tryna make it out. He said ring, 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 pop his money on the phone. Do it for my mama, finna renovate her home. I didn't know her battles, cause you know I wasn't grown. Now I make her proud, get the money on my own. My niggas watching out for me, so I'm never alone. And I'm putting their names on every property out. Sky high, buy a crib in the hills. Take cash out that money so I can pay my mama bills. I just wanna ride around in a Rolls Royce. I just wanna be compared to them big boys. Independent, I just wanna make my own choice. Is that too much I'm asking for? I just wanna ride around in a Rolls Royce. I just wanna be compared to them big boys. Independent, I just wanna make my own choice. Is that too much I'm asking for? I just wanna ride around, tryna make it out. I just wanna ride around, tryna make it out. Pretty on the gram and pretty in the real life. Push you got on the when you have a nigga about life. Go help me you, I never realize. But you pretty on the gram and pretty in the real life. Oh, I wish you got on the when you have our attention. Let's strap in for the likes and the mentions. Push us like queen, boy, they cool out loud. Yeah, you sweet like melody, you did on good. Pretty on the ram and pretty in the real life. Oh, pretty. Push you got on the when you have to go about life. Oh, pretty. Go get me you, I never realize. Oh, pretty. But you pretty on the gram and pretty in the real life. Oh, pretty. Girls like you, having a surprise day. They mind their business and do their thing. Who football, new boys are ABM. I see MQ up in your DM. You're beautiful, come on, no many. Oh, for baby, none they will no face beat. You got it. They wanna copy. They are trying. They are not copying. Pretty on the ram and pretty in the real life. Push you got on the when you have a nigga about life. Go help me you, I never realize. But you pretty on the ram and pretty in the real life.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the extent to which we are able, could we kindly rise for the singing of the national and the AU anthems?
Freedom fight, we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Honorable Dr. Emma Kantema, the Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare. Honorable Madame Erika Shafuda, the Minister of Finance in absentia. The Executive Director in the Office of the Prime Minister, Madam Gladys Pickering. Madam Albertina Nankela, the Deputy Executive Director and the Head of State Accounts and Treasury in the Ministry of Finance. Madam Patty Karwaye Martin, the President of the Africa Insurance Organization and the Managing Director of Namibia. Madam Grace Mohammed, the Chairperson of NAMWIFI. AWA President, Madam Laurentia Przonski. The Queen of Ondonga, Her Majesty Adelaide Nangolo. Distinguished speakers, moderators and panelists. Captains of industry, distinguished delegates, particularly those from outside the borders of Namibia, esteemed members of the media, our virtual participants, ladies and the few gentlemen, good morning. Hartelijke goeiemorgen, herzlichen guten Morgen, Morokeni, Walalepo, Muzuhile Chwangi, Wapenduka, Eitsemamire. Have I forgotten anything? My name is Denver Kisting. It gives me such great pleasure. It's such a huge delight. It's such an incredible honor to be in your company. As a man, I do not take this privilege for granted to have been invited for the third consecutive year to be in your company. This is the 2025 edition of the Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit. Now, no iota of doubt exists, Honorable Minister, about the correlation between empowering women, particularly in as far as greater access to financing and financial inclusion as fundamentals are concerned, and the well-being not only of women in terms of their lives and their livelihoods, but the correlation also exists between empowering women and allowing them greater access to finance, allowing them greater financial inclusion, and the well-being of men as far as their lives and their livelihoods are concerned. Each and every one of you present here this morning and those joining us virtually are super special and close to our hearts. Shall we please give our ladies a massive round of applause? We're excited about the discourse. We are going to hold space for the uncomfortable aspects of this conversation as well. It is only if we truly and honestly assess where we are, which the impediments are, and what it is that all of us, both individually and collectively, need to do as a matter of urgency to deal with those hindrances as far as the way forward is concerned. Just a few house rules. Time is a very precious, but unfortunately a very finite commodity. We're starting slightly delayed, so just be mindful of this very precious and finite resource called time. As far as parking is concerned, if you need to leave during the course of the day, and we do understand that life is super busy for all of us, please make your way to the registration table so that we sort you out. Otherwise, you must have brought with 250 Namibia dollars in cash for parking. If you don't have that in cash and you don't pass by the registration table, I've got no idea how we're going to help you. Is that okay? If you parked elsewhere in town, including at the city of Windhoek, we also cannot help you. Please do not come to us. We'll wish you well and a lot of strength for the day that lies ahead. Right. The ablution facilities, should we have to comply with the call of nature, if we exit at the back and then turn left and then right, The demarcations for me as a layperson were quite tricky. I had to look a few times and even consult, because when I thought I was on the right path and opened the door, I saw someone not in accordance with what I expected. So I was worried that I had made a mistake. Unfortunately, there was another gentleman in my midst who said, "You did not make a mistake. The lady's just doing what she's supposed to do." So just be mindful of the demarcations. You could make your way into a direction that is not meant for you right now. Is that also okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most phenomenal Namibian women, an absolute tour de force, who impacts our lives in such an incredible manner with her breathtaking vocals, goes by the name of Jonae. I would like to invite you to please put your hands together for Jonae to perform a very empowering piece. Jonae, it's over to you.
Do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. Something inside so strong. I know that I can make it. Though you're doing me wrong, you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong.
I'm unable to resist the temptation to say, shoo. Shall we please give Janae another massive round of applause? Thank you so much for continuing to share your precious gift with us, Janae. Now, ladies and a few gentlemen, I'd fail in both my domestic but also my national duty if I didn't recognize one particular powerhouse. That powerhouse is the Chief Executive Officer of the Miss Namibia organization. She goes by the name of Madame Umbi Karwai Upi. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okuhepa shinene. Now, Janae is remaining on stage because as days like these go, there's no such thing as out of the blue. There is no such thing as coincidence. There is only synchronicity or synchrodestiny. What on earth is this man talking about, you may be wondering? Firstly, some of you may not have been adequately welcomed, and we'll make sure that we deal with that thorny issue in a brief moment. But secondly, in that experience of being officially welcomed, the synchronicity, the synchrodestiny will be evident. Without any further ado, yes, I see the confused look on your faces. We will shed light shortly. Without any further ado, I would like to invite the Hollard executive seized with corporate affairs, as well as our NAM WIFI chairperson, Madam Grace Mohammed, to the podium to officially welcome us. Let's please give her a massive round of applause.
They say you can't deny my place in time. You can't stop a time that's mine. Because my light will shine so bright, it will blind you. Because what Janae said, I think we must sing on this. Was gone, oh no. Something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. Brothers and sisters, when they insist that we're just not good enough, good enough, good enough. When we know better, just look at me in the eyes and say, we're gonna do it anyway. 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 Yuzopingelela, 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 Yuzopingelela. What a time to be a woman in Namibia. What a time. What a time. For the first time in our history, Namibia is led by a female president. Senior leadership roles in government. This is not just the triumph of representation or a sign of representation. It's a reflection of our courage, capability, and commitment. It sends a powerful message to every young girl in this corner of our country that your future has no limits. Ministers, speakers, panelists, industry leaders, partners, colleagues, and to all the young Movasamos. Good morning. I'm Grace, and it's truly an honor and a joy to welcome you to the 2025 Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit. We are here today not for an event, but we are here for a movement that is steadily growing, it's gaining momentum, and it's reshaping the narrative of what leadership, inclusion, and innovation looks like in our financial sector. I'm standing here today with a great sense of pride and the mere possibilities, because this room today is filled with visionaries, mentors, and the leaders of tomorrow. This gathering is not about speeches. It's about making true connections. It's about creating a space where every voice matters, where stories are heard, and where inspiration shall flow. The theme for this year, empowering women through financial inclusion in a digital era, couldn't be more relevant. We live in a time of digital innovation, is rewriting the rules of where opportunity exists, because it's no more only in the boardroom. It's in our laptops, it's in our phones, it's in the ideas that we born while we're at university, it's in our kitchen tables, it's at family gatherings. This year's theme is therefore both timely and transformational. It acknowledges that we are standing on the threshold of a new frontier, where technology is changing the way we live, how we connect, and when inclusion is no longer a noble goal, but a necessary foundation for sustainable development. To especially the young and younger women with us today, know that you belong here. You are not the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders of today. You are the dreamers, the doers, and the change makers. The ones that will disrupt this current old system and design a new one, which is more inclusive, more just, and more visionary than we ever imagined. The path will be tough. You will encounter challenges. You will have setbacks. You will find ceilings that will feel unbreakable. But look around you. This room is filled with women who have walked in front of you, who are keeping the door open for you, and is making sure that you are able to step in boldly and unapologetically so. You have something very powerful to offer. Whether you are interested in finance, in insurance, in entrepreneurship, or simply just finding your place in this world, you are enough. And you are part of something here today that is much bigger than yourself. So please, use this summit as a space to learn, ask the questions, please be inspired, and take it back to your life, your workplaces, your friends and families. Over the course of today, we will explore the lived experiences, the challenges and triumphs of women who defy odds, who are here innovating in our financial sector boldly and lead with purpose. We will tackle critical issues, including equitable access to finance and importance of supporting and empowering the boy child in our shared quest for balance. I am deeply honored to have amongst us a lineup of speakers, panelists, and leaders in government, captains of industry, our sisters from across the borders, and young visionaries who are bringing their voice in this conversation. I'm sure your insights will provoke some and will inspire most. So thank you for showing us what is possible. To our partners, where are they? At the bottom of the banner. Thank you for investing in this vision. And to every woman in this room, thank you for your courage and for your leadership and unwavering support. And to each and every delegate in this room, thank you for showing up, for choosing to be part of this story, and for standing as a symbol of progress in our communities. To every woman in this room, please know you are seen, you are heard, and you are capable of greatness. Welcome to the Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit.
It is therefore my distinguished honor and privilege to officiate at this Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit. I commend the leadership of Namibia and the entire organization team for organizing this event.
Such beautiful and fond memories. Again, I'm unable to resist this temptation to say, "Ah." Shall we do it together on a count of 3, 2, 1? Ah. Thank you so much. Madam Grace, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Thank you for reminding us that swearing in Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa as our 5th president and the first female president is not just a sign of representation, but Madam Mohammed reminds us is a reflection of our courage, our capability, and our commitment. And all of you ladies in the room, please heed her call and please listen to that reminder of hers that your future, irrespective of the challenges that you're facing at this moment, irrespective of how dark things may seem for you right now, but your future has absolutely no limits. We are not here for an event, we are here for a movement. We are not here for an event, we are here for a... Well done. Let's please give Madam Mohammed a massive round of applause. Our next speaker was born on the 16th day of August 1978, particularly in the great Kavango region. This speaker is a distinguished Namibian politician and a public servant. As of Saturday, 22 March 2025, this particular speaker has been appointed by our very first female president, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, as the Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare. And this follows her very impactful tenure as the Deputy Minister of Sport, Youth and National Service. Now, this particular speaker is a highly accomplished academic with, inter alia, a doctorate in business administration from the University of Namibia. Listen to this, please. Her doctoral research focused specifically on the determinants of success for youth-owned small and medium enterprises in the Kavango regions, reflecting her commitment to youth empowerment and economic development. She is a visionary leader and is deeply committed to fostering gender equality, child welfare, youth empowerment, and excellence in corporate governance. Her leadership in the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare reflects her passion for creating inclusive policies that uplift vulnerable members of our society. What I find particularly precious is that she is a proud mother of 2 sons, and she strikes a balance between her professional responsibilities and commitments and her personal life, serving as an inspiration to many of us struggling with that work-life balance. This speaker's appointment as the minister certainly signifies a new chapter for Namibia's efforts toward gender equality and child welfare. Her leadership promises to bring transformative change to these official areas while building on her extensive experience and dedication to the public space. Ladies and the few gentlemen, are we able to please give Dr. Emma Kantema a massive round of applause?
Thank you, Denver. We have come a long way with Denver, so I forgive him. I made a movement. Not at an event, right? Okay. Director of Ceremonies, Mr. Denver Kisting, the Minister of Finance, my dear sister, Honorable Erika Shafuda, in her absentia, the Managing Director of Namibia, and most importantly, the President with a small p, Ms. Patty Karai Martin, the Executive Director in the Office of the Prime Minister, Ms. Gladys Pickering, the Chairperson who has just welcomed us for Namibia Women in Finance, Ms. Grace Mohammed. Can I become a member? I want to sign up already, including your council members, the President, Ms. Laurentia Przonski, and the directors, the Queen of Ondonga, my dear sister, Her Majesty Queen Adelaide Nangolo of Ondonga, CEO of Miss Namibia, as well as your queens for Namibia 2024 and Miss Namibia 2025. I don't see the queens around. Normally you see them with the, are you here with the sashes? Okay. Yes, yes. Distinguished speakers, moderators, and panelists, captains of the industry, distinguished delegates, and specifically our foreign delegates, those of you who are here in person and those of you who are following virtually, members of the media, very important segment of our population, the constituency that I serve, the women of Namibia. A very good morning. Thank you. What a privilege to be at a movement as such. When I walked in, I could get the energy, and it gave me hope and courage to say that as Namibia, we are on the right path. I'm also excited to see that we have men in our midst, even though Denver kept on referring to few gentlemen. This morning, Ms. Karaihe Martin told me that, yes, there will be men because it's the he for she. Okay? So you are the he for us. It's a privilege to be amongst ladies, amongst champions this morning at the 4th Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit. As I don't know whether I'm still new, as a new Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, I'm delighted to stand on this stage, a platform that not only champions women in governance, but also advocates for the kind of meaningful inclusion, for the transformation and empowerment that drives the economies across our continent and beyond. Director of Ceremonies, the theme of this year, that of empowering women through financial inclusion in the digital era, could not be timelier. It reminds us of the extraordinary potential that we unlock when we bridge the gender gap in access to finance, insurance, and digital innovation. The presence of nearly around 350 delegates here in Windhoek, and those of us joining us virtually and beyond, especially from South Africa up to Nigeria, Botswana to UK, it testifies the global importance of financial inclusion for women. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited, and I would like to join my sister Grace, who welcomed us to this event, that this is the greatest time to be alive in Namibia. Because according to the Gender Gap Report of 2024, we are now ranked globally the 8th in terms of closing the gender gap. And in the sub-Saharan country, we are the trendsetters, ranking number 1. We do not merely talk about gender equality, we embody it. Our nation is home to the first female, the President, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah. I remember watching one of her first interviews where she was asked, what does it mean to be female? And she was very quick to highlight that I'm not going to be the president of this country because I'm a woman, but because of competence. We are not filling spaces. We deserve the spaces. We deserve the spaces, and we have the competencies to occupy these spaces. Namibia is currently the only country in Africa where women constitute over 60% of the cabinets, making us a trailblazer in gender balance across the continent. Now, we have done very well in terms of women in governance, but we still have a lot of work to do in terms of economic empowerment. Therefore, it gives me such a great pleasure to see that the private sector is coming on board to augment government's policies to ensure that we empower women economically. Denver, during the lengthy introduction, mentioned of my doctorate research. And I'm happy to share that there is empirical data. Because during my research, where I looked at determinant factors that hinders SMEs from succeeding, because the research shows that around 70% of our SMEs crash land in the first 5 years. Now, some of the factors that I look into, because I divided it into segments, was the demographic characteristics. I wanted to look at, does being a female-male impact on you being succeeding? And one of the surprising results, in fact, this is what I answered. I met someone in the lift who says he attended my defense of the thesis, so he knows what I'm talking about. when I was asked what are some of the surprising results, I said I was surprised to see that in Namibia, men still have more registered companies than women. And also, some of the factors that came out is that when it comes to networking, and you know when it comes to business, you need to network for you to get contacts, for you to become competitive. Women are disadvantaged. Why? Because of our cultural, traditional norms. So this is evidence that I'm sharing, amplifying to say that, look, women get disproportionately affected by factors for us to succeed in an economic space. So I'm very much excited to see that you are coming on that sector, Namibia Women in Finance, a huge concern for initiatives such as this, because it really empowers our women, and in a larger space, it affects or it impacts the entire population. Secondly, I looked at the organizational factors that also looked at the issues of access to finance. And not just finance, but equitable finance. Because you can get the startup capital, but you still need more funds for you to upscale. That's why you find that you start up your company, your business, and you don't grow. We want to see that our SMEs are graduating. And how do you do this? Only when you have equitable finances. And coaching and mentoring is also one aspect that came out. And I'm very happy that, again, the MD has informed me that they are going to start with a coaching sessions, because these are very important. You need to know, what do I need to do to move me from point A to B? So it's not just about the finance, it's also about even soft skills. It's about how do I tap into that network to become competitive. We live in a very competitive world. How do I innovate so that I can use digital for me to reduce my costs so that it can make me competitive? So there is a lot of factors that comes into play. I can talk the whole day about it because I spent years. Director of Ceremony, we celebrate these achievements. Not only, but we know our work does not end here, as I mentioned. Even though we've achieved gender equality in governance, gender equality is not a destination at all. It's a journey. And in the 2024-2025, I'm proud to share with you that as a ministry, we launched an initiative called Entrepreneur Project. This project is designed to provide comprehensive business training for women whose needs are often overlooked, especially by the traditional programs. And at this point, I want to call on all of us to look at the women in the rural areas. Because even when you look at the unemployment rate, in the rural areas, it's more higher than the urban. So we need to have those intentional programs that also touches on the women in the rural areas. Already, as a ministry last year, we did manage to train 53 women entrepreneurs in digital literacy, empowering them to harness the tools of the digital age and to expand their horizon. Director of Ceremonies, allow me to further highlight further progress on financial inclusion. Namibia is actively aligned to I think it's one of the most programs that I talk about, the African Continental Free Trade Area. Stacy will know. A year ago, we hosted a consultative workshop where we provided inputs in the protocols of women and youth for this AFCFTA. And as Namibia, we've gazetted the tariffs last year, so we are really advancing. Therefore, financial inclusion in the digital era has come timely. Because for us to tap onto this biggest trade, to promote intra-trade in Africa, we need to be in the space where things are happening, in the space facilitating trade, and that is the digital era. And at home, financial sector has also stepped up. I've seen some initiatives from development banks, like the Agri-Bank, or the Women and Youth program that provides to give funding for women who would like to engage in agriculture.
I know I saw a while ago FNB has also launched something called hair banking. So all these are initiatives that private sector, public sector is coming on to ensure that we enhance financial inclusion. These schemes is open, we know, to women. So please, ladies, let's step onto these opportunities. Furthermore, in 2025, this year, we are also very happy to see that we will continue with what we have as a ministry, Women in Business Associates. We have these structures in the regions, and we intend to empower them so that they have leadership in place that will serve as network for us, especially in the rural areas. So I'm just mentioning this, highlighting areas of collaboration with Namibian women in finance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be clear. Financial inclusion is not only about bank accounts or credit lines, it's about dignity. It's about unlocking opportunities for women to start businesses, to protect their livelihood, to invest in their children's future. Again, it's my mandate, so that's why I'm mentioning it, and fully participate in the economy as equals. The Namibian government is resolute in our commitment to this agenda, and our ongoing investment in ICT and inclusive policies are designed to build a Namibia where every woman, every girl, and yes, of course, every boy can thrive. But government alone cannot do it. Therefore, initiatives such as this are very close to my heart. I'm particularly heartened that this summit features such a diverse array of speakers. I'm looking at these chairs and I'm thinking, I wish I could sit there and join the panelists. Speakers, regulators, policymakers, financial professionals, and very important is the program on the boy child. So we are not leaving the boy child. Equity is about correcting the historical injustices. And I think it's very important that we communicate this message because we are often misunderstood. Let us ensure that this summit is not just another date on the calendar, but a true catalyst for action. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my appreciation for the inclusion to be on this program and to ensure that we correct these historical inequalities. But true empowerment is never a zero-sum game. It's about lifting our children. And in many communities, we know that boys too face challenges. So we are not leaving them behind. Lack of mentorship, emotional support, and access to financial literacy is very important. Let us remember when we empower one, we empower all. And Denver has said it so well that when you empower women, you are empowering men. Thank you. As I conclude, in the words of great Maya Angelou, and I quote, "I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. End of quote. A reminder that today, each of us stands not just for ourselves, but for the countless women and men whose voices may not be heard, but whose futures will be shaped by the decisions, actions that we take right here in this boardroom. As I close, let me add a touch of Namibian wit. In Namibia, we don't just break glass ceilings. That's what we hear, right? We build a whole new floor for everyone to stand on. To the leadership, I wish you all the best. I wish you all fruitful deliberations to the participants, and most importantly, lasting connections. May the conversations we have sparked today ignite actions that echo throughout our generations. May the summit meet us. I thank you.
Mpandu Zonene, Doctor, can we please another round of applause? And we've been joined by one of our council members, Madam Herta Contes, for the handing over of a gift to the Honourable Minister. There needs to be transparency because Her Excellency may be tuned in, the President of the Republic of Namibia, to witness the handing over of the gift. There's absolute pressure, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Denver. Moro moro, ladies, and welcome once again. Minister, my colleague spoke about inspiration in her welcoming speech this morning. And inspiration to me is important. But what is more important is to see it actually happening. And you are true testament to what is possible for the Black Namibian or Namibian female child in this country. Thank you so much for your words of encouragement, for the work that you are doing for this country. We appreciate you. We appreciate everything that you are doing for us and setting an example for what is possible. Thank you.
Mpandu Zonene once again, Doctor. Let's please give her another round of applause. Thank you so much also, Madam Contes. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive, specifically in the land of the brave. We're not only trendsetters, we are certainly also trailblazers. And thank you for reminding us we are walking the talk. We're not only theorizing about gender equality, but we're certainly embodying it. Come as one and stand as 10,000. We are not at an event, we are at a? We are not at an event, we are at a? Thank you so much. In the stead of our Minister of Finance, Honorable Erika Shafuda, we are delighted to have in our midst a distinguished Namibian who is an accomplished accountant and senior public finance professional with in excess of 27 years of extensive experience in the public sector finance management. That certainly warrants a round of applause. This distinguished Namibian woman currently serves as the Deputy Executive Director and the Head of State Accounts and Treasury. She holds the position of Namibia's Accountant General. Many of us may be accountants, but very few will get to be the Accountant General of a whole entire country. Listen to this, please. She is actively involved in regional financial governance as Namibia's representative on the African Union's body as an F-15 expert, not a Formula One expert, an F-15 expert on the F-15 Ministers of Finance Ministerial Committee, overseeing AU budget and contributing to the well-being of regional affairs, including member countries' scale of assessment and peace fund operations. Ladies and a few gentlemen, are we able to please put our hands together for Madame Albertina Nankela for the delivery of our keynote address. We need the city police to come reroute the traffic. A movement is a busy intersection. We are here seized with very serious matters. Let's please give her another round of applause, ladies.
Yes, it's always good to listen to someone talking about you. And then you wonder, is that really me? Thank you, Denver. In fact, I thought I'm safe. When Grace said it's not a day for speeches, I thought my speech would be delivered by the AI in the room. But it seems it's not the case. I didn't survive. Director of Ceremonies, Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, Honorable Dr. Emma Kantema, Office of the Prime Minister, Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Gladys Pickering, the Managing Director of Namibia, Ms. Betty Karawaye Martin, African Insurance Women Association President, Ms. Laurentia Prince-Soski, Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Chairperson, Ms. Grace Mohammed, and the council members, the Queen of Ondonga tribe, and Her Majesty Queen Adelaide Nangolo of Ondonga, CEO of Miss Namibia, and our Queen's Miss Namibia 2024, Madam Umbi Karwaihe Upi, distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, captains of industry, distinguished delegates, specifically out foreign, delegates who are here in person, members of the media, our virtual participants, all protocol observed, good morning. As indicated, that my name is Taina Nankela, the Deputy Director, Executive Director of State Account. For today, I'm representing Honorable Erika Shafuda, the Minister of Finance, who could not be here with us because of the official equal important activities. It's an honor to stand before you today at the Namibian Women in Finance and Insurance Summit, an event that is not just about policy or professions, but about knowledge, power, purpose, and progress. It's very inspiring to be surrounded by over 300 women participants, visionaries, disruptors, and architects of Africa's financial future. Let me start with something we all understand deep down. Women have never lacked ability. What often being missing is access. And that's what brings us here today. Our theme, and I quote, empowering women through financial inclusion in digital era, unquote, is more than a slogan. It's a call, a powerful one. Because we are living in a time when digital tools are redefining how the world works. And we have a chance to make sure they don't repeat the same old patterns for exclusion, but instead open new doors. We are gathered here today not just to reflect progress, but to drive change, and it's already mentioned, to shape a future where no woman is left behind in the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to commend Namibia in partnership with our esteemed colleagues from the banking and insurance sectors for the successful establishment and continued of this important initiative. Since its launch in 2021, the Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit has grown in leaps and bounds, becoming a key platform of empowerment and collaboration for women in the finance sector. Most importantly, it has become a safe and strategic space where female leaders connect, build strong alliances, and chart toward the greater economic inclusion. Let me share a quick personal story. A few years ago, I met a young woman in Kenya who ran a small agricultural insurance business. She has no formal office, no big investors, and no high-powered connections. But she had a phone, a mobile payment system, and a vision. Today, she's helping thousands of smallholder farmers, most of them women, secure their crops and protect their futures. She told me, and I quote, "Digital isn't just technology. It's my tool for justice," unquote. And that stuck with me because she's right. That digital is a tool for social economic empowerment. Digital inclusion is not about gadget. It's about giving women the freedom to dream, decide, and do. Now, I know that you might be thinking that we have discussed this conversation before. Yes, we have. But today feels different. Not because the world has suddenly become fair, but because women have stopped waiting for fairness. We are building what's next, with or without permission. But let us be honest. Sometimes this work is hard. It's tiring. And at times, we wonder if the system is even built for us. So here's a little joke to enlighten the mood. Why don't women in finance play hide and seek at work? Can anybody give a guess? I'll help you then. Women in finance do not play hide and seek at work because good luck hiding when you are the one holding the whole department together. That basically means that we women are serious when it comes to office work. And we are the one holding or gluing the operations. This might be funny, but many of us know the truth behind that. So, how do we move from talk to transformation? We must tackle three key things together. The first one being access. We must remove the invisible walls that keep women out of leadership, out of funding, and out of digital economy. Financial inclusion must start with equal access to credit, capital, and confidence. The second aspect is design. We need financial and insurance products designed by women, not just marketed to women. Because trust me, if your app assumes that I have the same income cycle as a man who get paid monthly, but I ran a market style with weekly income, you are not solving basically my problem. The third aspect is representation. We must invest in women at every level, from interns to the board chairs. Because when a girl sees a woman who looks like her running a bank or building a fintech startup, it sends a clear message: she can too. And let me say this directly to the allies in the room. That's now men. We don't need savers. We need sponsors, mentors, and co-creators. We need more men who are secure enough to share the spotlight and smart enough to know that when women lead, everyone wins. You see, digital transformation without inclusion is just more exclusion with better branding. We have better. And also, let's talk about policy. Because innovation needs more than ambition. It needs an enabling environment. We need bold, forward-looking regulation that recognizes women's realities. That means flexible loan terms, incentive for gender-smart fintech, and skills training that meets women where they are. And here is the thing. We know that when women are financially empowered, they invest more in families, education, and communities. The return on investment is off the charts. So let's stop admiring the problem and start financing the solution. Here's another one for the road. Why did the woman in insurance bring a ladder to work? I'm still looking in the room. We'll help you again. Because she got tired of waiting for a seat at the table and decided to climb over it. Exactly. As I close, let me leave you with this. At the work ahead is not just about empowering women, it's about unleashing untapped brilliance. It's about making sure the next digital revolution is not just smart, but fair. So let's not leave here today with beautiful speeches and empty notebooks. Let's live with commitments. Let's fund the startup. Let's mentor the young woman. Let's challenge the buyer's policy. Let's redesign the table, then fill it with women for every walk of life. Because this isn't just a summit, it's a signal that the future of finance, of insurance, of innovation is not male or female. It's inclusive. It's digital. It's all start now. Let's build it together. With these few remarks, it's now my pleasure to declare the 2025 Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit officially opened, and I wish you all the memorable and exciting learning experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I ran out of a speech, I think. But I'm still at the liberty of saying something. Take time also to explore the beauty of Windhoek, for those who are not from Windhoek. Let us redefine the future of finance with equity at its heart. I thank you.
Yes, please. Yes, please. She certainly deserves another round of applause. Allow me to please allow Madam Contes to also hand a gift to her. I don't know whether the gift now belongs to the Minister of Finance, Honorable Erika Shafuda, or whether the gift now belongs to Madam Nankela. We'll have to sort it out. I've got my popcorn ready for how that process unfolds. Madam Contes.
Women have never lacked the ability. They lacked access. Profound words, Madam Nakali. Your presence today shows us your commitment and your dedication to the cause of the movement. As policymakers, you are the catalyst for creating the access that we need in this industry of finance and insurance. And you being here, speaking the words that you spoke, the movement's goal today is not to admire the problem, but to come up with the solutions. Thank you very much.
In other words, she's going to keep the gift. Yeah. Madam Nankela, I think the president with a lowercase p just wants to document the affair as well. Our president also just wants to document the affair, please. Thank you very much. Shall we please give Madam Nankela a massive round of applause? She certainly had no intention to show up this morning and mince her words. She brought all the flames, she brought the fire. It's a very serious call. We should stop admiring the problem and we better start financing the solution. When women lead, we know that this as a fact that everyone wins. And we're not only at a summit, we are at a signal. We are not at an event, we are at a movement. Let's please give her another round of applause. We have another phenomenal Namibian in the room who has performed not only across the length and breadth of this republic, but she's also performed in South Africa, she's performed in Botswana, in Lesotho, if I'm not mistaken, in Kenya. She certainly has performed in the United Kingdom and the United States of America. A Namibian event, let alone a Namibian wedding, let alone a summit, a signal, a meeting, or a movement is incomplete without the presence of this lady who goes by the name of Madame Susie Aces. Shall we please give our world-renowned saxophonist a massive round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me, and I hope you enjoy the music. I'm not here to talk, just to entertain. So, yeah, have a good conference and enjoy your day. Thank you.
What a goddess. Let's please give Susie Aces another massive round of applause. If your husband, if your boyfriend's, if your Kambarota's birthday is imminent, kindly make arrangements with Susie. She's a safe space. She will not tell on you. That deserves another round of applause, please. All right, just a slight tweak. We're doing well. We've got about 40 minutes to catch up on, but we're doing well. We're making significant progress, and I'm very happy about it. I would just like to call on two very important ladies in our midst for them to also receive their gifts before we then proceed to ask our chairperson to introduce the council members to us. So I would like Madam Herta Contes to just join me again for a brief moment for the handing over of two gifts, very briefly, to Her Majesty Adelaide Nongolo, the Queen of Ondonga. If she could also just join us alongside Madam Herta Contes. And then we'd also like to invite very cordially to the stage Madam Jamila Uiras, one of the most beautiful women on the planet. Kindly join us, please, ladies. That is not a round of applause. I don't know what that is. These are actual queens. Her Majesty, the Queen of Ondonga, to please join us, and also Madam Jamila Uiras to please join us. We have invited the city police to help us with the traffic flow. I'm told that they are en route, so soon this will be something of the distant past. Once we are done with this leg of the journey, I'd then like to invite Madam Grace Mohammed, our chair lady, to just very briefly introduce our council members. And then I do know that many of our leaders do have pressing national and international responsibilities. And I would therefore like for all of us to just join the rest of the ladies on stage for a picture. We do know the sport of running teaches us that if it's not documented, it didn't happen. Thank you very much.
Ladies, we are in the midst of royalty this morning. Please give our queen the round of applause. She has taken time out to join the movement this morning to show her commitment towards the cause that we are all fighting, because I know as a leader, she knows the challenges that she also faces, not alone being a woman leader, but also the communities that she leads. the suffering, the challenges that are unique to us as women that only us can resonate to. So, Queen, thank you so much for being here this morning with us. We do appreciate your presence. We will keep you updated in terms of the progress that we are making. We are not just going to have aspirational talk today. We are actually going to be actioning all of the outcomes that we are going to achieve today. Thank you so much once again for being here. And another queen, the face of millennia, the face of Namibia. Yamila, you are the face and the voice of so many, not only in Namibia, but in this world. You know the challenges that you face, just being a beauty queen. And a beauty queen is not just a face. She also needs to have a business mind, being an entrepreneur, have access to capital, have to make wise financial decisions. And it's empowering to see Yamila representing so many of the Namibian youth, for them to actually acknowledge the accountability and the responsibility that rest with us, not only to look at us as the elders or the government to come up with solutions, but to be part of the solutions that we actually going to unlock today at the movement. So thank you so much for being here, Yamila.
Thank you so much. We're about to break, but I thought it's important just to introduce the directors of NAM Wi-Fi. When we coined the name, we thought it was cute. It's NAM Wi-Fi. I'm the chairperson only because I'm one of two of the directors that don't have a C title. And therefore, if you are surrounded by people with C titles, you just work. So it's the only reason I'm the chairperson of NAM Wi-Fi, because the rest are extremely busy. Now imagine trying to get these ladies in the room. It's a privilege. I mean, it was honestly an honor when we conceived the establishment and formalization of NAM Wi-Fi, as we call it. Every lady that was called in that first phone call said yes. In that very first call, said yes, because they believed in the vision. And I do want to introduce the ones that are present. Not everybody is here. I said it's C-suite people. Ms. Herta Contes is the CEO of Sisedi Asset Management. She's the director. Ms. Taimi Shiavali, the CEO and Principal Officer at Ashburton Investments, is the director. Ms. Erna Mutinga, Deputy CEO at Namfisa, is the director. Ms. Rejoice Itembu, Executive Head for Retail at Standard Bank, is the director. Ms. Monique Kluter, former CEO at Liberty Namibia, is the director. Ms. Almarie Bach, former COO at PPS, is the director. Ms. Mignon Dupria, Executive Head for Marketing, Sustainability, Public Relations, Keeping Old Mutual Alive, is the director. And where is the one that pulls all the strings? Ms. Petty K. Martin is the director. Like I said, we have plans. They are taking time, as you are seeing. But honestly, these visionary ladies all came together, and we truly are still committed to the cause of what NAM Wi-Fi is established for. I do want to say that we do have a strategic plan in place, and by the next, I don't want to say event, gathering, we will reveal all the plans, but today, at the end of the day, the work will start. These are the directors. Please give them a round of applause. But because I said they are C-suite, very busy, even me, I'm struggling. We call them in the party, the young pioneers. We have young pioneers, and they are led by Ms. Laurentia Przonski. She's the manager for communications at Sanlam. She is the chairperson, president of the Africa Insurance Women in Insurance. So we call them the foot soldiers. They are the ones that ran around to make today a reality. And so they are the pioneers of the course. Laurentia is here. I see them. Laurentia is not here. Okay. But I see the SG of AI of Iowa. Please come to the front. I saw her, L'Oreal. If you are a member of Iowa, please come to the front so that the people can see who you are. Iowa, in the context of this initiative, Ms. Betty Karoya Martin, I don't know when she sleeps and when she keeps Namibia alive, is the president of the Africa Insurance Organization. This is an organization which is a body of all the insurers on this continent. Under the leadership of Petty and all the visionaries in the insurance space on the continent, they created a leg under the Africa Insurance Organization called Iowa. The young pioneers that came is the Namibian chapter of Iowa in Africa. The relationship with NamWiFi is that they are the foot soldiers, because at least me, I have a E title. So they run and make today a reality. And so together, we are certainly championing the cause in which we believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Shall we please give the council members another round of applause? Team never sleep. I would like to invite the Honourable Minister, the Executive Director, the Deputy Executive Director, all council members, all queens, to the front for a picture of opportunity, very briefly. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. And while we are at it, as those ladies make their way to the front, I would like to request Madam Duprier, Madam Contes, Madam Pickering, as well as Madam Karoy Martin to please remain on stage. We're not going anywhere for the foreseeable future. Ladies, please join us. All speakers, all distinguished, very important delegates, all council members, please join us for a picture opportunity. Jamila, are you not joining us? Madam Karwai Upi, are you not joining us? Madam Mohammed, the traffic flow will be managed. Some council members were on stage a moment ago, yet they are not here. Please join us, ladies. I don't think we're all here yet. Are we all here yet? The speakers from South Africa and Nairobi, please join us. You came so far. We'd like you to be part of this occasion of documenting it. Mr. Peterson, please also join us. We're about to listen to you, so let's document it in the interim. Interim results are just as important. It helps us take stock of how far we've come halfway. If you know that you're supposed to be here and you're not here, you will be leading the choir this afternoon. So please bear that in mind. And it's not a joke. Why are you not smiling, ladies? And please look in the direction, not of your colleague with their cell phone, but in the direction of the official photographer. Thank you very much. Let's please give them a round of applause. Yes, Madam Dupriya, starting, you're at exactly the perfect spot. Next to you, Madam Contes, Madam Pickering, and then Madam Karwai Martin. Madam Contes, please join where there's a microphone, and then Madam Karwai Martin. Thank you very much. Let's give the Honourable Minister a round of applause as we say goodbye to her at this juncture. Big round of applause for Dr. Kantema Mpandu Zonene. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So Madam Mignon Dupriya, she is the Executive responsible for Marketing, Public Affairs and Sustainability at Old Mutual Namibia. In the words of the chairperson, Madam Grace Mohammed, she keeps Old Mutual alive and together. Let's please give her a round of applause. Next to her, Madam Gladys Pickering, formerly Company Secretary at Namibia, a former Executive Director in the Ministry of Justice, and at this very moment, she is the Executive Director in the Office of the Prime Minister. Let's please give her a massive round of applause. Madam Herta Contes, Chief Executive Officer, Sisedi Investment Group, and a member of the Council. Shall we please give her a round of applause? And then the President of the Africa Insurance Organization, the Managing Director of Namibia, Madame Patty Karwai Martin. Shall we please give her a round of applause? Joining us all the way from the Republic of Kenya, Madam Jerry Jomo, Chief Executive Officer, Jubilee Insurance. Let's make sure that she hears our warm Namibian round of applause, please. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we are going to get straight into it, and we're going to start with Madam Dupriya, please. So this session is a very important session as it will lay the foundation for the discourse for the rest of the day. We are going to evaluate where are we at in terms of these barriers. What is the state of these impediments hindering access, particularly to finance, for women? And what is it that we all individually and collectively need to start doing today to get rid of those hindrances as we chart the way forward? We will leave these premises in person and virtually with a clear plan of action. So just very briefly, to set the scene, Madam Dupriya, from where you stand or sit, speak to us about what you make of the status quo as far as access to financing is concerned for women in this very 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denver. So I think generally Namibia has made some impressive strides in gender equality as a whole. We can see many more women being empowered, being educated, taking up leadership roles. But when it comes to the financial education part and the financial, presence, I think we are still lagging behind. I think we have made some great improvements, but I do think we still have some roads to cover to ensure that we have all our women inclusive in the financial journey. I think also that we have really been trying to empower women through policy, through legislation, and really trying to put the necessary things in place that will allow us to ultimately reach that goal of everyone being inclusive within the financial sector.
Thank you very much for that overview. Madam Pickering, your domain is, of course, the law. I don't know whether you saw her recently representing the country, saying that the world has a responsibility to hold Israel accountable, International Court of Justice. That's how serious we are as far as breaking these barriers regarding access to financing for women today. From the domain of the law, which are the existing impediments? Which are the hindrances that we need to deal with in order to ensure greater access to finance for women?
Thank you, Denver, and it is my honor and privilege to join this panel today to speak about breaking barriers in respect of women's access to finance. We have a very comprehensive legal framework covering the rights of women in respect of equality, and in this regard, already in 1996, we have enacted the Married Persons Equality Act as an example, allowing women to transact without having to have the permission and or co-signature of her spouse. And that was extremely progressive at the time. It remains very progressive also today. The question is, and this is a serious impediment which I consider preventing women from accessing finance when they need to, and that is, do we understand our legal framework? Do we actually understand it to the extent that we are able to really benefit from the frameworks that we have in place? I find that the fact that our laws are very often it contains legalese and terminology that makes it very difficult for us to understand what does it actually mean for me as a woman on the ground in my everyday life. And therefore, there is still a need for us to explain our legal framework to Namibian citizens, but particularly to women. We must understand what is it that we are entitled to so that we can take up our rightful places and fill our rightful spaces. And if we don't understand this framework, then we won't be able to assert our rights in terms of these frameworks.
Thank you so much. And apart from understanding what our rights are in terms of the existing valuable tools, such as these frameworks, to what extent do we implement these rights and where are the barriers hampering implementation? Madam Contes, from where you stand, please assess for us, what do you make of where it is that we are in terms of access to financing for women?
Thank you very much, Denver. And I am glad that you are referring to it as the status quo, as it stands now, because we face a lot of backlash from the other gender when we when we have all these so-called women empowerment conferences, events, etc. But the status quo dictates it. We are not where we are supposed to be yet. Indeed, in Namibia, there has been political will, largely for where we are currently, and that is testament to everything that we see today. Imagine, we have the first ever female president in our country. So there is a lot of research that is still lacking in terms of the accurate figures that we need to actually ascertain where are we. The only research that I have really found, and I would very much love to read the dissertation of the Honorable Minister as well, but the Oyayone Foundation, founded by Ms. Desiree Obal, she's also in the Office of the President. She launched it, commissioned this research in 2023. So this research was dedicated to looking at the status of women in Namibia, looking at all spheres of what is affecting women, from the education to access to financing, tertiary, graduates at tertiary level from universities, etc. So what we have seen from the research, and these are actual numbers that has been conducted, is that there has been significant strides over the past 3 decades that have been made in Namibia. However, when it comes to the financial services sector, that is where there is a big gap. And the empowerment does not only relate to the access of finance, Denver, it also relates to representation in leadership positions, in big corporates, on boards, where decision-making is vital for the social upliftment of our people. That is where we need to still enhance the status quo, if I may.
Thank you so much. Madam Karai Martin, it's clear in this overarching consensus that yes, we have been making strides. And yes, we continue to make strides. The sacrifices of many of you are indeed paying off, but a lot still needs to be done. What do you make of that?
Thank you so much, Denver, for that question. And I will refer to myself as the senior youth. Everybody over 50?
Permission has been granted.
Thank you so much. Why I'm saying that, and I want to relate to you the times when we started. And when I look back, I can today say I've been in the industry for over 33 years. I'm sure not many of you in this room can say that, so that's why I'm saying I'm the senior youth. And so my testimony is real in the sense that I've lived it, I've experienced it, and our Prime Minister, actually our former Prime Minister said it in the summit of 2023, that wow, when we invited her to a women's summit in finance, she immediately said yes, because back then, in our days, we can relate that when you come to a room, I can actually relate to when I started my articles, I was the only one in the room. So today we can have a room full of 300 women. I think you should give yourself even a round of applause. So that's the evidence that we have seen. But yes, coming down to access, that is a very, very key component to what it means and what it impacts our lives. When it comes to access, I would want to refer, and Ms. Gladys Pickering has mentioned a very important aspect which refer to cultural and social norms. Can you imagine any of you in this room sitting here, not being able to have a bank account, not being able to sign a document all by yourself because you are married to someone in a certain way? Can you imagine that? I'm sure you can't. And that's where we can see we have moved. But there's still, the access has been created, and I think that's why today's theme is so important, that the access has been created by where we have been now moving towards a digital world. So that the access and digital era goes together. So by that, I can refer, for instance, to a mobile phone. In 2006, I was at an event, and this event, the person who was talking said to us, your future will be in the palm of your hand. And I always repeat this, because I love, this is my life. And that's why I'm always having this access. And this access has gone to the rural areas as well. And through this access, the banking sector and the financial sector is making use of it to make sure that we reach the unbanked, that we reach the unreached. So that makes it so important for us to say, yes, the digital world has moved on, and we have moved from where we were, and like I've earlier said, that where we were, starting from not having women on board, having women on board now. But when we say, do we really have the access that we want? Do we really have, are we all empowered the way we want? The answer is still not 100% yes. So through the initiatives that we are doing, that's why we are meeting here today, is for us to make sure that we move to the next level, that we move. I want to see, and that's why I refer to myself as a senior youth. In the next few years, hopefully I can join a few more of these events, but then I want to be invited, and then I will be a retired person. And then I want to see how we then have moved to say many of you will be the CEOs of these financial institutions. I think we have done in Namibia quite a bit, but we can do better. I want to see, when I'm looking for another CEO in the financial sector or in the insurance sector, especially in the insurance sector, I can refer there. Whenever I'm trying to look for my colleagues, I don't have too many to turn to. So I really want to urge you to say that access, we need to create that access more amongst ourselves, and then also make sure that we then take it to our urban, rural areas as well, making sure there's access. Each and every person in this world is entitled to have access to a bank account, just to start with.
Thank you so much, Madam. Round of applause, please. In other words, each of you in this room, you are a potential chief executive officer. Please turn to your neighbor and say, hello, CEO. Hello, CEO. Very well. Madam Jomo, we are so delighted to have you on board as well today, albeit virtually. Please share with us the East African perspective. What is your status quo? What is your reality in terms of access to financing for women, especially during this digital era?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I can admit to feeling a bit left out. It looks like so much fun in here we talk, but I will definitely make sure we take care of that next time. Coming back to your question, I think when I listen to what's going on in Namibia, not so different. I tend to think a lot of us as African countries tend to have a very patriarchal feel to how things have been done over time, and that sort of begins to inform, and I think Patty did speak to it, that often we have the regulation in place, we'll have policies and so on in place, but we often have to have some work around the culture and the norms, because behavior change sort of also becomes normalized in terms of how we do it. And just like you have in Namibia, and I see it as more of an East African situation, is that women, yes, are making it to more decision-making roles, a lot of deliberate effort around financial access, but the cultural norms still continue to have a significant impact. So, for example, is it socially acceptable that a woman should own property? I think by law, yes, it is. But in the event that an issue comes up, you sort of find the court of public opinion, I'm sure that's how we call it, tends to have a very divergent view, and there's a lot of conversations on to what extent does this inform how she's treated and the decisions, and how much bias then continues to exist. It's only so recently we all celebrated International Women's. Was it supposed to be a day, and we take a month? I think that at this rate it's going to be a year. And the big conversation for that is the realization for me that according to the World Economic Forum, it's going to take us 131 years to achieve gender parity. And it's gender parity around all of these aspects, including financial. And for me, I have a strong belief that your money is your voice. When a woman has her money, that is her voice. When she has access to these finances, what she does uplifts her children, uplifts her social status, uplifts what they have access to. And this is an issue we then can't wish away. But 131 years means that, unfortunately, for all of us in the room, we will not be here. It probably will not be here. That is a very grave position for all of us in terms of, what really does that mean in terms of the imperative? The bigger question for me is we have these conversations, and I like the challenge earlier, that we are talking a lot about what needs to be done. Are we doing the basic things that help us move the needle? And I think beyond putting the legislation in place, and a lot of commendable work has gone into place, it has to be how do we actively address the culture and the norms and the advocacy in a way that we track it to be able to actually move the needle fast enough so that in some sense we experience the impact of what we are driving in our lifetime, hopefully. So within us, East Africa, my view is a lot of work has been happening, a lot of work around specifically for insurance, women in insurance, a lot of women, especially just speaking for the insurance industry in Kenya. We are now about 15% of CEOs who are female. This boys club conversation is one we discuss very often and have great conversations on how we can create a stronger sisterhood, and that actually supports growth. There are many, many conversations on beyond meeting a quota, beyond having a lady in the boardroom. Does she have the decision-making authority or the ability to be able to say yes or no in a way that everyone accepts that that's a point. I think we still have some work, just like most of the other ladies in the industry. So some progress has been made. Perhaps a bigger conversation is how can we accelerate the levers that identify and accelerate the levers that help us move progress faster so that we actually get to see the impact of what we are doing in our lifetime.
Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Madam Tupriya, we've heard about patriarchy, certainly an elephant in this room, and we did say at the start of the summit that we are holding space also for what's awkward, for what's uncomfortable. But in terms of accelerating the conversation, I hear the urgency. We need to move at a very serious velocity. Speak to us about some of the actions that we are already taking. Speak to us about some of the work that's already happening, also from your perspective. But more importantly, how can we take it to the next level? What should be happening starting this afternoon?
Thank you, Denver. So I think from our perspective, there are quite a few things that we can touch on, things that we can do. I think starting off with, the legal and the policy reforms, really ensuring that we build legal frameworks and policies that can assist these women. For the financial inclusion, financial education, I think the education is very, very important. I would like to give Old Mutual as an example here. We run a financial education program where we give free financial education to anyone that reaches out to us and asks for financial education. So I want to take this opportunity for any business person sitting here, any individual, if you would like us to give free financial education to your organizations, your employees, your church, your council, your sport communities you work for, we are more than willing to do that. We will also have to look at, increasing the financial literacy and the education of these individuals. But also once we've educated them and we've given them the necessary literacy, do they actually feel supported in what we've taught them? Do they actually feel confident in using it within their daily lives? And then I think we just really also need to support the women entrepreneurs. From an Old Mutual perspective also, you will see we will go into the market in June. We've got a program called OM Seed, where we support financially and through the whole financial education process and really incubating young women entrepreneurs to start off businesses and grow their businesses within the Namibian market. And then lastly, I think really also what Patty was speaking to around the social and the communities, the traditional ways of doing things. It's also for us, corporates, governments, to intervene and to assist to see how we can help within the social and traditional environments to try and equip and empower the women.
Very well. If you need free financial advice, please come bang on their door. Thank you very much. Madam Pickering, at the flagship broadcaster called the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, we have a show called The Wheels of Justice that airs once a week that helps unpack legal matters. If we're talking about understanding or deepening our comprehension of these issues, of these existing frameworks, what is it that we need to do? What is it that we need to accelerate, although we may already be doing it? And also, which are the hurdles regarding implementation? Whose responsibility is it ultimately?
So definitely what we need to do, someone spoke about, I think our colleague from Kenya spoke about doing the obvious things. So the obvious thing would be to educate women. Further, we have digital tools at our disposal all of the time. Ms. Patty said that her phone is her life. And we have access to information all the time. So it is important, therefore, that we keep on educating women to enable them. And that relates to the legal framework as well. Now, I want to go over to a very important group of women whom I want to focus on, particularly in respect of breaking barriers and overcoming challenges to access finance. And these are rural women in Namibia affected by climatic phenomena, including droughts and floods in Namibia. The Prime Minister is the person in Namibia in charge of the disaster risk management program, and he also chairs the Cabinet Committee on Disaster Risk. And of course, as the Executive Director and Accounting Officer in his office, it is incumbent upon me to ensure that we have the necessary resources and tools available for that program to be successful. Now, I found myself personally when I visited the flood-affected areas in the north of Namibia early in April, that many of the resettlement centers where we move people to during floods to dry ground so that they are able to continue living there. These are women. They are in charge of all modalities of the relocation centers, the children, making sure that there's an inventory of assets, there's a list of all children, even their age groups, male and female. They organize themselves in a manner that made me stand in awe. Now imagine, we have to enable women, give them access to finances that will allow them to thrive through droughts and floods, through any disaster situation. These climatic disasters will not stop from happening in the near future. So how do we enable women in rural areas to adequately prepare themselves for disaster situations whenever it will occur? There is a fund called, and it brings me back to your question, so there is a fund, and Ms. Patty will maybe be able to elaborate more on it, named Damage and Reparation Fund. And when you do a search on the internet, you will find that the answer will tell you exactly what that fund is supposed to be able to do in situations of disaster. So this fund does not only address economic or damage to infrastructure, but it also addresses economic and social losses incurred by communities during times of disaster. Now, coming back to the legal framework, again, we have a very comprehensive legal framework on disaster risk management. But that framework, which is now listed for reform, needs to address these issues of women in rural areas having access to finances in a manner that will enable them to thrive through a disaster situation. So I think that gap is real, it is there, and we have all intentions now to address it, even through the legal framework.
Thank you very much, and very importantly, to keep the dignity of that woman in the rural area intact throughout. Madam Gontes, one key impediment relates to the digital divide. Yes, our offices, our lives are in the palm of some of our hands, but Namibia is still plagued by a very serious digital divide. What is it that we need to do about that? And what other action do you believe is necessary from us individually and also collectively? Just very briefly, please.
So Denver, at CCD, we operate in a very previously male-dominated industry and white-owned industry. Access to capital was fundamental to starting a business such as CCD, which is quite capital intensive. And it was formed under an incubation program sponsored by the GIPF. If it wasn't for the GIPF, CCD would not have been here today. We have just commemorated our 5 years. So we are past that first hurdle that the minister mentioned.
Well done, well done.
So I can confidently say we are here to challenge the likes of the Old Mutual for the next so many years to come. In addition to that, Denver, what we have noticed is, apart from just the access to financing, even having the resources to have access to our industry is quite challenging. And resources, I mean the disparity between representation from a woman to female to male ratio and black to white ratio as well. Because it's such a specialist industry, it requires a lot of technical skill and experience. All of that that you will not attain if you don't have access. And that access, Denver, I can give you stats because I believe in actions and intentionality, not just talk. If you look at numbers for the skill required in our industry, a designation called the Chartered Financial Analyst designation. It's a 3-year course that you take to qualify as an investment specialist in order to work for an investment management company. And for access to that industry, number one, you will need a laptop. That's access to digitalization, number one. You will need a phone. And in order to do that, a lot of our population in Namibia don't have access to it. We assume they do, but they do not. And that is why CCD started the CCD mentorship program, intentionality. And we deliberately train females to become chartered financial analysts, to be able to access the industry, not just sit in the back office. Yes, Mrs. Nakele mentioned that we are good in running an office, but we want to be decision makers when it comes to where it actually matters. We want to be able to make those investment decisions. We don't just want to be in an administrative role where we push paper. So that is very, very important for us to be intentional about it.
Thank you so much. Madam Karoy Martin, I wish we had 2 solid weeks uninterrupted to speak about dismantling these barriers and overcoming these challenges, but we don't. What, in conclusion, do you believe needs to be done starting today, very briefly?
Thank you so much. I think I will just conclude and add on what Ms. Pickering has said. That is where she referred to the loss and damage fund, and I think that brings us to, in short, that we as the private sector, and in my case, I'm a state-owned enterprise, and then government, and then the regulator, you are here in the room, everyone in this room, and this goes also with the Sustainable Development Goals, which is SDG 17, which is saying partnership, PPPs, that's so critical for us. We need to collaborate. We need to, if we take what's going to happen in the next, we're not even far anymore, 2030, 2040, our GDPs in Africa will be reduced by 30% due to disasters, due to perils such as floods, and we have to do something. And to do that, we will have to come together with our governments and all of you in this room to find solutions so that we can address the challenges we have mentioned today.
Thank you so much. Madam Jomo, please speak to us in conclusion. Which are the barriers that we need to start breaking today, and how must we do it in order to overcome the challenges hindering access to finances for women?
Thank you. I think that my fellow panelists have spoken quite exhaustively about a lot of shared challenges. One of the other things, and I think we in this room each have a role to play in one sense or the other, given the places we sit in financial services, is innovation that's specific to gender-focused inclusion. And I'm not talking about whether we're in banking coming up with a pink product and creating a pink wallet. I think it's being a bit more deliberate to go back and understand this consumer a bit more intricately and being deliberate to create innovations and actually put them in the room and have them in a place where we actually drive the needle in the right direction. I think it has been spoken to before, and the party has spoken to the issue of forging collaborations. All of us are doing something, whether it's the banks, whether it's insurance companies, whether it's insurtechs of some form or the other, whether it's asset management companies. All of us have some aspect of discussing the issue of addressing women in finance. What we must do is begin to collaborate quite deliberately to identify quick wins. For example, you will find that banks have made quite a bit of inroads within this region on SME type funding, where they have business clubs for women, or even go to the rural woman who has very unique challenges to find a sort of form of microcredit. All of this is happening. How do we continue to collaborate to make sure that, we improve her resilience? One of the greatest opportunities that's sort of going on within our region is the DRIVE program that is supported by World Bank and being led by ZEPRI, that combines quite a number of companies within this region that is ensuring pastoralists. And the issue is, I think, begins to address the conversation we're having on these disasters and the impact they have on what we choose to do that's more on pastoralism or agriculture. And I think part of this conversation, as we've said, we have to go back to the consumer that is a woman, define her needs and truly drive innovation. And last but not least, perhaps the first barrier is ourselves in this room, how we perceive ourselves, how we perceive, and it's easier said than done. We perceive the other person. We have also consumed stereotypes that are informing how we engage with each other, how we engage with that female consumer, how we engage with policy, and how we interpret all of these things. I think over and above all, the change begins with each and every one of us, that by the time we're done with this conversation today, to be able to identify just one thing that we're going to do differently that begins to help us move the needle.
Asante Sana. Let's please give a massive round of applause. Ladies in the room, you each have one sentence. The sentence may not be 2.5 kilometers long to wrap. Starting with Madame Dupré, please. One sentence in conclusion. The sentence may not be 2.5 kilometers long. Thank you.
Okay, so I think just in conclusion, we are very much speaking to the woman today, but I think as any Namibian, male or female, you've got the right to access financial access and financial education. And I really want to encourage everyone in this room, every corporate, every government institution, that we work together to ensure that we can educate our Namibian people, give them access, and drive this really important agenda in our country.
Thank you so much. Her sentence was just 1.8 kilometers long. Thank you very much. Madam Pickering, your final sentence, it may not be 2.5 kilometers long. Thank you.
I'm going to invoke commas to make the sentence come together.
Very well.
So we have an opportunity now. All eyes are upon us now. We can make the difference now because we are at the tables now. And we must not lose this opportunity. I don't know if it will come our way again and how soon. So let us not lose this opportunity. We've sang this morning, we're going to do it anyway because there's something inside us so strong. So let us leverage on that strength that is within a woman and let's make it work.
Thank you so much. 2.2 kilometers long. She is almost there. Madam Contes, your brief concluding sentence, please.
A movement is not a movement if there is only one person. Let us hold hands and empower each other. At CCD, because it's a female-owned and female-founded asset manager, we identify with the challenges and the needs of females. That's why we are looking at products, and we have already launched a few, with the females' needs in mind. We have the CCD Future Fund vouchers. If you have a baby shower, if you have a child going to school in the beginning of the year, you can save with us for that purpose.
Thank you very much, Kay Eos. Madam Karai Martin, you have the final word at this juncture.
Wow. That's what we call woman power, isn't it? I want to say, from our side, it has been said, and you can see the representation here, right from our government, and it has been said, government has set the pace. So let's us in the financial sector, and this goes in particular to our sponsors in the room. Hopefully all of them have arrived. They will be taking care of the next session where you will have the session on the boy child. Those are our sponsor. Currently they are the ones in the boardroom. So let's make sure when we go out of here that you do what government has done. Make women lead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Jomo, please don't leave us. We'd like to take a picture with the moderator because if it's not documented, it didn't happen. Is Madam Jomo in?
Yes. No, sit is better.
Just sit. Please give them another massive round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies. Powerhouses, thank you very much. Thank you so much. We'd like to put our hands together at this juncture because it's been very serious talk. We want to loosen up a bit now. It's almost weekend after all. Let's please put our hands together for a performance by Ndayola. Massive round of applause, please.
Oh, there we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Dayola, and as our master of ceremony has said, I'm here to just give us a bit of change of atmosphere. I'm accompanied this morning by Lau, and we're gonna just do a few performances for you to change the mood. Enjoy. Just bear with us as we get our tech up and running. There we go. All right. She's just a girl and she's on fire, hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire, filled with catastrophe, but she knows she can fly away. She got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. She got her head in the clouds and she's not backing down. Hey, someone knows it, I hear you. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Looks like a girl, but she's a flame, so bright she can burn your eyes. Better look the other way. You can try, but you'll never forget her name. She's on top of the world, hottest of the hottest girls. Say whoa, whoa, whoa. She's got her feet on the ground and she's not coming down. We got our heads in the clouds and we're not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Everybody stares as she goes by, 'cause they can see the flame that's in her eyes. Watch her as she's lighting up the sky. Nobody knows that she's a lonely girl, and it's a lonely world. But she gon' let it burn, baby, burn, baby. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Oh, Thank you very much. So we have one more song for you, and you are welcome to sing along if you know the lyrics. Let me just take a quick sip of water first. I am unwritten, can't read my mind. I'm undefined. I'm just beginning, the pen's in my hand, ending unplanned. Staring at the blank page before you, open up a dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken, live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, the rest is still unwritten. Oh, I break tradition, sometimes my tries are outside the light. We've been conditioned to not make mistakes, but I can't live that way, no. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken, live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken, live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, the rest is still unwritten. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken, live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, the rest is still unwritten. The rest is still unwritten. Thank you very much. Lau needs to catch a flight, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you.
Let's please give a massive round of applause. By a show of hands, who did not want it to end? That girl certainly is on fire. Another round of applause for her, please. The day is still long and the sponsors are here and they are on board, so we could still negotiate with her, right? Follow my eyes, please do not look now. We're doing very well. We are catching up well, but we still have some room for improvement. I'm very happy to see that some of you are taking your human rights very seriously, and you have very discreetly gotten up to grab a cup of coffee or tea, juice, whether guava or mutete. We won't hold any of those choices against you, as long as we do so very discreetly and just remain mindful of respect, and that we're here to engage constructively, and we must leave these premises with a very serious roadmap. I'm very excited about the next panel discussion that will be led and chaired by our chair lady, Madam Grace Mohammed. It is about the balance that we have touched on at several occasions during the course of the morning. We do know that we need all hands on deck, but we need everyone to be part of this conversation, and equity and equality cannot come at the expense of the boy child. So what is it that we need to do to empower the boy child in order to ensure and advance financial inclusion also for them, but certainly for all of us? We've agreed that empowering the girl child, empowering women, ensuring greater access for her, ensures greater access and inclusion for him. So two things, in fact more than two things, can be true at the same time. These are not mutually exclusive. So Madam Mohammed's panel is a distinct panel of experts comprising Mr. Garth Peterson, Managing Director of Liberty Life Namibia, Mr. Tertius Steers, Group Chief Executive Officer, Sanlam Namibia, Mr. Rian Swigelaar, Managing Director, Old Mutual Short-Term Insurance Company, as well as Mr. Samuel Muya, Chief Finance Officer, Weka Re, will be joining us online. Are we able to please give these gentlemen a massive round of applause? Alongside the lady who will be chairing the session.
Okay. Good morning once again. I told you I'm just here to work. They're making me work, young. To the gentleman, Sam, can you hear us? I just want to check that you can hear.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. We had Neville Besson as MC the one time, and I'm saying this to Sam for him not being here, because he said the balance in Namibia, the ratio of men to women is a bit skewed. There are slightly more women in Namibia than there are men. So Sam, he always says when the African men come, they want to take the woman. So thank you for not coming and staying where you are. The Namibian men are happy that the ratio is as is. Mr. Tertius, thank you so much for always making time. He has been in the first panel, and every panel at the summit, he makes himself available. And when he retires in a few years, there will be another person of another gender there. Mr. Garth Peterson, congratulations on your appointment, and we hope that with you at the helm of Liberty, the issues around gender will be pioneered. Mr. I don't know whether you're here under duress or you are here out of your free will, but thank you for being here and being so long in the industry. I think you understand some of the challenges that we face. We are in a very interesting time in Namibia. Some statistics I read, The Economist in me. They said the highest number of intakes at our universities are female. The highest intake are female across most of the faculties. The highest number of graduates are female. I think it's about 60 to 70% of graduates are female. So we are at the precipice of change in this country. One of the banks, I'm not going to mention their names, published the statistics that says the highest number of individuals that are purchasing homes or houses are female. It might not be the biggest house, but in terms of volume, it's the highest number in terms of gender. So we are at a very delicate time in our country. My last remark before we go into the session, our former Flon said, if we do not deal with the issues of gender in Namibia and making sure we don't leave the boy child behind, because these men thought we were coming to women's events and singing and clapping, and they closed their eyes when they woke up. There's a woman president. They woke up, the entire country is female. We will be faced with socioeconomic challenges in this country because of these gender imbalances that are emanating in our country. So we have a joint responsibility. So I will ask Mr. Sears to just start off with just explaining or share with us what it is that businesses and companies like themselves can do to ensure that we have not just programs, but also products that make sure that we promote shared opportunities and empowerment, not just for women, but also for men. Because the boy child is under pressure in our country.
Morning, Grace. Morning, everybody. Thanks for allowing maybe some alternative thoughts to the group. I think it's important in my mind that we're not pigeonholing any opportunities for either boys or girls. I think we ideally want to move into a society where everybody can choose whatever opportunities they feel they best possibly can achieve. I think as industry, firstly and primarily, we need to find a way to grow the economy. In order to do so, I think serving the total economy is critical, boys, girls, men, female. And then as businesses, we need to fully understand the needs of clients. And depending on the woman or male, we need to find opportunities and products that can serve the ultimate cause for the individual, but ultimately also for the country. I believe that I think one of the key challenges that we as an industry is facing is the lack of savings. Maybe some for historic, some for reasons which is not ideal, but we need to get and educate and learn people about everyday needs, everyday solutions, budgeting, saving, and preparing themselves for a better future. So I would want to think that the products need to cater for the needs of all, but specifically depending on what is really important for them financially, and then try to make it open and free for everybody. And then also to deliver this service through men and women in whichever format we think fit.
Thank you so much. And Garth, maybe just leading into that. We've heard earlier around some of the initiatives around financial literacy, but as we try to navigate this gender balance that we are now faced with in our country, what is it that Liberty is or can do for boys and girls around not more than financial literacy, because to deal with some of these socioeconomic issues that we might face, we need to inculcate emotional maturity, emotional intelligence, the issues around being socially responsible. What would be some of your thoughts on that?
Thank you. Thank you, Grace, and thank you for having me here. I think firstly one can look at school partnership programs that can encourage implementation. Firstly, one can look at school partnerships programs that encourage the implementation of integrated curricula that combine financial education with emotional intelligence and civic engagement, include mixed gender group projects and community service challenges to promote shared learning experiences. Then also consider mentorship and peer coaching programs. For example, one can launch a mentorship program where older teens mentor younger students with balanced gender pairings on a personal development topics to foster leadership qualities, empathy, and a deeper understanding across the genders. One that is quite close to my heart is financial literacy, and I'll get to that in the next point. So financial literacy workshops is something that we can look at. Host interactive, age-appropriate workshops where both genders, in team-based activities, workshop around budgeting, saving, like Tertius have mentioned, investing, debt management, and understanding insurance in general. It encourages teamwork and collaborative problem solving through mutual respect as well as dismantling the gender stereotypes. And then one cannot really look at addressing these issues without taking technology into consideration. So gamification is widely used for education to make learning more engaging as well as effective. So why not develop an interactive app or online platform where boys and girls, men and women, can team up to solve life skills through scenarios, mainly through managing money, navigating emotions, managing debt, and helping the community. At Liberty Life and Standard Bank, we already have a financial literacy app called What Matters, which is live and is part of our financial literacy program called the Financial Fitness Academy. The program is free, and the app is available to download on any app store or the Google Play Store. And lastly, one can consider forming a youth advisory council with balanced gender representation to advise on community programs and insurance education initiatives. This will give both boys and girls a voice, promoting leadership and ensures inclusivity in corporate social responsibility efforts.
Thank you so much, Garth. I do want to put you on the spot, or any of the men, even Sam, on. We know the men don't like this word therapy. They don't like the word therapy. They don't like to go to therapists. They don't want mentorship. But given what we are faced with, how do we try and change the boy child of our men counterparts' acceptance that there are tools? Because also as a mother of a young man, I do see the challenges that they will face. So how do we, and all the things that you said, Garth, I think are very important and will take us far. But we need to get the boy child or our male counterparts to be receptive. So how can we go about that process, right? Because the people that we send on mentorships are the young ladies. The ones that must go for therapy are the young ladies. But now we need to teach our boys something different here. How do we migrate to that? Before I go to you, Rian. Anyone? Garth, you can start, and then Tertius in his wisdom.
I think, Grace, it starts at home and the way we raise boys. The perception is that boys are raised to be macho. You cannot cry, you cannot complain, and you need to always be the bigger one. And it comes back to the education. How do we educate our boys and inform them that it's okay to cry, it's okay to speak about your feelings, it's okay to ask for help. You do not always have to be the bigger person, to be the macho person. And it's okay to ask help from a woman or a girl. So going back to the grassroots, starting at home already, and instilling that into the boy that we're not cowboys. We are humans at the end of the day, and we do have feelings.
Thank you so much. And I suppose that means if you are a mother in this room, you have an obligation, because God says it starts at home. How we speak to our boys and how we encourage them. And just going on to Rian, because I think there is a relationship in terms of how insurance companies like yourself can support community-based efforts to create a Namibia where both genders have equal access.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone, and hi to all. I think internally, companies can play a role where they've got internal policy from leadership's perspective to create equal opportunities, to create that gender parity within the workforce. I think, just to quote a stat, in our mutual, we've got about 59% of our workforce is female, so it's more or less similar to your stats of graduating females from universities. So I think it's closely aligned. I think it's for us to play a role to mimic what's happening out in communities there. And also 42% in management roles and senior management roles. So we want to play that role, but it's not leaving the boy child behind, as you say. It's just creating equal opportunities. And one of our core values is the power of diversity and inclusion. So it's all recognizing diversity and include all in the space. I think another role that we play is when we need to have vendors for suppliers for services, certain services and products, to make sure that we also cater for or include women-owned businesses. I think in the past it was very male-dominated, and we focus in terms of that. And to support that, or to encourage that, we've got a program funded via our mutual foundation called the Sustainable Economic and Empowerment Drive, to encourage that. And this is where we identified grassroots entrepreneurs across the 14 regions of Namibia and provide them with seed capital to provide opportunities for inclusion of businesses, support of local businesses, job creation across the spectrum, and that will in future help us to employ from those bases as well. I think the other thing that Taz has alluded to that is to make sure from our microinsurance programs that we provide solutions to the needs of all parties in Namibia. Also females specific, especially in underserved communities. They play a pivotal role in the full development process of a child. They possess the skills of empathy, sympathy, and all of that. And the more we support and fund that, the better we will have grown-up people to go through universities and to be employable by big corporates. I think also a thing that we can play a role is in partnerships. It's facilitate these multi-stakeholder dialogues, similar to what happened here today, to align the business goals with what the community needs are around gender equity. I think that's the role that insurance companies can play.
Thank you so much, Ryan, because I think in order to be able to develop, whether you call it programs or initiatives, and I'm turning to you, Sam, if I could call you that. I like to abbreviate things. I think we always ask for programs, initiatives, but without understanding the depth in terms of the actual need. So given the role that you have at Waikari, how do you think financial data can be used or have been used, provide those necessary insights for us to be able to design programs that speak to the needs for not just women, but also a gender equal society?
Thank you, Grace. Before I go into the question, I now understand why you didn't want me in Namibia. That's why you decided I'll be online, given your opening remarks. That's said and done. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Now, it is very important to have data, and not just data, but data that is accurate and data that speaks to the needs that we need to address. Now, when we talk about financial data, we are talking of the information that we have about specific people, data that we have as specific requirements. I mean, we have different needs and we have different people out there who require different services. And so what we have in our traditional financial service providers is data that has been like a template that has been custom made for everybody out there. But we are looking at emerging trends where if we really need to speak to the needs of the boy child and the girl child and to have financial inclusion, then we have to be very, very intentional on the kind of data that we have. And what do I mean by this? Now, we have, normally we just have the demand side of data. When I say demand side, what do I mean? I mean, you have a bank that goes out there, a financial institution that goes out there, and they, of course, have the needs that they think the society requires or the community requires or their clients require. And so they tailor-make solutions for those. But we do not have the supply side data, which actually enumerates the kind of services the financial service providers have, which are available to the general public. And so when we are talking about the boy child and the girl child, we need to tailor-make solution and data that is accurate, that speaks to the needs of the boy child and the girl child. And for this particular matter, we are addressing the boy child. If we had data that was speaking that the ratio of, for example, right now, like Grace had started by saying, that we now have a population in Namibia where the ladies are more, and the boy child is over the period of time beginning to lag in terms of this, either the services or the graduates or wherever it is, you find that now the ratio of women or the percentage of women to the girls, to the boy child, is beginning to, the disparity is beginning to increase. Then we need to have very, very good data that will say that the boy child is lagging behind. And so what should the policymakers do? The policymakers and the decision makers should come up with tailor-made solutions that will speak to those gaps that are there. And that is where we talk about the financial data that is accurate, and not just because most of the time when they go out there, we collect data for the sake of data, but not data that speaks to the needs of this particular constituency of people. And so I am happy actually that in Namibia, they have already gone beyond the problem that is subsisting in the rest of Africa and Asia, where the woman still needs to be empowered. Now we are looking at levels of how do we bring the boy child to speed so that they compete and actually meet the needs of this very empowered woman who is now in Namibia. And for that matter, for the rest of Africa. And so that is why if we get data that is inclusive, data that is very accurate, and data that speaks to this particular need, then we will tailor-make solutions for the boy child. And this will actually be used to make financial literacy quite inclusive to both the boy child and the girl child. I know the girl child, they have a way. You will find that when they want to save, they actually feel empowered when they save towards a certain goal. Now, that means if you tell them you are going to, for example, be in maternity in the next 6 months, we have a product like Equity has it in Rwanda where they give 3 to 4 months interest-free. You save, They can give you a loan on top of it. And those kind of products speak to them very well. Now, we need data that will also tell us that we need to have some of these products. We know the boy child is very competitive. So what do we need to put in place so that the boy child can also look to this kind of products that are being offered to ensure financial inclusivity?
Thank you much,
Thank
Sam.
you. Over
So
to
what you are
Grace.
saying that the boy must not think because it's a maternity product, it's for women. Because we know he's going to procreate, and therefore the product is not for the woman. It might be titled same, but if he opens his mind, he will realize there's more to it. And Garth, you can maybe then just speak to us, because for a long time, corporates, at least in Namibia and I think elsewhere, typically steered their corporate social responsibility to more macro initiatives, right? We will do schools, we will do hospitals, but in the context of the conversation that we're having, the socioeconomic dynamics or the demographic dynamics of this country, where and how do you think can corporates re-engineer their corporate social responsibility for a more gender-balanced Namibia?
Yeah, Grace, I think it's important to note that corporate social responsibility plays a very powerful role in shaping society, our values, and companies like Liberty can align their CSR in the following ways, I've noted. So we can support inclusive extracurricular programs by sponsoring ed clubs, sport teams, or financial literacy initiatives that ensure equal access and participation for all genders. Training teachers and community leaders. I think I want to come back to education, starting small. So support initiatives that provide training for educators, like local leaders, on inclusive teaching practices that equips our adults with tools to create environments where children can thrive and be treated fairly. Then looking at scholarship and grants for inclusive leaderships, promoting and supporting these initiatives to promote educational projects led by students working in the communities and social impacts. This will further encourage, I think, collaboration and shows that inclusivity is a valid trait in the leadership. And then one that's, I think, very close to my heart is role modeling or workplace role modeling in that case. So highlighting and celebrating gender balance at an institutional level, especially in leadership roles. And I think this was also mentioned in the previous panel, and involve your employees in outreach and mentorship programs for the youth. And at Liberty, I think if we look at the genders and the representation, Liberty is currently sitting at a 68% women employment versus 32% male. And at EXCO level, we're sitting at 60% female and 40% male. So we don't just talk the talk, we also walk the walk.
We'll see whether the products will come out of Liberty. Yeah. Now you must walk in the gender balanced, in the gender balanced era. I think I do want to just do one round quickly for each of the men, because the ladies have been sitting here since this morning. They have not stretched our legs, so I will not extend our time much longer. Tertius, maybe given how long you've been in the industry and at the helm of the institution that you're leading, why do you think, and in the era of sustainability, right? We know in the financial sector, the gentlemen are quoting more women, Herta said this morning, we don't want them in the offices, we want them at the decision making. Why do you think that's important for sustainable Namibia? That we continue, because we're having this conversation not for the Namibia of today, but for the Namibia that we want to leave behind when we go to our last resting place.
Thanks, Grace. I think sustainability for me is more than often not to be short-term focused, and I think one should be cautious against almost playing a number game. It should be the best candidate for the best position in the interest of the business as well as, and if it should be 100% female, so it should be. So I think sustainability is about the adaptability and the ability to actually deal with the environment at hand. And I really think we need to continue, like Golf said, to focus on education, not only the few selected, also the public institutions, and really fight for quality, and really focus on how can we give each and every child the best opportunity, not just a few that we can or maybe cannot, and then help people to become business people, entrepreneurship, really to continue to focus, and I think many of us do bits and pieces, but to continuously focus on helping people to become in a position to look after themselves. Because if we want to leave a sustainable society behind, we'll need to empower and enable them to look after themselves. And I think as Namibia, we need to add value to the economy. We should not just be extractors of resource. We need to help our people to create jobs and and for me, and even create ability to feed our nation as well, because I think we're currently just an importer of so many services and products. So sustainability really is how do we enable and empower our children of tomorrow to look after their country in the future.
Thank you. Tertius, I don't know whether you will remember, when you sat on the first summit, you said, I remember, because I have been pushing an agenda here. You said that the ladies must go invest in technical skills, and we must not do soft skills anymore if we want to come to the helm. And now with this stars. Hi, I started to work at Holland. The English is gone. Now that we've shared the numbers, and I'm happy that you're saying that if it means 100% women, then so be it, because we must guard against a reactionary men force. Because we've said 60 to 70% of our graduates, if I got the ratio wrong, but I know it's more, are female. I think it's important that we become comfortable with that reality. But with that, for the females, that comes the responsibility so that we can have a sustainable Namibia, a one where women are still treated with the necessary respect and are not subjected to unnecessary gender-based violences, because the more influential you become, the more you must become a lady. It is a tricky situation because you must balance. And I think, Rian, just for your concluding remarks, given what Tertius has said and where we must invest our times in terms of making sure we grow entrepreneurs, so that, and entrepreneurs, not just female entrepreneurs, but also male entrepreneurs, and support worthy causes, how can insurance companies, banks, asset managers participate in terms of financial strength and other type of support to make this a reality?
Thanks, guys. Good question. I think from a Mutual Limited perspective, we dedicated not only from a corporate social responsibility, but it's investment into the future to make sure that people are included all the way. I think a mutual foundation, we established a mutual foundation many years ago where we fund a mutual foundation with 1% of after-tax profits, and we use that funding to as I mentioned earlier, to fund initiatives like SEED, the Sustainable Economic and Empowerment Drive, where entrepreneurs, young grassroots entrepreneurs are funded with startup capital, and it's both genders that benefit from that. I think we also focus a lot of financial education, and I think both other speakers talk to that. Education is fundamental, and it's good to see that a good percentage is now from female. It's just like, I think if we look at the stats between intake and those that eventually graduate, that there's a big gap, and maybe we should get that gap better. The number of intake versus graduates, we need to increase that, and we need to see how we can play a role there, also by a responsible investment in those. I think internally at Mutual, we also appoint graduates, freshly new graduates who's got nothing on their CV yet, only a degree or a qualification. We employ those people as well to put them in a position to add to their CV and to become permanent employees. We also offer bursaries to our staff, and that's on both sides, as male and female, not only to one gender specific. And I think that's the role that we play, and we also look carefully after what is our impact on the environment. I think that's also critical, and that's why there's a initiative, Little Green Ambassadors, where there's awareness at school level already on the impact of businesses on the environment. So we do all those things from that corporate social responsibility perspective to ensure future sustainability and future inclusion, and create a future fit workforce to be employed. And as Tash has said, irrespective if it's male or female, the best person, the qualified person to contribute to the overall economy of Namibia. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I'll start with Sam. Denver said not 2.5 kilometers. If you could just, one line, one sentence, if you could just share, drop, if you were a woman, I would say a pill of wisdom, but just drop pills of wisdom for the ladies in your concluding sentence. And then I think Tertius next, and then we'll come from that way. What you can share with the ladies in the context of having a gender balanced society, or having heard what you've heard about Namibia.
Thank you so much, Grace. I see you really want me to finish quickly in light of what you said as we started, but I want to, speaking to the ladies, I would like to speak to the ladies and tell them, yes, the Namibian woman has been empowered, but there's still a lot of mileage to be covered. And like you rightly pointed, Grace, that we need the men out there making decisions and the women working in the offices. And so to the women who will be soon policymakers, who will be soon in these positions, I'd like to encourage you, when you get there, please make policies, create those products that will speak to the boy child, to the guy child, so that these products will be inclusive and will not alienate one gender, in the sense that the girl will be more empowered more than the boy. But let us have you at the policy level speaking to whoever you can speak to and telling them we need this curriculum, like has been pointed out by my colleagues. We need this kind of products. And of course, all this is to ensure that we have an all-round society that is inclusive and it is well taken care of financially, and nobody is left behind. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you so much. I see you wanted to take a flight to come here. Tertius, you know we are in a time of change. You know who's now in government in terms of leadership roles. You also understand the challenges that the sector is facing. The ladies are in front of you. What would you tell them in terms of not just making sure that we have a gender-balanced financial sector, but that we continue to close the gap, especially in the financial sector?
Yeah, thanks, Grace. I think we all have a very unique and specific role to play in the economy, and we have to go out and play that, and only together we can make it work.
Thank you so much. He's become a man of few words now. Garth.
Yeah, Grace, I think when I first got the topic, I was a little bit scared to speak about getting the boy child up in front of a lot of women, so I didn't see how this could go well. But I think sitting here and looking at where we're going, it's not about getting the girl child above the boy child, or the other way around. It's about getting to equity. And what we as leaders can do, I think, and I'm always going to go back to this, is go back to our education system at home, in schools, and create an environment where both the boy and girl can actually feel that they can succeed one day.
Thank you so much. Rian?
Thanks, Grace. For me, it was interesting that maybe just bring it back home to Old Mutual this morning. So when I walked the floor, I see less ladies, and I wondered where they were, and they were all, most of them were here. So for me, it's just my guidance would be, obviously, there's opportunities were created, and you are here. That's great news. You saw where the balance is tilting towards female. And we've already in our mutual, we've got that balance similar to the community representation. And I think they can play a big role. The numbers are in your favor. Please make use of that opportunity. We there support you. We allowed it to turn towards your favor. And you're in the pound seats. Let's make it work for you. Thanks.
He did not allow. Huh? We took it. But to the men, I can imagine, you probably are used to speaking to your staff, but I don't think you're used to being in a room just full of ladies and being very courteous. Thank you very much for taking your time. I do think as a mother of a young boy that I have a responsibility. And I think more than being a mother of a boy child, also being in a leadership role, there's a dual responsibility, right? In as much as I'm an activist, born an activist, the responsibility to make sure we continue to close the gender gap in the financial sector remains. The responsibility to make sure that the boy child is not left behind remains. Thank you for taking the time.
Are we able to please give them another massive round of applause? Yes, we have made strides, but we shouldn't forget, and we certainly should not leave the boy child behind at this juncture. I see Mr. Swigelaar waited until the 11th hour to serve the flames that he did serve. But I also witnessed that the moderator contested that in the dying moments of what was a truly powerful conversation. Thank you so, so much. Let's please give them another round of applause. Yes, they are gentlemen, and they may have provided authorization, the green light, for this to be possible. We will share gifts with them today. They need to report those to their board chairpersons. In the event that you don't and you land in trouble, we'll say we do not know you. Ons ken julle nie. So we are very serious about governance. So let's please comply throughout. So I'd like to call on Jamila. Where is she taking her handbag? She's taking her handbag to join us. Kindly assist with the handing over of the gifts to these gentlemen. Let's please give one of the most beautiful ladies on our planet, Madam Jamila Oiras, a massive round of applause. She will assist Madam Grace to distribute the gifts that these gentlemen will communicate to their respective board chairpersons. And in the event that the board chairperson says that you were not supposed to have accepted that, we will gladly accept the gifts back. And the gifts that are meant for East Africa, they will make their way to East Africa. I beg your pardon?
She's Miss Namibia, but the manners are still there.
Yeah. We need to take a picture while we still have East Africa on board. So can we please sit down if possible? There is an extra chair. There is an extra chair. We can perhaps help Madam Grace sandwich the gentleman, Jamila. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Mr. Peterson, why are you not smiling? Sam,
You can see how heartbroken you are. We're good to go. Thank you very much. Let's please give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. Bye, Dankie. We're doing beautifully. We're doing brilliantly. Thank you, Madam Grace. So well executed. Another round of applause, please. I have a critically important public service announcement to make. We have consulted all the relevant authorities and we've decided to expedite Christmas. This time around, Christmas will also happen in May. It doesn't mean that we're cancelling the 25th of December 2025, but it does mean that Thursday, 15 May 2025 is a mini Christmas. Are we ready for that? By a show of hands. Beautiful, beautiful. So, earlier, when we had Madam Gladys Pickering on the first panel, and we spoke about overcoming the challenges, the barriers, the impediments to ensure greater financial access for women, she mentioned a tool that exists, a legislative tool, a law, an act, a statute. And in terms of this statute, that is a good couple of years old already, we did bring about a lot of change. Am I talking in circles? The lawyers are saying no, because they know what I'm talking about. I will give the non-lawyers this clue. Act number 1 of 1996. Which law did Madam Pickering, Executive Director in the Office of the Prime Minister, make reference to? Where's the microphone? Kindly raise your hand, even if you are a whole entire Chief Executive Officer. All right, so her hand was up first. And let's see whether the proof is indeed in the pudding and the eating of that particular pudding. Kindly tell us who you are. We will not ask about your weekend plans. And then please share the name of that statute with us.
Is this on? Oh, Shamaine Burger, the Married Persons Equalities Act.
Act. Fantastic, Shamaine. Let's give her a massive round of applause. Please join us in front, Shamaine. And then we'd like to invite our current Miss Namibia, the most gorgeous Priska Anyolo, to hand over her early Christmas gift to her that Madam Elizabeth, our Chief Corporate Communications Officer at Namibia, will bring to the front. A whole entire mini fridge. Yo, it's so heavy. Priska, I'll assist you. I know you're a strong woman. All right. Madam Burger, Madam Anyolo, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. Christmas in May. Another round of applause, please. Guess what? It's not the end of Christmas in May. And certainly, 25th of December is also loading. Who can tell us what the name of the Ministry of Finance was very briefly, starting on Saturday, 22 March 2025. For a very brief moment, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah was very serious about how we align our priorities. And therefore, there was a realignment in terms of these priorities that resulted in name changes for some. So what we know as the Ministry of Finance on the 15th of May 2025, for a very brief moment on Saturday, 22 March 2025, had a different name. Am I speaking English? Give you a countdown starting at 3, and then you shoot your hand up. My eyes will be closed. 3, 2, 1. All right. Can we give that lady a microphone to hear from her what the name of the Ministry of Finance was on Saturday, the 22nd day of March 2025?
It was the Ministry of Finance and Social Grants. Social something.
Ooh. Don't speak, because if you continue speaking, we might disqualify you. We need the Accountant General to adjudicate. She's not 100% correct. Shall we? It's not her Christmas turn yet.
Give me a chance.
The
ma'am.
Accountant General of the Republic of Namibia has spoken. It's not me. Kindly do not hold me responsible. My eyes are closed. 3, 2, 1. Her hand has been up since this morning. I don't know why. Let's find out. Kindly give her the microphone, please.
Okay, so it was Ministry
Please
of...
kindly tell us who you are. We won't ask about your
yeah,
weekend
okay,
plans.
the name is Yenga Nakashivena. It was the Ministry of Finance and Social Grant Management.
Well done. Christmas has come to your doorstep. Let's please give her a massive round of applause. Priska, will you join us for a brief moment? Madam, please join us in front. Elizabeth is making her way to the front with the Christmas goodies. What does Christmas in May feel like?
Oh, it feels beautiful.
According to her, Christmas in May feels very beautiful. Well, over to you, Priska. Oh, it's not at the end of Christmas yet. Ooh. You're not allowed to be associated with Namibia at all. At all for this one. At all. We know exactly who you are. Tell us, you may not even date someone at Namibia. You may not be a sibling of someone associated with Namibia. Right? We know who you are. Follow my eyes, don't look now. Who's able to tell us, and you're going to have no time for this, what does Namibia actually stand for completely? Are you associated to Namibia? Madam, we're going to vet you. There will be problems. Kindly give her the microphone. Please keep quiet around her. She won't share a gift with you. So kindly keep quiet. Help us understand what Namibia stands for. President Karai Martin is listening very attentively. We're not here to play.
My name is Simbi. It stands for Namibia Reinsurance.
Very well. You're almost there, but not there yet. The microphone is making its way to that lady. To your neighbor. To you, please. Are you associated to Namibia in any way, shape, or form? Are you dating someone at Namibia? We will vet you. The floor is yours.
My name is Juanita. It stands for Namibia National Reinsurance Corporation.
Woo! Kindly join Priska in front. Beautiful. President Karai Martin says yes. Perfect. Christmas in May will continue after a lunch break. Some of you were honest. You joined us at 8 o'clock this morning and you remained stationary at that particular seat until this moment. Very few of you. But in fact, some of you do exist. And I would imagine that now is the time to catch our breath, to assimilate, and to process the wealth of information that we have received so far. Madam Elizabeth, I need your assistance. So, you would have received this when you registered earlier this morning. You would have received this when you registered early this morning. Did we all receive this? Okay. Did you invite your boyfriend for lunch? Does your husband know this? All right. So if you didn't receive it, It waits for you at the registration table. So please ensure that you do have this. We'll share, Elizabeth will share with us the particulars of the venue, but we do know where the old Hilton Hotel is from a long time ago. So it's a brisk 2-minute walk to the old Hilton Hotel. So we exit here, and then we face Rehoboth, and then we go down the stairs, and then it's a 2-minute walk. Then you are at the old Hilton Hotel's reception. And I beg your pardon? One big tree only. If you pass the second one, you're too far along, right? So down the stairs, past the first big tree, then you'll find yourself in the reception of the old Hilton Hotel. And there you turn right past the piano. And team members will be there to take your hand, right? If we are hungry as we are, we might be disorientated, and we don't want any of that. And then Elizabeth will share with us exactly where all of us need to go, because we want to have a smooth flow of the traffic, right?
All right. Good afternoon. If you do not remember anything Denver said, remember this. All delegates, the name of the restaurant is Pekuta, all delegates. All VIP delegates and speakers and panelists, the name of your restaurant is Ekipa.
destiny to be a shining beacon within Africa. This has created incredible possibilities for those willing to seize them. With operations commencing in 2001, Namibia was established to bring prosperity closer to home for the benefit of all Namibians.
Namibia was mandated to minimize capital outflow from the local insurance industry with the principle that the funds kept in the country can be diverted towards national economic development and growth, such as infrastructure development, skills building, sustainable investments. The vision of Namibia is simple. We aspire to be the best reinsurer, the best employer, and the best public enterprise. Our mission is to mold and refine our business philosophy. Our values include sustainability, agility, innovation, Ubuntu, and ethical leadership. As a responsible corporate citizen, Namibia is committed to creating sustainable development opportunities for the benefit and empowerment of Namibia in line with environmental, social, and governance ESG principles to ensure our external impact on society and the environment. The focal areas of our corporate social responsibility initiatives are education, sports, entrepreneurship, arts, innovation, and health. In the Namibia Bursary Program and the Namibia Graduate Acceleration Program have seen great success through the corporation's bursary graduates that were able to find gainful employment within the insurance sector, as well as in other sectors of the Namibian economy. Since 2019, 12 students benefited from the scheme and are currently in gainful employment in the local economy. Namibia supports Namibia as a signatory to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We actively participate and have embedded sustainable development principles in our strategy and operations. Namibia is the only Namibian public enterprise signatory of the UNEP-FI Principles of Sustainable Insurance, PSI, an initiative aimed to integrate specific environmental, social, and governance principles into our business decision-making. Namibia became one of the 10 founding signatories to the Nairobi Declaration of Principles of Sustainable Insurance in 2020. We believe that Namibia can have the biggest impact on climate change by driving change through our customer portfolio and adapting our service and product offerings to support climate change, by adopting investment practices that drive climate progress, by measuring and actively working towards reducing operational emissions and being transparent.
Our heart is red, our flag is red. Come and journey with us. We proudly red. If you want to banka, Benki Winduku. If you want to banka yo, Benki Winduku. If you want to banka, Benki Winduku. If you want to banka yo, Benki Winduku. Do it all for the sake of love. Do it all for the sake of love. For the sake of love. They say love makes the world go round and round. Or is the money holding you down? On a day-to-day, it takes both to love a band. On a journey together that defines who we are. As a people together, no more worries and no more sorrow. We invest for a good tomorrow. In our journey we never solo. Our red heart is what we follow. Ngalele, ngalelepo, moroke niva say yeleman, matisa, koranga, dumelanku na bulehale. If you want to banka, Benki Winduku. If you want to banka yo, Benki Winduku. If you want to banka, Benki Winduku. If you want to banka yo, Benki Winduku. Do it all for the sake of love. For the sake of love. Do it all for the sake of love. For the sake of love. We keep our economy going, our communities growing, and everything is flowing for the sake of love, for the sake of love, for the sake of empower the nation, empower the nation.
One would think that a particular bank isn't well enough represented. That was a poor applause. Good afternoon, ladies. I had heard a very serious theory before lunch that come 2 o'clock, this room would be half empty. It would appear that this room is fuller than it was before lunch. Please give yourselves a massive round of applause. How was the creme brulee? Or was it only served to some of us? I should not have said it. I'm sorry. We'll try and make up for it during tea time. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you for your continued commitment. I'm sure a lot of networking already happened whilst you didn't have your creme brulee over lunch, but we're super happy to have you back with us. We got through quite a bit during the course of the morning, and there's more left in the afternoon. None of us allowed to leave the premises without a proper roadmap on what it is that needs to happen in terms of breaking the barriers, dealing with the impediments, hampering greater access to financing and other resources for women, because we have overarching consensus that if we enhance access for women, we enhance access for men and for children. Please give yourselves a round of applause. We have 2 very strategic sessions waiting for us this afternoon, but Christmas in May certainly needs to continue, right? For those of us joining us now for the very first time, welcome to you. This is the 2025 edition of the Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit. This isn't a summit, after all, it's a signal. This isn't a meeting, this is a... Yes, so thank you very much for being in our midst. We are happy to have you. You are in the presence of greatness, also because you are greatness. As far as Christmas in May is concerned, we have about 4 prizes to give away before we'll get into the first panel discussion, and then we'll save the cherry for the cake for a bit later. Right, is that okay? All right. So, you paid attention to the song we listened to before the break. If you are employed by that particular entity, and I shall not say anything other than that, you may not participate in this leg of our Christmas journey. Sorry, not sorry. There are more legs for you later. You may bank with the entity, right? Yes, as long as you don't work for the entity. Please tell us, where does that song come from? Your resistant hand was up first, and therefore we choose to pick on her. She's got her left hand up. Please, if your boyfriend works for that particular entity, you need to lower your hand immediately. We will vet that, and we will vet your answer. The managing director of Bank Windhoek is in the house. Madam Berenice Hans will tell us whether or not, because she will know whether you bring lunch for someone there every other day. Right? All right, Madam, please tell us who you are, and please tell us, where does that song come from?
Hello, my name is Bianca, and the song comes from Bank Windhoek, artist PDK. It's
You're going to break my heart. Around her, keep quiet kindly. She won't share it with you. You are very hot, but I need 2 more words.
It's from Namibia.
Jacqueline Peck will do the handover.
So, yes, it is from Namibia. The bank is truly Namibian. right? But tell us from what? Madam Hans, are you happy with that answer? Okay, one last chance because I'm generous. Would you like to say one word? If one of the two words comes from your mouth, I'll be okay. Can I hear that? You're choosing to remain silent. That sounds violent. The lady at the very back in the last row. The very last row. Yeah, in pink. I hope your boyfriend doesn't work for this entity. If you're dating one of the PDK members, there's trouble. Please tell us who you are and where that song comes from. And Madam Hans is on the other side of the room. She needs to hear you very clearly and endorse that response.
Okay. My name is Reginald, and the song comes from the Bank Windhoek Remix Song Competition, and it's sang by PDK.
Madam Hans is giving you a thumbs up. Well done. Please join us in front. And Madam Jacqueline Park, please join us to hand over the gift to our distinguished delegate. Well done, well done. Massive round of applause, please.
Explain the song. So it's from our brand campaign. Is it possible to love a bank? Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's absolutely possible to love a bank. And it's also absolutely possible for Christmas to happen also in May. So, we were addressed this morning by Dr. Emma Kantema, who hails from the great Kavango, who is our Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare. I very expressly informed all of us what her date of birth is. That hand in that last row was up first. If you work for the ministry, if you are related to Dr. Kantema,
None whatsoever.
if you hail from the great Kavangus,
Not
there'll
at
be
all.
trouble. Kindly tell us who you are, and please tell us the birth date of Dr. Kantema.
Good afternoon, ladies. So my name is Rusa Mvula, and Dr. Katema was born on the 16th of August, 1978.
Woo! Well done. Dr. Kantema was indeed born on 16 August 1978. Kindly join us for your gift. I take it our Accountant General will hand over the gift. Our Accountant General, kindly join us for the handing over of the gift. Christmas in May. Massive round of applause, please. Lovely. Madam, we're just going to need, Madam Rusa, your ID document. We have officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. They will just vet your origin. Governance is very, very important. Okay, so 2 more gifts, then we get into the panel. Holland, Namibia. You may not work for this entity. You may also not date someone from this entity. It's Namibia's favorite insurance. Tell us what they. If you put up your hand before the question has been asked, there's something that needs to be investigated. We will commission an inquiry. So please don't give that lady the microphone. There's a problem there. What is both their landline number at the head office in Windhoek and the street address? You need to get both correct. You may not work for Hollard. Can we have one summit, please? All right, her hand is up. Her hand was up. The landline and the street address. You may not work for Hollard. You may also not date someone from Hollard. Madam Grace Mohammed is on standby with your gift.
Hi, I'm Yolande. Okay, so the landline number is 422-300 061 code.
Kindly go through that number slowly.
061 422-300.
How do you know that if you don't work for Hollard? Madam Grace. Yeah, the 300 is probably someone's direct line.
No.
So it looks like we want to settle for
No,
that. If you're saying no, you're working there. She will not share your fridge, her fridge with you. All right, the street address, please.
Okay, so it's Jan Jonker Street.
We can say congratulations. Please join us here. Thank you so much. The very last one before we start with this panel that will help us understand the role of policy in pursuit of greater access, in pursuit of dealing with the impediments, particularly during a digital era. Something is going on. I love the generosity amongst women, but you won't be sharing in the goodies. So kindly mind your own business. I would like to know from you to name at least two, wait for the entire question, I can see the hands going up again. Ministers of Finance, excluding the current minister, one under whose tenure this country called the land of the brave, witnessed, listen to this, a budget surplus. It may be in the distant past, Madam Karai Martin, we know, right? Two ministers of finance, excluding Honorable Ipumbushimi, excluding Honorable Erika Shafuda, and one under whose tenure this country witnessed a budget surplus. That lady is going to be unhappy if we don't give her an opportunity. We don't want anyone to be unhappy. Let's listen to her. Madam Karai Martin will help me vet the response alongside our Accountant General.
I'm sorry, I'm poor in pronunciation.
No problem. We won't hold that against you. I beg your pardon? Just remember, this question has two and or three components. Two and or three components. Your first response is? Madam Karai Martin, I'm going to allow you to try one more time with that name. If not, the microphone is traveling elsewhere. Can we just have one summit, one movement, one meeting? All right, ma'am? Tell us the name that you attempted earlier. We live in a constitutional democracy. Are we giving that to her? As the one component of the two and or three? Okay. All right, madam. So that is one component. We need one more and or two more. Name another Minister of Finance, excluding the current minister and her predecessor, and name a minister under whose tenure as the Minister of Finance we witnessed a budget surplus. No, you have to answer the question in one go. And you voted unanimously that her first response counts. So now you're saying no? What are you responding to? Where's the microphone?
A former Minister of Finance, except Shimi and the
Beautiful. So now the last component is, name one Minister of Finance under whose tenure we witnessed a budget surplus. You are so close. Don't give up now.
Shimi. Slide one. Who now confusing me?
Do you know what's going on at the moment? It's so hot that it's tricky. Shall we not give it to Madam Karai Martin? The Accountant General says, You know what I will do? What I will do is, if you join me here quickly and tell me what the aspect is that's so hot, I will also give you a prize. So who's going to join me here first? Someone who wants to clarify. Who's going to join me here first? 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 Oh my goodness. To my right, I need you to clarify what's going on here because something is going on.
Okay. So the question was to mention at least two former ministers of finance, right?
Excluding the current and the predecessor.
Okay.
And mention a Minister of Finance under whose tenure we witnessed a budget surplus.
So,
She mentioned Carla Schleitwein.
yeah, I'll also repeat the same one.
Yes, and she mentioned
Sarah.
Madila.
Yes, she is the one that for the surplus.
Aha!
Yes.
Madam Elizabeth, we need to give a ticket to this lady. So please come get your Christmas gift, and you also get your Christmas gift.
Thank you.
Yes, one Christmas gift per delegate. Would you like to say something, Madam Accountant General, quickly? Would you like to say something as we endorse these prizes?
What should I say? All I can say is that I'm surprised that Namibians are following and they know their leaders. To such an extent that they also know the figure issue. If you talk about the surplus and the deficit, they know what it is. Hopefully you know what it is, a deficit and a surplus. Okay, thank you very much for keeping it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the catch was, you could, of course, mention the former Minister of Finance, our former Prime Minister, our current Speaker, Dr. Sarako Ngalwa Madila, as a former Minister of Finance. But under her tenure, we also witnessed a budget surplus in this country. So that was beautifully executed. Thank you very much. Massive round of applause, please. And it's 2:15. Our timing is nothing short of absolutely perfect. Thank you very much. Without any further ado, we'd like to explore the role of policy and regulation in advancing women's financial inclusion. And for that purpose, to introduce her panel to us, I would like to call on Madam Mona Ikoza, Communication and Marketing Strategist at the Government Institutions Pension Fund. Shall we please give her a massive round of applause to join me here on stage to introduce her panel for the policy session. That doesn't constitute a massive round of applause. That is poor. Also, is it the Christmas heat in the room or is it getting a bit hot? Shall we deal with it? Okay, I was ascribing it to my advanced age, but we have a collective challenge. Okay. You can introduce and then you can sit, and then they just line up there. Yeah. The panelist online is also there.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, ladies. I'm glad that Denver had the Christmas giveaway so that it could wake you up for our panel discussion, because I know food after lunch, that mixture is not always a very good one. As he has rightfully said, I am Morna Ikosa at the GIPF, and I'm really honored to welcome my panelists, very distinguished women in the room. So with the first panelist online is Dr. Abiba Zakaria from Commissioner Insurance in Ghana. Let's give her a round of applause. And then I'd like to welcome on stage Ms. Hilka Alberto. If you can please give her a round of applause. Yes. Followed by Stacy Pinto. And then Ms. Berenice Hans. There we go. That side. Yeah. Okay.
We do understand that only 20% of the ladies in the room are following us on social media and tagging us in all their posts. That's deeply problematic. It could result in Christmas in May being revoked. We certainly do not want to entertain the possibility of such dire consequences. As a matter of extreme urgency, we need all of you to please follow us on social media. The consequences are too dire to bear. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mona.
Okay, great. Thank you, Denver. So just for my time, we've got an hour, right? Great. So without delay, I really feel that this session is very important, because if you don't have agile, very robust, transformative, and very inclusive regulatory framework, a lot of the things that we're discussing in this room today will not happen. And I think that's why today I'm really looking forward to hearing the insights that these beautiful ladies are going to share to really hopefully make this conference, the issues and things that we're discussing manageable and implementable, right? Because I know that our country is known for having great policies, but implementing is always a challenge. So let's hope that through this panel today, ladies, that some of the suggestions and comments that you'll be giving are things that we can actually implement. So to start off our questions, first question is to Stacy. Why does women financial inclusion matter for economic development and social? Why does a women's financial inclusion matter for economic development and social equity? Why does it matter?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. You all look absolutely fantastic. It's lovely to be here. Thank you so very much for having us. Maybe very quickly before I touch on the why, to quickly contextualize why policy is important. I want to share a quick story. If you follow me on social media, I'm constantly talking about my children. We have 2 children. We have he's 8 now. His name's John Matthew, and recently he's become very obsessed with signing stuff. So if he gets you to promise him to do anything, Mama, sign. And I realized that for him, it's insurance to make sure that I do what I said I would do. It doesn't help that his handwriting changes, his signature changes every day. That's not the point. The point is he wants me to commit to doing something. And I think that is the vital role that policy plays. Policy creates expectation. If something's not written down, where are we claiming performance? So policy has a very critical role in creating a foundation from which we can claim a right and say, but it's written here, why are we not implementing it? And I was talking to Grace earlier on, I said, are we at a stage where we should start thinking about creating a national policy speaking to women's access to finance? Because as it was said earlier, different people are doing bits and bobs everywhere, private sector, government, da-da-da-da-da. But what kind of expectation is it creating and who's managing that expectation? So I think this is in part the importance of this discussion is what kind of expectations has policy created? Is it sufficient? And I think very true to your point, are we doing enough to implement it?
And hopefully we'll unpack that, right?
I pray so.
Yes. So just to also, I'd like to then have Berenice, can you maybe tell us how would you describe the current state of women inclusion in Namibia, in the financial sector, yes?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. The energy in this room is absolutely contagious, and well done. Thank you. So we've made a lot of very commendable strides. If you look at financial inclusion in Namibia, we have 78% financial inclusion, and women have benefited significantly. So when you look at what's been achieved, it really underscores the fact that financial inclusion, as far as women are involved, is not a moral imperative. It is absolutely an economic necessity. But having said that, what we do pick up, and I'm picking up an echo, so I'll try my best not to have it, but what we have picked up is that there are still underserved segments, and those are typically women in your rural areas. And we know in our country, our rural areas still account for a big part of our population. So big strides, lots of progress, but still a lot of work to do, especially in underserved communities. The issue is really also to recognize, I'm not so sure how to get rid of the echo, maybe the sound team can help, but yeah, a lot has been done. Let's embrace what's been done. And when you reach a certain milestone, acknowledgement is key. But what got you there is not what will take you further. And I think that's the realization in terms of the status of where we are.
No, thank you, Berenice. You know, I think it was highlighted again. I think the Honorable Minister and the Accounting General spoke about this issue around the underserved and rural women, right? So I wanted to find out what are the key systematic barriers that policy and regulation must address to improve women access to financial services in Namibia, and bearing in mind what are you doing for those underserved women or those in the rural area, because I mean they're not even perhaps even represented here today.
Thank you, Morna. Good afternoon, ladies. It's very interesting that we have things in common. She just spoke about her son who made her sign a contract the other day, and I had a similar experience last year. My son promised me to give me certain school results, and he asked that I buy him a PlayStation, and I agreed. And he disappeared for a moment, and he came back with a written document, and he made me sign to commit to buying him this PlayStation when he passed. And what I realized later is that at the time that he made me sign this contract, he actually already knew that he had actually passed.
Yeah.
So coming back to the systemic barriers impacting financial inclusion in for women, there are various issues, but in the interest of time, I think I'll stick to about 3 of them. So I'm sure we all realize that despite various efforts being made in this country, and Berenice did mention that we have been making strides, we know that a lot of women, from a financial literacy perspective, they are still not comparable to where men are. There's still a literacy gap. And that is not because of women's doing. We all know that, especially in our rural areas, our girls still today are required to stay at home to look after siblings, are required to stay home to sell products with their mothers or fathers while the boys are gone to school. So that is a systemic area that needs to be worked on, that policy needs to address to ensure that the women get to where men are today. Another area is income inequality. We know, despite the efforts, that even, especially in private sector, even if a woman is performing the same role as a man, you find that women are earning less. And that is an area that needs to be addressed to ensure that women have the same financial power as men have today. And then the other issue is we know a lot of women are still left in the rural areas looking after the homes while the men are at work. And that impacts on the issue of women formally acquiring and owning land or properties. And we know, especially in the formal sector, when we talk about the banks and so forth, there is collateral required. And if you own properties formally, then you are likely to have collateral. And a lot of women don't have collateral, so they cannot access financial products, especially the products offered in the banking sector. So those are some of the systemic barriers that we are seeing that still needs to be addressed to give women an equal opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hilke. Dr. Abiba, can you perhaps give us examples of regulatory reforms that have positively impacted women and women's financial inclusion in your country?
Thank you very much. Let me just say hello to everybody there. Thank you very much, Namibia. I think this is a great thing you've been doing, and the fact that you've been able to consistently keep it going is a great work. And I'm positive that this will be one of the many ways that we can empower women. I know Patty personally does her bit in empowering the women around her. And so thank you. I'm not surprised that you're pushing this agenda, and I'm confident that it will yield the right results. So we've looked at women's situation in Ghana, and before I just answer what we're doing specifically, just let me add that one of the reasons why we in Ghana think that it is important for us to look at how we can empower women is because of climate change and the effect that the continent, and Ghana specifically, is suffering from the challenges of climate change. Recently, we had a flood, and a lot of the villages were destroyed, and most of the families are being taken care of by generally women. So when women do suffer through this hardship, it means that the whole family tends to suffer as well. And so for us, it is important that we take a second look at this and see what we can do to help women. We're doing this in two ways. We have the informal and then the formal section. For the formal section, we're encouraging women collaboration. So for most of the institutions, financial institutions, we have women organizations and associations within the institutions. So for example, in the insurance sector, we have almost every company that has a number of women has got women organizations in there. And also we have two national insurance women associations as well. Their job is to look at the issues that matter to women and to see how they can help women overcome them. And also how they can help women empower themselves so that they begin to have a voice on the board and a voice in management and strategic decisions in their companies. So for example, but we also back in this with policy. So one of the policies we have is to say that at least within the next 5 years, 1/3 of the board members of every company should be women. And not just board, also at executive and managerial position, 1/3 of them should be women. And we are making sure that at the commission, we are also carrying out the same directive to ensure that we're not just saying, but we are actually showing. And then at the non-formal sector, what we are also doing is to run education, awareness, and empowering women, and also using policy to support them. So we run what we call insurance clinics, where we educate women, traders, mainly most traders in the country are women, where we educate them on what insurance is, why they need insurance, and why they need its protection in the event of a challenge. And so these clinics are designed to be very practical, and we talk to them practically on why. And we realize that it's beginning to make waves, and a lot of women are understanding why they should take insurance seriously, so that when they do suffer an event, at least they have financial support to move on to start their business or their financial earning activity again. The other thing we're doing is that we are trying to help farmers, women farmers, and we're talking to some donors who are ready to help us to take women who are into farmers, to take them through the value chain, to support them throughout the value chain, from the suppliers to the buyers. These are the traders, and or the farmers will be the suppliers, the traders will be those who will be at the market, and to whatever level that there is on supporting them on insurance, and also to support them to improve on the performance of their businesses, to improve on their financial position and perspective, and also to help them on the need to articulate clearly the kind of insurance support that they need. We want to move away from where we just do one size fits all, or we sell them the insurance products that we have, to dealing with exactly what insurance product they need or that is relevant to them, either as small-scale business women, farmers, traders, whatever area that we find them. So, and we are backing this with policy and regulation as well. This informal sector is really at its beginning stage, but we've been doing the clinic one for a while now, and we can say that it's beginning to make a lot of impact. We are hoping that we can upscale this, especially with the donor support that is coming up, so that women will become more financially empowered. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You said a couple of things that have let my brain have a couple of nice sparks, and I'm going to ask Hilke, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot. So in my mind, Hilke, a regulator really has a lot of power in terms of enforcing and ensuring things are put in place, right? So I'm curious to find out, again, sort of an extension of my previous question on the barriers that you mentioned, the issues around the pay gap, the issues around women not having access to land and so on. So I'm curious to find out from the regulator, what really can you do to address these barriers, especially for the underserved rural women? I mean, if I'm hearing from Dr. Abiba, they're very intentional with the underserved ladies. They have these insurance clinics, they have initiatives for women farmers. So maybe just, perhaps you've already started, and maybe you can also share what the regulator has already done.
I think, building on what she had said, I think one important thing would be to proactively ensure that there are appropriate gender diversity in decision-making rooms, starting with rooms where policies are being formulated and where plans are being crafted in terms of how things should be implemented. Because if we don't have gender diversity in a room where the policy is being crafted, you run the risk of having gender barriers that are very specific to women being overlooked. I think that is one of the things. The other thing is, especially for regulators, we could really start collecting and using sex disaggregated data, because that is really what will tell us where are the issues for women, where are the needs for women, so that policies and initiatives are really tailored to the needs of the ladies. But the other thing also is that we need, the madam from Ghana, she really articulated well the support groups and organizations they have for ladies in Ghana. And that is really one of the things we could also do in Namibia, where we create groups that are there to support women, where we train women to be able to make decisions that speak to the needs of ladies, where we even have the leaders in the regulations, especially women, being trained to make decisions that speak to the issues of women, because I think despite the fact that you have a lot of women also in regulation, I think sometimes ourselves we also overlook that there are special needs for women. I think those are some of the things. But also she spoke about, I think it was Berenice when she spoke, she said, we have a lot of people underserved in the rural communities, and we still know that the majority of our population is women, and we still have a lot in the rural areas. Now, also when you, for instance, look at issues that could be barriers to enter financial sectors or to get financial products, you have issues around KYC, you have issues around identity documents and verification thereof. And while these are good rules to have, they can really have unintended consequences. And therefore, it becomes then important to, as a regulator, to ensure that we don't have an approach that is similar for everyone, because clients present very different risks, women present different risks, and you can have rules in terms of saying that because a lot of women are still in the rural areas, why can't you look at alternative documents that can be used for identification? Why can you not look at alternative means to verify their identification, for instance? Women in these communities are known in their churches, they are known in their community, so you can get people from the communities to vouch and verify who they are. So it's really having different ways, different types of documents and measures to use for the unique challenges and problems that women face. That's just some of them. I think there's still much more that can be done.
So you're doing that at the moment, or are you considering
These
that?
are some of the things that can be implemented to ensure that women needs are catered for better.
All right, thank you, Hilka. Stacey, are current consumer protection frameworks adequately addressing the unique risks that women face in the financial sector?
Thank you. Maybe on the matter of risk, it is important to describe who we're referring to as this woman. Very interesting fact that I came across with some of Oyone's work is that if you were to describe Namibia based on its majority population, Namibia is a 26-year-old black woman who lives in a rural area. That is what describes us as a nation. What that tells us is that that's where the majority of the population is. So when we're talking about risk, when we're talking about what kind of support, we need to be asking ourselves, what kind of challenges is this 26-year-old black woman in a rural area facing? So highly likely she has children. Maybe she's harvesting at a small subsistence level and trying to sell her product, or she has something that she's hoping she can get markets to. In my mind, number one, that woman needs connectivity. Connectivity is no longer a luxury, it's a lifeline. Minister was here earlier and she was talking about the famous AFCFTA, which means we now have bigger markets outside our own. So my question is, how do I get that 26-year-old woman to access another market? Connectivity. What kind of risk does she face? She faces the risk of not being able to store her products properly. So maybe we can look at putting a silo system somewhere in the north or in Okavango or wherever, where they can pool their products to make sure it can carry her through the season. So I wanted to create that context so that we're answering the right question for the right demographic. If our population is majority women, a 26-year-old living in the rural area, we should be asking ourselves, what kind of risk is she exposed to? And how does the people sitting here and everyone in this room become aware of that threat, and what kind of solution are they creating?
Thank you. So, just to echo, I always believe in substantiating our facts with data. And the statement that Stacey made now is actually proven. It's from the Desiree Obal research. Oh, yeah. So it's actual research. So it's not a sort of a figurative comment that she made. And I think that's why I'm very intentional with asking around the issue of underserved rural women. It's from that background. So Berenice, what regulatory incentives could encourage financial institutions or fintechs to design gender-responsive financial products, starting with perhaps even Bank Windhoek?
Yeah. No, thank you very much. I think as a starting point, I do not really believe regulation is the answer. In this context, I would rather lean towards market-based incentives. If you look at the Namibian context, I believe our regulations are enabling, and therefore we've made progress, which is evident if you look at national financial inclusion. But if we look at the underserved, I'm still struggling with a bit of an echo, but if I look at the underserved communities, I think financial literacy and training is always a strong foundation, but we have to question how we've been doing it. Because are we really designing this type of training for the type of person in the underserved communities that we need to target. I think there's work to be done there. Because I look at just financial language, financial terms, it can be overwhelming. So we need to find a way to deliver the training potentially more impactful as a starting point. In terms of some of the other market-based incentives, I think the next thing is once you've got the training, it's really the understanding. And if we're looking at a 26-year-old young Namibian woman in the village, what does she need to understand about business and how a business is run? And normally, when you're looking at access to finance, you need to demonstrate some form of progress that you've made yourself. And that's always very difficult. When people challenge financial institutions, they would typically say, but I want to start a business and the bank won't help me. The bank will help you, but you need to show that you've helped yourself to some extent. And there are always innovative solutions. Peer-to-peer lending. Why can we not look at fintechs that can facilitate peer-to-peer? Because that allows you access to startup capital. Because capital is about risk and return. And I think in other markets, this is what we are seeing. We're starting to see society, collective savings schemes, peer-to-peer lending, just as a springboard in terms of financial access. The next thing one would look at is what kind of credit guarantee schemes are available. And as we speak today, we have a scheme that runs with Nazaria and DBN, actually all banks, but you can visit Bank Windhoek's nearest branch and, and you can ask about it. It's really looking at this type of guarantee underwrite some of the risk. So it takes away some of the collateral requirements. And the last market-based incentive would probably be preferential procurement. Because once you have an offtake, so if I'm selling my cows or my goats or my chicken or my eggs to someone and I can demonstrate some transactional history, banks will look at that. Financial institutions do look at that. Okay. So I'm leaning towards market-based incentives. I'm leaning towards going to the root causes, such as really understanding the principles of business, the discipline of business, and then allowing the progression through the cycle to financial access as a starting point. So there is assistance. You can get guarantees. And once you prove you have a set of financials, even very basic, you must have some history of how you do business. That allows you more access. And I think that I would prefer that, and I've seen that work a lot better than regulation. Because regulation also comes with a challenge. If you look at access to a bank account, now, the question, the comment was made, and I fully agree with it. So why should you have an ID? Can't you use something else? But then you also deal with fraud, because if the moment you open up, fraudsters occupy that space. So one has to balance the freedoms you allow with the risk that that might introduce. And that becomes the challenge sometimes with over-regulation.
No, thank you, Veronice. Dr. Abiba, how can digital financial services and mobile money be better regulated to serve more unbanked or underbanked women? I'm assuming in Ghana, you are also quite big. I know it's big in East Africa. But yeah, maybe if you can share some light on that, please.
So, yes, we are doing well, relatively, on digital and mobile banking. But I guess we're still quite low, doing less than East Africa is doing. But it's also an area that we want to develop ourselves. We want to encourage people to go more into it. In Ghana, when we started the digital path, mobile banking part, we have had a lot of success, but then again, we started having challenges. So first of all, the numbers that you needed smartphones, etc., to be able to do that. You needed to trust the financial sector enough to do that. And as we've said again and again, most of our women are in the rural areas, and they did not have the capacity and the ability to do that. Those who had, then we started having mobile fraud, where people could lose their money in their mobile accounts, etc. And so they were reluctant and not willing to deal with digital or mobile banking or digital financing in any way. But at least they are beginning to with education and preparation, people are beginning to look into that and to retake it up. So what we are doing at the regulators is to begin to look at how we can build digital trust in the digital technology and also in insurance on existing cultural practices. So in other words, what we are asking ourselves is, what are the channels of distribution or financial movement that the average woman, the uninclusive woman, financial uninclusive woman, can trust? So when you go to say the women usually will have small associations or small get-togethers program, etc. So we want to study and understand those structures and why they trust in those structures and see how we can build our services and also distribution channels on those structures. We have just started with that, and I can say that it's beginning to make some kind of inroads, and we are hopeful that this will improve going forward. So, for example, in Ghana, among most groups, we have what we call the Susu, which means that a number of people come together with a similar ideology, just like insurance, really, come together, make a contribution to one person. It is kept in one support system, and when somebody goes through a challenge, that's the one who keeps the money is able to provide the protection or do a payout to support them. So we are thinking that building our distribution network, our payment structure network on these existing traditional structures will give us the trust that we need, and will make the push that we are looking at. Depending only on mobile banking or mobile transfer will take time for people to come to appreciate. The women in the averagely stronger towns or cities, it's easier, but those in the villages who form the majority of the people we are trying to reach, we still have a lot of work to do in that regard. But we are hoping that when we do put it on the structures that they appreciate and understand, then they would be able to trust them enough to try coming directly to insurers or to the financial sectors, and also to try directly using the mobile apps that we have. But for now, we are doing more. We are looking to do more of the traditional structures than the non-traditional structures when it comes to the rural banking. And from what we have heard, from what the women have said, we believe that that will make more inroad than us depending more on the mobile banking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abiba. I got a couple of sparks. Berenice, I'm going to quickly ask you something, and I'm curious, given what Dr. Abiba just asked now, and we'll use Bank Windhoek as a case study. So you've moved to self-serving banks, and I've seen that, and I wanted to find out, is that concept only in sort of Khomas or the city area? Have you explored that sort of setup in like sort of the semi-rural areas? And if you have, how has that been received? And also just how have digital platforms just within the regions, how have that also been received? And have you seen an increase or decrease in that uptake?
Thank you. So in terms of are you talking about the credit guarantee scheme?
No. I'm talking about just your actual bank. Yeah. So like I know Maromo has that self-serving where so just basically, I know you've moved a lot to digital platforms.
Yes.
How has that been uptake to the rest of the other regions apart from just the city areas?
Yes. So overall, we've had very good digital adoption. We have 54 branches across the country. We closed, I think, 1 or 2 agencies where we didn't see the uptake. but generally we're all over. We're in 54 places at least. In terms of self-service banking, we've just launched, I think, Otapi recently, so we're going all over. And that's really about the convenience factor. So when you look at digital services, one has to also look at the use of cash, right? So in Namibia, cash is still very widely used, and that won't end very soon. So what we're trying to do with cash is make sure we are accessible, and that you will see in our ATM footprint all over the country. And we continuously roll out ATMs, and we're also introducing more services to ATMs. This is really what the self-service area is about, is that you can use other devices, such as what we call an SSK, which can give you a bank statement, a bank confirmation. You don't need to go into a branch. In terms of cell phone adoption, there seems to exist two realities. The first is your mobile app. So a lot of people in Windhoek adopt the mobile app, and in most of the urban areas, huge adoption. But in the rural areas, we see what is preferred is what is called USSD banking, which is this dial star, dial one. That is used quite widely. And initially, when we started this journey, there was a lot of consideration given to, do we stop this dial 392 hash type banking, or do we just roll out the mobile app, or do we continue with that? But the adoption in rural areas for the USSD banking is so much more dominant. And so that's a platform we continuously evolve. So you don't need a smartphone to do banking today. But as we'll talk a bit later, banking is more than access. And banking is more than transacting. And I suppose when you talk about inclusion, that is the spectrum you want to explore.
Awesome, thank you. Stacey, how can policymakers work more effectively with civil society, financial institutions, and tech companies to advance women inclusion in Namibia, even with the Purpose Academy?
Yeah, I think my simple answer to that is talk, dialogue. I'll give you an example. The time that government had introduced the NEEF, there was a lot of divergent views about where the angle is, the interest, etc. And at the time, I was working for the UK government, and one of my roles was to make sure that private sector's voice was loud enough to government. And the messaging from private sector was, we are not against what you're trying to do, it's the how. And so our work was not complex. Our work was to put them in the room and say, okay, private sector, explain what your business cycle looks like. When are you actually making profit? Like the oils and the mining, they maybe make profit in year 5, 6, 7. And some of the officials were surprised because we think it's oil, it's gas, it's whatever, we're going to make money now. And so that dialogue was so catalytic to just making sure that we're reading from the same hymn book. And I think it comes to your question that we have to start building something that's fit for purpose. How do we do that? And I'm speaking under correction, but my sense is that a lot of the work that's being done is private sector driven. We don't have a steer coming from the government to say, in terms of women inclusion with finances, these are our numbers, when can we hit this target? So that private sector adopts it from the top coming down. Now it's strategy driven, as Bank XYZ, this is our target. But what is it informing? What is it changing? So I think a bit more dialogue, a bit more sensitivity and awareness about the industries that are trending and where women need access. I mean, now we're talking about the world of creatives. We're talking about creating content and it's making money. Is there money for things like that? Are we moving from traditional access to finance? Are we embracing what's trending in the world? And how is Namibia playing a role in that? So very simply, dialogue.
Dialogue. Thank you, Stacey. Hilke, what are the risks of not involving women in the policy making and regulatory process? And how can we correct that imbalance?
Yes, very similar to what I've said earlier. Excluding women, I had said earlier that you really run the risk of having barriers that are unique to them being overlooked. And that can easily have a ripple effect because if their needs are not catered for, you perpetuate the cycle of financial exclusion. And of course, that has very serious implications. We have heard that the majority of Namibians are women and the young 26-year-old in the rural areas. So as I said earlier, we need to be proactive in terms of coming up with initiatives that speaks specifically to the needs of women. But I also want to touch on the issue of policy and regulation, and Berenice said that she doesn't quite believe that regulation is the answer, which I believe is quite correct, because we have a lot of policies, we have a lot of regulations. We have the financial sector strategy, which is still advocating for financial inclusion, and financial inclusion is not a new concept for Namibia, for the world. It has been there have been efforts, but we are, like Stacey has said, we are not reaching the targets. We are not working as a collective, as a country, to reach the targets. And really, I think what needs to be done is to take a step back, assess what we have been doing, and try to understand why are we not reaching the targets that we are setting. Because we are obviously busy, we are talking, we are creating policy, we are creating regulation, but is it moving us? So what is it that we are maybe doing wrong? What is not going well? Why are we still not achieving what we intend to achieve? Because I think for as long as we continue doing and doing, but we don't step back to assess how much progress we have made and where we have not made progress, why are we not making it, I think we'll be stuck in this loop where we are talking, we are crafting policy and so forth.
So Hilka, I'm curious. I'm very sort of action-orientated, right? So ideally, who's the mother who's going to bring all these children together to have the dialogue that Stacey is talking about? Is it the regulators? Is it NAMFISA? Is it bond? Is it ban? I'm just thinking who then should do that action and actually say, okay, guys, for example, how many women do we have who are represented at an executive level who then we must get input? Who in the regions, in the rural areas, which representatives can we find from those women to come when we are crafting? So I'm just thinking who should be coordinating this?
Of course, it's going to be a collaborative effort. But I think as regulators, you also have a lot of powers.
Yes.
The laws are there, they provide for a lot of powers, and I think regulators can also play a lead role, but of course taking along government and private sector. I think it's important that all the various parties come together, but of course I think because of the powers provided for in the current laws, because of what is provided for in the financial sector strategy, which requires regulators to do certain things, I think they can play a leading role by engaging private sector, by engaging communities, by engaging community groups in our communities, especially in the rural areas, to speak for the women. We can engage churches in the communities and so forth. There's just so many stakeholders that can be involved, but it's important that they each come on board and their voices are heard and they play a role. Otherwise, it will be, like Stacey has said, the issue is not so much what, for instance, the regulator would want to happen, but often it's the how. So that collaboration and coming to converge in terms of how the initiatives can be implemented, how the results that we want can be achieved. I think that is something that can be led by the regulators, but they must work together with the other stakeholders.
I like how you say regulators with the S. So is how many is it not you? So I'm looking for the mother who will bring all the children together. So can we comfortably say NAMFISA would be the first or the mother role here? Or is it banned? The reason I'm asking is because ideally, as the minister, Honorable Emma said, this shouldn't just be a talking session. There should be sort of actions that should follow. So ideally, through Ms. Petty, that a resolution from this session is that either NAMFISA or you need to advise me, should then bring and have this dialogue with Ms. Stacey, who's from the civil society area, to then really start having these things, what we've discussed here. So is it NAMFISA? Is it ban? Is it bond? Who should be that mother, ideally? Only one mother.
I think the platform that brought us here today is also a good one to start with. Okay. And Namfisa has representation on this platform.
Okay.
And I think we can use the representation within Namfisa to ensure that it comes to this platform. And I like the fact that this platform is for women. So I think it will be more forceful in driving this agenda as opposed to just saying Namfisa. I think I want to make it more to be driven by women that are part of this platform and engage the other various stakeholders that are involved.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Hilke. Berenice, tell me, what is the role of central banks and financial regulators in pushing this agenda beyond compliance toward transformation?
I think, yes, thank you very much, Mona. I think Hilka said it quite well. And I also believe that, yes, the role is probably more catalytic. It's convening, it's bringing together people. But, you know, I'm torn in two in many ways because if you look at, and I think Denver said this is not a conference, so I like that, because if you look at Namibians, we have talks and dialogues all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, if our discussions could be converted to money, we'd probably be they would have the strongest GDP in the world. So whilst the regulators do play a catalytic role, and that should be encouraged, I fully support that. There's also a sense that businesses, and I obviously represent business as well, should do things for the right reasons. Yeah. So if you have a branch in Oshakati, you should procure services from the local market. And I think that should become more about doing the right thing than it is about publishing in some report that I've done this or I've done that. So I think there's a dual role. There's a role for regulators, there's a catalytic role, there's a dialogue, but not only a dialogue, because otherwise we'll just have a dialogue again. I think what we need to move towards is also this realization that to take our country forward, as business, we need to do things for the right reasons. It's not about publishing, but also how do we make sure that the service delivery in the rural areas is also becoming more competitive? Because if I'm procuring a service, I'm expecting a certain standard. So there's a bit of hand-holding as well, and investment in terms of how do we get service delivery to be better. But I think it's twofold, and I don't think it's only the regulator's role. It's bringing everyone together, but then what follows must come from the right place. It must come from a sense of acknowledgement that we all need to do this together and that we commit to it. What regulation sometimes does is it sets targets. But if there's no real support and buy-in, you'll end up talking about targets. The financial sector charter is a good thing. I mean, it's been in discussion and draft and some form or shape for many years, but it shouldn't be about the charter. It should be about the business imperative to do the right thing and to support local and rural communities, and awareness and shift in narrative regarding that is that we as a business community, exist not only for obviously we all exist for a profit motive, but that's not where it stops. We make money to reinvest into our communities, and that needs to be credible. And therefore, I believe it's joining forces, starting with dialogue, but not ending with dialogue.
I thank you with that. There was a question for you, Berenice, that you said that sparked again my mind earlier, and I'm curious to find out how. So in the sort of rural, or even back then, our parents, our grandparents, you had the stokvels,
Yeah.
you had the bartering system, and it's a form of banking that worked for them for many years. So I'm curious to find out, in terms of co-knowledge, how can we incorporate the knowledge from the locals and the underserved people and incorporate that into our banking system that makes sense for them?
Yeah. So there's still a lot of that. I mean, there's stokvels, group saving accounts. I think you'll find quite a lot of that still in rural areas where people have group save accounts, and this month I get my share, next month. So that exists. It's on the decline, and I think whenever something's on the decline, it requires a review. So something is not working, and that needs to be adjusted. But the product, I can almost speak for all banks. They do have that group save. I assume we have it. I know some others have it. So that does exist, but is it addressing the need anymore? And that's your point. I don't get the impression. if I look at the decline in the actual product. So there's a need to rethink that type of solution. But I think the challenge comes from the conversation is so focused on access. And I think we now need to move beyond access. And really explore, so once you have access, how do you actually start making meaningful use of financial products and services, be it banking or insurance?
Yeah, no, you are right, because see, the reason I'm asking the question is because, so for example, the issues around the women in the rural area, they're in communal land. That land is not commercial, so you can't use that, for example, for collateral. That's one. The second thing is that what was the other point I wanted to make? So there are certain things that the banking system, like you were talking about, which I only heard or learned today, is that when you barter amongst each other, you can use that as a proof of transaction. To say, look, I have been transacting with Hilka over a long time with my cows, so I might not have a formal financial statement, but I've got this. But how many people know that? So that's what I'm trying to understand. How, I hope you get what I mean.
I get what you mean.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tricky because I think the basis of any business is the history that you've built, right? So you must be able to show that over the last 6 months, I've successfully been selling cows to Hilka, and the bank can also see it. The bank can see there was a transaction, and whatever you say and what's on your bank statement would agree, and you can then come and say, well, I can prove to you that I make about, 10,000 in every 6 months from this type of activity, and over time I've built up this type of a business. So, but the challenge comes, and I think that's the financial literacy discussion, is really understanding, and there's so many financial literacy programs. I can tell you the ones I know about. We definitely run them extensively, but I'm just getting the impression it's not really landing where it should, and it's not really delivering the impact that we want. So that's the challenge, is rethinking that, because once that foundation is laid, it does allow the discussion which says, I can prove to you that this is how my business operates. I've kept a record, very simple record, and I can also prove that with my statement. Now, sometimes the discipline of business is also the ability to demonstrate that what you produce is not exclusively for consumption. Because sometimes when you actually produce enough money just for consumption, and you can't demonstrate that that would change, you actually can't afford debt. And you would actually put yourself into a bigger problem. So it's really the ability to demonstrate that what I produce is more than I could reinvest. I could keep reinvesting that in my business.
Awesome. Dr. Abiba, I hope you're still with us. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, I'm here.
Wonderful. So I wanted to find out, what kind of data should governments...
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you...
Yes, I can hear you. So I was just curious, what kind of data should governments and regulators collect and disaggregate to track progress on women's financial inclusion?
So we have, as a country, we've tried to collect data from different sources. We've tried to collect that from organized groups. We've tried to collect that at the government front from the farmers sector. We've tried to collect that from institutions that can provide data and all, traders association, farmers association, ministry level, etc. But the greatest challenge we have had, or we've done, is to collect data that we can trust. Because in most of the cases, the conversations that we've had as to how to help the underserved has been amongst the formal sector. It's been in talk shows such as what we are having today, and conversations, boardrooms, meeting rooms, etc. Unfortunately, that is where the very people we are trying to help are not found. So we don't have the women in the traditional rural area here. to speak to us as to what it is they're looking for, what to them would translate into financial inclusion or financial support for that matter. And so just we may have data as to how many women are not being served by the products that we offer. But is that a true representative of their financial situation? Like, so if the person, the rural person does not have, say, an insurance product or a banking account, is that a true representation of their financial position? Or even if they had a bank account, to them, will that be considered adequate financial empowerment? So we do have data, but the data is from our perspective what is important. I believe that as a nation, we have not collected enough data from the perspective of the people that we are trying to serve, to understand what really their financial concerns or their financial success should look like. And in other words, how to really speak to that. I am bringing this up because twice I've had the opportunity where we were working with some farmers group, and one of them made a profound statement. He says, we are usually branded as being poor, but at least we have land to farm on. How many Ghanaians have land to farm on? Secondly, he says, you sit in your offices and decide for us what you think is right for us. How many of you have bothered to speak to us to know what is right for us? So we will sit back here and we will keep having this conversation again and again because we are not included in the conversation enough. And recently, we, as part of our inclusive conversation, we brought together people, general people to speak to. Thankfully, we had one woman in it. And again, the committee that we were suggesting should be formed to look at how we can support women farmers in the rural areas to be empowered. I am ashamed to say that there was no woman from the farming sector or the underserved sector. There was none included. All of them were coming from the insurers, the bankers, the ministry, etc. So that's unfortunately has been the story. From our perspective, from the Ghanaian perspective, I do not know the story in Namibia. So the data is there. The question is the data speaking to the real concerns of the people that we're looking to improve their lives?
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abiba. Again, so I'm, just thinking, in this room, we have ladies from different backgrounds. We've got ladies who are in the communication, stakeholder, marketing space. We have women who are in the research. And so I'm just thinking with this organization, NWFIS, and the council, with all the skill sets that we have, I'm sure, just with Namibia, I mean, we're just 3 million, to commission research, to commission and have the resources from our different financial sectors actually go do those engagements with those areas. I don't think it's very difficult for a nation as small as ours. So I'm just thinking as a takeaway again from this session. So we're reaching the final part of our conversation. And so I'm just going to each ask you a question as your parting remarks and wishes. And so I'm going to start with you, Berenice. What is one bold regulatory or policy reform you believe would significantly shift the dial for women inclusion, financial inclusion in the next 5 years? One bold one.
Yes. As you know, my stance on policy and regulation is not as much to go that route, but I think there's a couple of things, and just drawing on what Dr. Zakaria said, is there's this, especially the underserved. So I think we all agree that inclusion per se is not the problem, it's in the underserved communities. Now, if that is our departure point, then we need to look at the underserved communities. And I do agree that data and research in those communities is the issue, because if I can give you an example of a client, that a lady selling kapana in the north, we see the volumes, and when you have volumes going through your bank will ask you, where's this money and what's going on. This lady bought a car, a bakkie cash. She sends her kids to university, but you don't think there's no evidence that she can do this, yet she's doing this. So really understanding this community and making sure that the data we gather can assist us in solving for their financial needs. And that really talks to the shift that I believe should happen, which is a shift from access to meaningful use of financial services and products. I think the narrative now needs to evolve, because access is not enough. It's how do you use financial services and products more meaningfully? In terms of policy, the one legislative or piece of legislation that I would encourage, especially in this regard, is really the earlier discussion around the marriage and, I can't remember the act, I'm not a lawyer, but really, because what that does is, you imagine a woman who's under customary law marriage, who acquires property during that time and has no rights. That in itself is excluding you to be economically active. So the only legislation that I could think about right now is really solving for that marriage, that dealing with property under customary law marriages, because that is completely disempowering, that all your hard work is not recognized and you have no rights. But generally, I think the focus should be, as I said earlier, the shift and the evolution of this discussion to meaningful use. And when it comes to underserved communities, it is really about understanding them better. A guy sells newspapers, and his account there's R1 million. When we look at it with maybe lenses from a Windhoek perspective, you think, but how do you live from 2,000 Rand a month, because your grocery bill can't be 2,000? But in the rural areas, people compensate differently. They live off the land, they eat mahangu, their living needs are perhaps more simple, and that isn't well understood, and therefore, by default, they may be excluded because they are not well understood. And I definitely agree with your earlier comment around research, to really understand what this demographic of people represent and what opportunities. And also, as Dr. Zakaria said, is bringing them into the room to maybe better understand what would work for them.
Awesome. So ladies, we have 1 minute each left before Denver comes and takes the stage. So I just want to ask Stacey, in 1 minute, how do we ensure that financial inclusion leads to real empowerment and not just access without control or decision-making power?
Okay, I will try and make this 1.8 kilometers. 2 points. I'll give one answer as a trade professional and the other as a purpose coach. From a trade perspective, access to finance is not a standalone. It is a means to an end. We need to figure out what the end is, what sector it sits in, and what other kind of support we need to expose that access to finance to make it meaningful. It's not just about getting the money. Where is it going? What else? What other kind of support can you get? Is it digital? Is it training? Is it mentoring? Whatever needs to happen, but it needs to sit in a certain sector or factor of the economy. And that sector must have all of the right support. I think from a personal perspective, this is something that I've seen absolutely change lives. We have got to be able to tell our stories and tell them well. There's a business element, but at the end of the day, we have to remember that we're selling something. And we have to be intentional about building a whole woman who's not only good on the numbers, but when they have to sell that business, do they have the ability to communicate that what they're selling well? Are they convincing a crowd? Are they putting together the right thing, which is the work that I do? But I think we sometimes are a bit careless about looking at that factor. It does make a huge difference.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well put. Dr. Abiba, what advice would you offer to a policymaker designing their country's first agenda-sensitive financial inclusion strategy? Maybe just one advice in the sake of time, within 1 minute. what one or two advice can you give to our policymakers in the room?
I guess I would just give two. One, let's find out where the risk factor is. That makes it difficult for our women to be included in financial conversations or to be empowered. Let's find those risk factors and let's minimize those risk factors, whether it's coming from their cultural environment, from their husbands, whatever, technology, whatever, let's find them and minimize those risks. Two, I will repeat again, let's bring them to the conversation as well. We would know better from them what they need than we can provide. Thank you.
Very true. Thank you. And our last and final, Ms. Hilka, what should be the top regulatory priority for women inclusion in 2025 and beyond?
Morna, had you not pressed me earlier with who should be actioning, I would have given you a very different answer. But now with that pressing earlier on, I would say that as a regulator from NAMFISA, I think our priority is going to ensure that we build a very strong relationship with the NWFIS. Madam Grace, the chairperson, is here. We are going to make sure that a subcommittee is created to ensure that a study is commissioned in trying to understand what are the real concerns for women that will really address their problems. And you have spoken to the fact that there are many women here from different institutions that can provide resources. We are going to make sure we reach them. I'm sure Namibia has the data of the ladies that are here. So that is going to be the key priority.
Now, Hilka, you made my day.
You wanted action.
I wanted action. I wanted action. I would like to thank my panel. I threw questions at them that they didn't prepare for. Some of them, most of them they prepared for, but I want to thank you for indulging me with my questions because these brain sparks just came as we were discussing, and I want to thank you for your time. And Hilka, thank you for making that actionable implementation. And Ms. Petty, I hope that it can be taken forward so that next year when we meet, we can have feedback on what this committee has reached. Thank you very much, Denver.
Firstly, ladies, thank you so much. You're not allowed to go anywhere for a brief moment. We need to document it. As Doctor left, I hope Doctor has not left yet. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. In the meantime, I'd also like to invite Madam Mignon du Preez to join us.
Here. Sorry.
Yes, we'd like to see you, Doc, for a brief moment because we want to document the occasion.
Okay. Okay.
All right. The photographer is ready. As soon as you are. I think if we stand, we unfortunately won't see the good doctor. Yeah. Madam Hans is not smiling. No, I was going to say it's now time for the official photograph. Stand by in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smile. Thank you very much. Before you disembark, Mignon du Preez will quickly hand over your gifts just to say thank you. Aww. They deserve a massive round of applause. They brought the fire. Yes, access is important, but we need to go beyond access if we are truly serious about this mission of inclusion. Ghana's gift will be on its way. We're going to ask on our WhatsApp statuses, anyone traveling to Ghana soon, kindly let us know. We have a tiny parcel, please. Don't worry, it's not illegal. All right. Peter, are you happy with the positioning? They really brought the fire. We need to think beyond just access. Give them a massive round of applause. Thank you so much, Mona. You did such a sterling job. All right. You remember at the start of today, a long time ago, we spoke about overcoming barriers regarding the challenges that women face as far as access to financing is concerned. It is a very long time ago, earlier today. That panel that I moderated unfortunately did not get any gifts. It was an oversight. Allow me to please invite back to the stage for a brief moment the Executive Director in the Office of the Prime Minister, Madam Gladys Pickering, Madam Patty Karai Martin, our President of the Africa Insurance Organization, and the Managing Director of Namibia, Madam Herta Gontes, Chief Executive Officer of CSEDI Investment Group, and Madam Mignon Duprier, Executive Responsible for Marketing, Public Affairs and Sustainability at Old Mutual, and Madam Grace Mohammed, our Chair Lady, will hand over their gifts. Kindly join me on stage, ladies. Stand by, ladies, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Madam Contes, are you smiling? Let's please give my panel a big round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies. We withstood trauma. We had to rush our affairs, but they did such a stunning job. And here we are. Mignon, your gift is here. It's safe and sound. Yeah, let's give them another round of applause. You know when you have a big picture and then you have the small insert? That's a situation of that nature right here. Peter has not documented the occasion yet, Mignon and Madam Grace. It's tough. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Now, the most beautiful teenager on the planet is also in the room. Let's please give a massive round of applause for Elaine Engelbrecht. And I'd like to invite her to join us on stage for a brief Christmas moment, but also for her to receive her gift from Madam Patty Karai Martin. Let's please give the most beautiful teenager on the planet a massive round of applause. All right. By a show of hands, and you are honest women, captains of industry, how many of you have followed us on social media? The page of the Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance on Instagram particularly. You are honest women. Is half a hand a hand? Say it from your chest. Who is yet to follow us? You are honest women. What is the challenge? What is the problem? Are there any impediments? How do we deal with those hindrances? Please come talk to us. Okay, just a very brief Christmas moment before we get into the final panel of the day that will be introduced by Madam Gladys Pickering. Before we get to the panel that she will introduce to us, right? Very well. We would like to hear from you. So at the start of the day, we were in the company of a phenomenal Namibian vocalist. Earlier today, a very long time ago, do we remember the synchronicity that happened between her item and Grace's item? Do we remember this? Do we know, and you're not allowed to be related to her, and that would include being an in-law. What is her maiden name? There is a hand there at the back. That hand was up first. That lady's hand was up first. Is anyone contesting that fact, that her hand was up first? Okay, very well. Madam, kindly tell us who you are. We won't be asking you about your weekend plans, but please share with us Jone's maiden name.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayorokisa. Janae's maiden name, and I hope I'm getting it right, is Titus.
Please join us here for your Christmas prize, Madam. Give her a massive round of applause. Well done, Wayo. Are we tired? Do we need coffee? Why was that applause so poor? Give Wayo a proper round of applause. She's an important somebody in this Namibian context, and she will be receiving her Christmas gift from Elaine. Is the Christmas gift ready? Okay, please Elizabeth will give the Christmas gift to Elaine. Elaine will give the Christmas gift to Wayo, and Peter will document the occasion. Thank you. Just one very last one. So unfortunately, Madam Berenice Hans's tenure is drawing to a close. A successor has been identified. You're not allowed to work for the entity. You're not allowed to be a relative of Madam Hans or the successor. You're certainly not allowed to be married to that successor. Shall we hear from, and that's the only hand in the room that's up. Shall we hear from her what her relationship is with the bank? And thereafter, she'll tell us who the successor of Madam Hans is, and Madam Hans will vet all of the above.
Hi, I'm Romay. No relationship with the bank whatsoever. We're from FNB, so sorry.
A relationship with any of the individuals?
No.
You work for the successor's sibling?
No.
Ooh, very well.
Not directly.
In other words, you know what the correct answer is. Help us hear that answer.
It's James Chapman.
Beautiful. Please join Elaine and myself for your Christmas gift. Give her a round of applause, please. Give her a round of applause, please. Christmas in May, we've got this. We've got you covered. These are spa vouchers doing the rounds at the moment, by the way. Round of applause for the very last Christmas item at this juncture before it's time for the panel. Garth Peterson was part of the panel speaking about the boy child. He is someone's successor at Liberty. He has a predecessor. Is my observation correct that we have moved chairs because we're ensuring that Christmas is coming to us? Kindly tell us who you are. Please tell us what your relationship is with Garth Peterson's predecessor.
No relation. My name is Gwatenge.
Very well. Who is Mr. Peterson's predecessor at Liberty?
Monique Klute.
Are you related to her family?
Nope.
Not to her or to her family?
Nope.
Very well. Please join us for your Christmas gift. Big round of applause. Big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you so much. Shall we give the most beautiful teenager on the planet a big round of applause? We've got two items left on the formal program, and then it's time for us to get dressed in our cocktail attire and party. We have sought authorization from the hotel management as well as the City of Windhoek and the City Police Service to party until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I hope your cocktail attire is in your vehicle in the parking lot. You know that the signal has been quite tricky at this establishment. So whoever you share a domestic setup with, please send them an SMS, not a WhatsApp message, an SMS telling them the signal is bad here in the city center, and then you switch off your mobile device. We'll deal with the trouble later. Is that a deal? All right. So without any further ado, the fact of the matter remains that there's a business case regarding equality and equity. It actually makes business and financial sense, especially during this digital era, to enhance access, to open up the space, to expedite our efforts. To help us understand what exactly that business case comprises, and by the way, Madam Pickering will hand over the gifts to the panel once they are done. We need not exert any additional stress on her at this very juncture. The office of the Prime Minister keeps her busy enough so she can sigh a sense of relief. Is that okay? In any event. Very well. Very well. Shall we please put our hands together for Cecilia Nkoshi, Senior Underwriter, Non-Life Reinsurance at Namibia, to introduce her panel to us.
Thank you, Denver, and thank you for that song. I actually feel like I'm running the world. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us for the last panel. We understand that we are the gatekeeper to the cocktail, so we're going to be firm and brief. We're not going to have so many stories. Get to the point, yeah, and then get the evening started. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the panel just so we can get into it. I'll start with Ms. Wendy Gondi. Wendy is from Nairobi, Kenya. She's the chair lady for Ken Bright Reinsurance Brokers. And then Ms. Daphne Sitole, she is joining us from Johannesburg, South Africa. She is manager for underwriting and marketing at Africa Re. I must just say that Africa Re has had $1 billion in premium, and they are African reinsurance company. Joining us is Ms. Richardine Kutia from Standard Bank. She's a business manager for corporate investment at Standard Bank, Namibia. And we have Ms. Linkilo. I'm not sure I should say it because I'm neutral. I'm in reinsurer, the #1 insurance company in Namibia, from Holland, Namibia. But #1, #2, #3, we all love them, so we're okay. We love them just the same. We are mothers. And then joining us online is Ms. Rose Wanda. She's a CEO and SG for OSI. I'm going to say what OSI means. It's Organization for Eastern and South African Insurers. And she is based in Nairobi, Kenya, right? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to be standing because we don't have enough space. Thank you so much. To get into the questions, I'm going to start with Ms. Wendy because she's the chairlady of a board, and governance is very important. So we started governance. So the question for you, Ms. Wendy, would be, how can digital technologies be leveraged at governance level to promote greater gender diversity, especially in insurance and finance?
Thank you so much for the question. And just to echo what Cecilia said, it's very nice that we're in Namibia, which is a great industry. You have a very robust diamond industry. And in the diamond industry, there's something they refer to as the golden triangle. So the golden triangle has the rule of three, which is every diamond needs to have the right cut, the right color, and clarity. That's when it goes out. So since we are the last panel, I'll try and ensure that I follow the rule of three so I don't lose you guys. Is that fair? So in reference to your question, I think the first thing that I can talk about is elevating gender data in the boardroom. So before I got this role, I used to sit in operations mainly, which was great because I could be able to see what is happening in the company. But when I went to the board, I realized there's a lot of data that's missing, and a lot of women have even talked about it in the panel that yes, there's the want of us being included, but when you sit in the boardroom, it's not there, yeah? So if we have that particular data, if we have these dashboards, Power BI showing where the women are in terms of leadership, then we'll be able to take our wants and needs to the next level. My second point, which will be the color, is we should look at funding, or rather digitally upskilling women, yeah? There's someone who mentioned, like for example, if Namibia's favorite insurer was to collaborate with the Coursera's of this world, you know, that kind of thing, and offer programs to ladies at every level, and you'll find those who are interested will come and take up those roles, those courses. And when you're doing recruitment, you won't even be struggling to find women who are equipped, because somewhere down the line, you'll have upskilled them. Thirdly, what was my third point? Yeah, I'm also tired. The boardroom needs to reflect modern leadership. And inclusion is not based on the decisions we make, but also how we meet. There are reports out there that show that women who are in leadership roles, who are in the boards, we also have other roles we are doing. You know, we want to go see our kids who are practicing or playing golf, soccer, you know, but we don't want to be left out. So I like the fact that even Rose and Dr. Abiba have joined us here because of digital platforms, have enabled their voices to be heard all the way here in Namibia. I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, thank you so much. We thank you. I think just to marry governance to operations, Linky, I'm going to come to you. So you can just tell us what strategies can be implemented to ensure women are actively participating and benefiting from digital transformation projects. This is what Linky does for a living.
Thanks, Cecilia. When I was preparing for the panel, my mentor told me, sure, you'll need to bring your personality because they gave you the graveyard shift. So I might have crossed Cecilia or Patty somewhere. But I brought my red lips today. And those that know me, I don't do the red lips.
Well done.
But it's just such a privilege to be here. And every lady in the room really looks amazing. Thanks for this privilege. Regarding my question, I was thinking about it a lot. And for me, getting a seat at the table was critical. But then I went onto ChatGPT and I asked my friend Chat, let's talk about some strategies to include women in digital products. And Chat gave me a list, but Chat said that remember that getting a seat at the table isn't a strategy. And I was like, okay, this is not helping me. But it really humbled me because I went back and I thought about it, that we need to be more deliberate on putting strategies in place. We shouldn't just expect women to get a seat at the table. We shouldn't expect it to just come from south. And I think panel one talked a lot about barriers. For me, mentorship programs meant the world. I think Madam Patty talked about having counterparts to talk to, and my mentors were always men, but luckily they were very inclusive and believing of having women or the people beneath them being better leaders than they are. And therefore we need to invest in mentorship. We need to give women a place where they can go and sit and talk and ask advice and spitball ideas. I think also we talk about literacy, financial literacy education, but what about digital education? There's so many women that have a fear for digital or isn't the first guys on the curve. Just enable them by seeing what is out there, what is digital. So yeah, I just want to end my question saying that we need to give someone a seat at the table. Madam Gray said we need to open a door for them, and then finally we need to support them through that door. We need to enable them, help them, and support them. So yeah, thanks, Cecilia.
No, thank you. I think maybe just to echo on the earlier panel, where I think it's Madam from CICEDI who mentioned about digital infrastructure, and that you just mentioned too, that people don't really have access to digital infrastructure. And with that, I'm going to move to Madam Daphne from $1 billion company. I mean, everybody wants to work for Africa Re. I think with that question now, or that concept in mind, what digital skills are most critical for women in underwriting roles today? And how can they be supported in developing these skills, given that we need literacy, we need digital infrastructure? So what key roles, what key skills do women need in underwriting?
Thank you, Cecilia.
Yep.
I hope you can hear me. Oh, there we go. Hi, everybody. You're all looking so beautiful. Firstly, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be joining this amazing movement. The last time I was in Namibia was in the early 90s, where I visited Rehoboth. So yeah, I spent some time in Rehoboth, so I'm happy to be back. Thank you so much. And congratulations to you, Madam President. It's also amazing to have a female president. Congratulations. You did something that the USA couldn't do, so thank you so much. I've been in the industry this is my 25th year in the industry. I know some people say it can't be, you look younger than that, and I say, yeah, I do sleep in the fridge, so yeah, just to keep everything intact. So for me, I think I worked for another reinsurer for more than 2 decades as well. And so we had the opportunity to be in Singapore, where there was over 400 underwriters and from 11 countries, and we were looking at AI and digital space. Will it ever find a place where it replaces underwriting or underwriters? So for me, the most critical skill in digital space is you and me as human beings. It's us, because we need to want to be in that space. We need to exercise intelligent underwriting. I've done underwriting for so many years, so it's in my DNA. So it's not so much about the digital skills are there to assist us to enhance our underwriting, and but it's not. They shouldn't replace us, and they cannot replace us, because our main concern is we always talk about client centricity. And if you take away the client, who is the client? The client is a human being. So we were saying it's actually human centricity that we're actually talking about. So in as much as on the reinsurance side, our client is the reinsured, which is a ceding company, not so much the man on the street. And sometimes you lose that connection to that, and that's why I resonate with what Dr. Zakaria said, that it is just looking at it from that client perspective, that human centricity, that human that is going through that. So the critical skills in all of that, in understanding the human, in putting yourself in the shoes of that human, is we can use AI to enhance that, because to go house to house and manually get that information, it's almost impossible. So this is where AI can enhance that connection. You know, we also collaboration with, and that also creates jobs for other companies, for other people who are in those communities to say, can you collect the data, and us as insurance companies or reinsurance companies, we can collaborate with you where you are feeding into our system. So we have partnerships with people who are insurtech, people who are collecting data so that we can practice this intelligent underwriting. So most of my, just to close off, one of my main was on property underwriting mainly. So the use of Google Earth, where you are actually, you're not just underwriting from the head or from the survey report that you're getting, because underwriting, we know that it's very much data intensive. And most of the insurance companies, you don't know what is in the wording until there's a claim. And it's like, oh wow, where's the wording? You know, what have we covered? Is this thing covered or not? So I believe that the digital space can help us to just be able to summarize all that, you know, mount to help. So companies can enable that, you know, by providing those software. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe just an off-record question. Can I put ChatGPT as a skill on my CV? Ability to summarize with ChatGPT when I'm applying for an underwriting job at Africa Re. I'm actually serious. Yeah. For the ladies, right? I'm serious.
Betsy, what are you saying? Please help.
Okay. No, thank you so much for that insight. You also mentioned something about human centricity, and I think without a doubt we can agree that digital era has brought so many opportunities, but there are also challenges, and that includes cyber threats. Exactly. I mean, we all know somebody who has been scammed one way or the other, either an email that came through or a phone call, and then you lost your savings. So shifting to the banking, to Richard Dean, the question would be, how can organizations such as your bank, I mean, all companies can actually listen from this or hear from this, ensure that cybersecurity and online safety for women, especially as they navigate digital platforms and remote work environments, how can they ensure safety for women?
So let me just, before I answer that, share the sentiment of my fellow panelists that it's such a distinguished honor to be here today, and truly everybody does look amazing. And I don't know if it was intentional on the part of NWFIS for the answer to my question to be spoken by so many of the speakers that have presented today. And I recently finished studying law and did JTC, and because it's so much that you have to learn, I studied by acronyms. So to remind myself of the words that were said today, I made up an acronym, AYEP: Access, Education, and Policy. That brings me to my question. It's such a multifaceted approach that organizations need to take in order to equip women within their spaces against cybersecurity, or equip them for these threats that cybersecurity pose. And amongst those are the implementation of robust cybersecurity measures, leveraging technological solutions, fostering a culture of security, collaborations between the financial institutions, and adherence to legal and regulatory frameworks. So some of these are pretty self-explanatory in that we need to have policies in place within the organization that teach us about phishing, vishing, or there's a new word for something that is being done in the digital space that could potentially lead to financial and or other harm. So the training, leveraging off of technological solutions being multi-factor authentication, encryption, VPNs, which I'm sure most of our organizations, especially in the financial services sector, are already making use of. And then under fostering a culture for security, something I came across while preparing for this panel was that a couple of years ago, Deloitte did a study, and they found that Namibia is one of the top most vulnerable countries in the world to cybercrime. And this is due to the lack of security to protect the country against such perpetrators. And I found that quite interesting because, like Bernice previously mentioned, that we talk about all this policy, but we also need to policy and access, but we also need to start implementing. We need to start actually making the change that will protect people, because it's no secret that of late, all the banks have been susceptible to fraud. And if you read some of the most highest quantum cases, these were women that were targeted. So we need to do something to protect our women in this space. And in terms of the financial collaboration between financial institutions, the Bank of Namibia launched their Financial Industry Cybersecurity Council with their aim of uniting financial institutions in this fight against cybercrime and assisting with the prevention, detection, and response to cyber attacks. I'm proud to say that from a Standard Bank perspective, as part of our CSI, we, in partnership with the Ministry of Education, through the FAWENA, Blue Child Champion Program, FAWENA, an acronym for Forum of African Women Educationalists in Namibia, educate young women. And part of this education is about online security. Further, adherence to regulatory and legal frameworks. Namibia is in the process of enacting their cybercrime bill, which aims to address various aspects of cybercrime, including the procedural law and the intended alignment with the international conventions such as the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. And I think once we get or make headway with implementing these bills and fully enacting the Cybercrime Council's motives and mandate, will go a long way into making sure that women are protected in the cybercrime space. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for that. Maybe just as my previous, the previous moderator said, we are here to take tangible actions and make commitments and commission initiatives. Is there a way that the Namibian Women Insurance Summit can come up with a way that that council exists? How do we get a part? Because we are here to break barriers, right? We are here to have inclusive and just not have access, but we are here to make progress. Is there a way that we can possibly commission the Namibian Women Insurance Summit to that council? Because the education part that you mentioned is very, very critical. And how do we drive that? Because it won't make sense that a company or we're working in silos to address an issue at macro level. How do we collaborate? Yes, please.
I think the previous panel proposed and put Grace on the spot that the NWFSI develop a subcommittee, because all the banks already are part of this NWFSI. There is a director present from at least all the banks, the insurance companies as well. So if we do have this subcommittee in place, I think that would be the platform, because NAMFISA on its own, Standard Bank on its own, the rest of the banks on their own, I mean, we're taking care of our interest and our clients' interest, but there is a common interest across Namibia. So if we have a platform on which all these leading financial institutions or companies in the financial services sector sit, then we need to make use of that. And if it means establishing the subcommittee that the previous committee proposed, which also spoke about regulatory and legal compliance, then that should be the platform that we make use of. I know this was off the record from Grace, but she said, where's the money coming from? But, if we need to pay membership fees in that regard, then that's something that we have to look into.
Okay. So thank you. I think we have one actionable item. We can tick to add to NAMFISA now. And I'm going to propose Linky, because we want Linky to wear more red lipstick. So we're going to propose you to be on the subcommittee. No, thank you. I'm going to now move forward to Rose online. Rose, being a CEO or SG of an association, I think for you are more exposed to diverse, how do I say this, maybe characters and markets and environments. So the question for you is, how can industry association, and for you, you have regional, it's not even just about a country, you have a region. How can industry associations advocate for greater digital inclusivity and support women's professional growth in finance and insurance sectors?
Thank you, Cecilia. I'm happy to join you from Nairobi. And just seeing Wendy there, I already feel like I'm there with you. I also want to confirm to the Director of Ceremonies that I'm also following Namibia on social media. So if he's sending in some goods, he also needs to send mine. So to answer your question, what I can say, number one, is that you find that associations have a lot of data, and generally data is gold. So when you're talking about the issue of inclusivity, and particularly about women, and you'll find that most of the time these women are from low income areas. Probably they also lack awareness about insurance. And therefore, when it comes to associations, since we have access to data, and where we do not have access to this data, we can actually commission a campaign to collect data on what are the need members, or insurance companies or banks can curate products that speaks into the needs of these women. Now, when it comes to the issue of supporting women's professional growth, especially in the area of finance and insurance, I think a number of women before us have already said that one of the ways is training. And so associations have access to immense knowledge from not just their members, but even from partners such as donor companies. So we are able to conduct digital literacy programs for our members, and not just even the members, but even the women in the market, so that they're able to be even just aware that there are some products that they can access just from their phones. And when it comes to women professional growth, associations then can highlight the success of the women who have probably championed such programs. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rose. And we appreciate the work that you're doing, especially in the region. I think OSI, for what it has done, has created that global network for all the insurance to share information across the region. And thank you for that. I don't know who to pick because everybody seems tired, but I'm going to wake you guys up now. Blinky, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to pick on you. You're closest to me. So how do digital innovations in operations impact work-life balance and flexible work arrangements for women, seeing as that is one of the opportunities that the digital era has brought for us?
Sure, Cecilia, it's not picking on me because I'm just so passionate about work-life balance. I can talk about it about hours, but I won't. I always tell my team that your work is in your life and your life is in your work. All of us is either a wife, a partner, a daughter, a mother, a sister, and we all have caretaker roles and sponsorship roles and mentorship roles and various roles that we need to fulfill also, except for our day jobs. And I know Denver said this morning that time is a precious, I see his name, time is a precious commodity, but it really is. So it's important for us as women to really focus on work-life balance. It's important for us to keep our tanks full and not burn out, because we can't mean anything for someone else if we get burned out. So the first caution I have before I go to the positive side on digital tools is that they allow you to be always on. The previous panel, I loved it because the women brought in their kids, and for me, it was when I got my first kid, she's now 3, I switched off my notifications on my cell phone to my watch because I was just always on. So first caution, just remember that digital has a different side as well. On the positive, more exciting side, Daphne talked about AI and the role it has, and I need to do a little joke, but in our company we had someone from Gibbs coming to do a case study, and she was doing questions with various people in our teams, and she was talking to this one guy, and one of the older guys, and she asked him, like, what is AI's role now going to be in your business? And he sat back and he was like, he didn't know we appointed a lady AI. But I want to encourage everyone that AI, back to my education on digital, don't let AI, the term, freak you out. It might seem big, but it isn't big. Digital tools and AI can become an extension of you, your digital counterpart, your assistant, your supporter. Again, back to my friend chat, because it's the one that's the easiest, but it's enabling anyone to code who can't code. You can do anything. There's nothing that you can't do more efficiently. The next time you have something that you're struggling with, or that you're thinking, it's such a mundane task, or I need to do it again, or I'm already late, or I wish I could have done this in less time, go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how can I decrease the time on this? I promise you, invest in yourself. It's going to increase your work-life balance. It's going to give you more time, because you're going to be able to do stuff in shorter time, and you have more time to be a mentor for someone, to focus on all of these important topics, and to actually also be a mom or a sister or whatever you need to do after work. So yeah, use AI tools. They can play a massive role in work-life balance.
Thank you for that. Sharing is caring. I think, like my previous question to Daphne, ChatGPT is a skill that you can put on your CV, guys. The next question that I have, or maybe the insight that I would want, or we would want to hear, is from the chair lady. I think having access to a boardroom for us is exciting, to just be able to have representation at the table, to just be heard. And the question I would ask really is just, what strategies, what policies do the board needs to focus on to just enable an equitable access to digital finance or inclusion for all, not just for female, but for all, because that's the way it starts.
So just allow me to clarify. When you're chair of the board, we don't speak much. We listen a lot. So it's about learning how to filter what is beneficial and what actually works. And I like the fact that you said it's for all. And again, back to my golden triangle, and I'm glad, Richardine, you've also said it. This movement, or if there's anything you should leave with today, is the summary was exactly what she said. AEP, access, education, and policy, okay? So when we are looking at even the strategy, and who has access to the information, you understand? And I'll give, for example, usually a very controversial one, the pay gap between men and women, you understand? So if you have data in your companies, if you're at a director level or board level, what are you seeing in this dashboard? If it's 2025 and you're just looking at the profit line, and I hope my senior members of the company are not seeing this, but yeah, financials is not everything, I'll say that with confidence, but because at the end of the day, the people are the ones who ensure you make your bottom line, right? So if you're not seeing performance data from a board level, there's something missing. You get? And traditionally, and I liked, I think Jerry earlier on talked about cultural norms, and maybe someone said it else as well. As women, we tend not to really ask, you know. We'll just ask enough, and we assume, or be like, oh, they'll figure. You get that kind of thing. But if we are looking at dashboards and it's showing that it's coming into place, people are developing, we are also coming out from the open source, we are developing AI for your particular industry, it will show clear as day that this is the person who should be heading this particular department or things like that. Also, I'll say the second thing, the E out of it, right, is that if the women in your company are not sitting behind desks, your systems should not be, okay? So we should design with, we should put mobile first. You see that kind of thing? We work in insurance and a lot of our CRM systems are very desktop heavy, you know. But then we still have people who are going out into the field, our agents who are collecting the data from the 26-year-old lady in the rural areas. You get that kind of thing. So if you're not getting that data as quick as you can, your products will fail. You see, we will not advance as quickly as we need to be, and we need to come out of a place of being vulnerable as well as what we've been informed about. The last thing I'll say is policy. And I want to echo what panel 3, the panel before us. I liked how the two ladies said they have their children who actually, said, if you promise me something, sign against it. It's the same thing in a company, right? If you want it to excel or to go to the next level, it should be a policy. If it's not a policy, it's optional, which means, again, no one will really put their skin in the game for this kind of thing. So it's urging people to operationalize what they say they'll do. And I like how Namibians here, and I wish this was in Kenya, but people are being told, put it into action. What are we doing? Meaning when we come back here in 2026, we need to be seeing things have moved. It would be good to even have a segment of testimonials where ladies will say, this happened in our company and it changed for me. Yep.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Wendy, for that. I was told that there's a cow to be won later, so I hope you ladies are listening to the acronyms that are going around, because who doesn't want a cow, guys? Huh? Yeah. A cow, not a car. Guys, a car is not an asset. We want things with 4 legs that is moving, not wheeling. Yeah, no, thank you. I'm moving, or maybe just before I move on, Wendy, from what I'm getting, again, that has been a highlight for the whole summit is data, the issue of data. And I think for the past 7 years, I've been hearing data. It's not enough data to do this product. It's not enough data to do that. And I'm just wondering if we really, as companies, don't have data, or we don't want to lose our competitive edge, or, you know, because it boggles my mind sometimes. Every time you say there's this product, oh, not enough data. But are we not collecting data, or, in your opinion, do you really think there's no data, or it's just a matter of working in silos and not collaborative to look maybe at a macro level for social impact, not just for profit?
Okay, again, the data is there. It's always been there. It's just that there's probably no one who's really bringing it together to make concrete decisions with that particular data. So maybe there's actually a job opening there, Cecilia, in every company, yeah? So even when you're looking at policies, there are probably policies that need to be put in place, that you should have data officers or this particular thing, so that you can be able to advance companies and institutions to other levels.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to the audience to just challenge every lady to go back to your companies, tell them there's an opening in data management, data analytics, and you're ready for it, okay? We worry about the skills later, just say you are ready for it. Yeah. Now we'll find you to get the skills that you need. Thank you. I'm Rose, sorry. I'm going from now Asante Sana. Rose, the question that I have for you is, how can associations such as OSI leverage digital platforms to elevate women's leadership and visibility in the industry, given that there's no data?
Okay, thank you, Cecilia. So when it comes to associations, I'm lucky that when I'm sitting here, I'm also in the Council of Kenya Women in Insurance, for example. And what we have done there, because I sit there by virtue of being the SG of OSI, is that we run a mentorship program for young women. And this mentorship program, what I have seen is that most of the time we are doing it virtually. Like personally, I'm running a cohort where we're just meeting virtually with this team of young ladies. So it is possible then as associations, for example, to, flag off mentorship programs whereby we pair up young women with women who have made it in the industry so that they can walk that journey with them. We can also use our platform as associations like OSI to actually run media campaigns, for example, on social media to highlight women in technology, for example, women who are doing exemplary well in leadership. And I think at OSI, for example, we've been able to do it. In the past, there are a number of women that we have recognized. I think the one that comes to my mind quickly is Mama Ikongo from Tanzania. She's one of the women that we have actually highlighted. But I think one of the best things then, as OSI, I'll give an example, what we have used our digital platform to elevate women. It is actually when we are having our conference, and especially during the COVID period where the conference, part of it was virtual, and even right now we are meeting virtually. We would go out, and I'm talking about we would go out. I'm talking about Madam Patty, who happened to be the chair of OSI back then, and would identify women whom we felt that they needed to share the technical knowledge with the rest of the world, and were probably not feeling like they were ready to do it. And so we use then the conferences to give them that opportunity, be it young women, be it women who have worked longer in the industry. And I know quite a number of you probably in the audience have had an opportunity, for example, to either moderate a panel at OSI or moderate or be a speaker at OSI. And then we will highlight you as an individual on our social media. And I think then the world gets to know that we indeed have a lot of women, not just in the country where you are, but around Africa, who are doing wonderful. So, thank you, Cecilia.
No, thank you, Rose. I can attest to that statement. I think my first moderating session was at OSI. I had to moderate men, and the night before, my voice went. So I have a voice today. That morning, I did not have a voice. It came back, but it was shabby. But thank you for that opportunity, because it enabled me to go back and understand why the nerves are coming from and why I couldn't do it. And today, here I am. So thank you for that opportunity. Yeah. Going to Richardine, we want to hear from your personal experience. What upcoming technological trends you believe will most benefit women in the workplace, be it banking, insurance, or even in civil societies or services?
So I think Linky had the same answer as I did when we did ChatGPT on this one. But I think the fact that COVID came and all the tragedies that came with it were very unfortunate and very sad. However, there's also some good that came out of it, and especially from a technological perspective. So previously, I don't think there were many organizations that allowed their employees to work from home. But when that happened, we were forced to do that. There was no other alternative. And even now, years later, it's still something that we can do. And I'm very fortunate to be in a position where flexible work is encouraged. So that's definitely top of the list for me. Like, in as much as I love going to the office and dressing up and looking nice, I also like sitting and working in my pajamas. And that's something that the digital space has enabled us to do. I mean, obviously as a bank, there are security measures that we've had to take for that, and it's also It was a very costly exercise, but it's something that we did, and it's something that our employees can take advantage of. So definitely at the forefront for me. Also the work-life balance that comes with artificial intelligence. So this is a personal question, so I'm telling a lot of personal things about myself. I run a lot. I play a lot of paddle. I play paddle 4 or 5 times a week. I run 3 times a week. So with AI, it helps me be away from work more because I can use it to make my job easier, like Linky has said. I don't need to spend so much time on things that previously would take me 6 to 8 hours. I can now do in 4 hours maybe. And there's so much time to do other things, take on other responsibilities within the workspace. For example, I'm going on secondment from the 1st of July because I've taken an interest in something else. So I think those two are really top for me. Another one that comes to mind, a personal experience that I had, I was working from home one day and I paid for a hotel because I'm going on holiday. And within 3 to 5 minutes, the bank called me. And I'm thinking, I'm working from home, why are you guys calling me? And it was the fraud department. They said, we realized there was an online transaction on your card. Did you make this transaction? Should we block it? So things like that, like those little enhancements, it seems little and largely insignificant, but it's really something that protects us. And if it weren't for these artificial intelligence tools, because if we didn't have a system that analyzes your account conduct and the types of transactions that you make, that wouldn't have been flagged as a suspicious transaction. So it's little things like that, you know, that just make life so much easier. And Wendy also spoke to the predictive analytics, like advancements in career. If we are using AI for things like that, then, you know, it eliminates a lot of subjectivity and things are more objective and performance-based, and then those advancements can happen, and for women in particular.
Sure. Thank you so much for that insight and also for your personal experience. I mean, it may look like it's nothing, but for most people, it actually means a lot. And that's, I think, the beauty of having a summit, is that the sharing, you learn a lot. Just at lunch, we sat with 2 beautiful ladies and we were discussing Africa and Europe and the weather. And for the sake of time, a comment was made that people in Russia get very offended if you're late. And we're like, why? Because apparently they could freeze to death outside, right? And here we enjoy the sun, we really don't care, but like, just relax. So for the sake of time, we'll move to Daphne to just give us challenges that maybe women underwriters are facing when it comes to digital transformation.
Thank you, Cecilia. I think for me it will be inclusion and diversity, because I'm just gonna go back to what was said earlier when you mentioned Gibbs, so that you know, and that somebody came from Gibbs. So I'm on my 2nd year of my MBA. And one of the things that we learned on leadership is that women, especially women, we in a boardroom or wherever in a meeting, and you make a point, like you say something and it doesn't get a reaction, your male counterpart takes your point, he reiterates what you've said, and somebody, or maybe somebody that's running the meeting says, oh, that's such a good point. And most of us as women, we leave it at that. You're like, okay, fine. But what I learned is that you must take it back. Don't just leave it at that. Take it back and say, thank you for re-stressing what I've just said. Or you go back and say, like I said, this and this and this, so that you take back your point. So these are just some of the things that we can do as women just to be included in the, because inclusivity is like you're just being included. They've asked you to come to the room, but are you sitting at the table? Are you participating? Are you partaking in that table? So those are the things that that women in our, I think most of us as women, especially most of us, especially in this room, you find that you are the first. You're the first in every meeting, in underwriting. For me, I was doing facultative underwriting. I was the first woman that looks like me. You know, if it's a woman, it looks like me, or if it's But it's always that you're the first. So you need to just continuously open those doors. That access is sometimes you have to force it. It won't be given to you. Old school was like, just do your job, just sit in the corner there, do your job, and eventually you'll be recognized. But now don't raise that hand. And actually another strategic thing, which I still have to work on, to be honest, me personally as well, like if you're in a meeting room and you're sitting and there's the most important person, like if you're in a meeting room with Petty and there's other people, they're saying sit next to that most important person, because whenever people are talking to you or talking to her, because every time there's in a meeting, they're going to look at her, they're looking at you as well, associating you with that. So those are some of the strategies that maybe we can implement as women. Some of them, they seem a bit techy, but if you really want to really make it into that corporate ladder, do it, you know. One of the guys that was also at our lecturers talking about leadership and all of that, innovation and design, he's saying the corporate world, are you a player or are you being played? You know, so what do you want to do when you're there? I mean, obviously, we all are mothers, we have families, we're juggling a lot of, you know, balls and all of that. But just what do you want to do with your life? Are you being played or are you a player? Most of these, like surveyors, as an instance, they are male. You know, when you think of a surveyor, you're thinking of a male. They're all, you know, there's not really women. So these jobs are almost like designed for males, you know. So what do you want to do? Do you want to go into that space? And if you want to go into that space, how are you going to get into that space? Nobody's going to open those doors for you unless you knock at that door and say, I want to get into this. And don't be scared to say, yes, fine, it's digitally intense. There's lots of challenges. You may be away from home that much or whatever, but knock on that door. Nobody's going to open that door for you. You need to knock until you break it down if you have to.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Today I had the privilege, this morning, Chaos. Her flight was at 7:50. I don't know who flies like you're in the army. Please, midday, not in the morning. So I had the honor of picking her up from the airport, and through our conversation, navigating the potholes from the airport, she mentioned that she does mentoring. And it's my gift for going so early in the morning to the airport, Madam Grace. Please make use of her for mentoring, because she does such an amazing job. Yeah. And we are at the end of the panel, so I don't want you to just go. I want you to leave parting shots, something that people must remember you, that next year when we are thinking of a panel, we are thinking, that was a panel. So please, we're not doing 2.5 kilometers, we are sprinting. Richardine, we start with you because you ran. Tell us.
Actually, I'm a marathon runner, so I need the 2.5 kilometers.
You are now the last 2 kilometers of the marathon. It's cut-off time. Please run.
I think I have to echo what Daphne said. Take up space in the room. And just to add on, if you knock at the door and it doesn't open, break the window. But get through. Because the time for us being limited is long gone. At the finish line.
Thank you, that's done. So in other terms, you must also hack the servers and the systems. It's digital. Okay. Daphne, what's your parting?
Thank you. I'm really passionate about mentorship. Thank you for saying that. There's lots of people that I've mentored in our industry. And also I have approached women that are strong in the industry, and I've said, can you mentor me? If you find a woman that you think she's going in a trajectory that you want to get into, approach them and say, please, can you mentor me? And you can learn those skills. And I just recently had a new team member that came in my team, and the day she started, I said to her, you have unique skills and abilities. Don't compare yourself with another woman, because Dr. Caroline Leaf says, you cause brain damage. Literally, your brain you're killing cells in your brain when you compare yourself with another woman. Learn from another woman, learn from them, but don't compare yourself with them. Compare yourself with what you achieved last month, last week. Like, I'm gonna improve myself from what I achieved last week. You learn from others, you don't compare yourself with others.
Madam Chair Lady.
For me, what I'll say, since this is a digital focus summit, is that we have to ensure our digital strategies don't just reach everyone, but they work for everyone. And from the position I sit in, I just want to remind everyone that good intentions do not survive budget cuts.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's powerful. Thank you for that. And to our subcommittee president.
Thanks, Cecilia. Miss Stacy Pinto said, build a whole woman. And I was thinking about that. Once again, we had an AI workshop now on Monday and Tuesday. And I was sitting there and I was asking someone, you know, are we living, have we been born in the correct age? And the woman's answer was inspiring to me. She was like, there's no better time to live. I really want to motivate each one of you to use the AI tools to build a whole woman. The previous panel talked about, you know, internet and how it shouldn't be a privilege anymore. It should just be part of what we have. But we in this room do have internet. So use it and build yourself a whole woman.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies. And it has been a privilege to be a moderator. Oh, and Rose. See, out of sight. Rose, we apologize. Can you please give us your parting thoughts? Sorry for that.
It's okay, Cecilia. I think for me, I'll talk about education. I think as women, let's take advantage of all these free certifications that are online so that we can upskill ourselves on aspects to do with digital. And we can take advantage of the opportunities when they arise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having us. And see you at the cocktail.
Shall we please give Cecilia and her amazing panel a fantastic round of applause? You thrived, your panel thrived, absolutely beautifully executed. Thank you very much. Madam Deputy ED, I'm so petrified that you won't come again if we invite you. It feels like we misused you from the start of this morning a long time ago until this late. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your endurance. I'm sure you're a long-distance runner. It's only a long-distance runner who can demonstrate tangibly such relentlessness and tenacity. Speaking of which, could you please join us to hand over the gifts to Cecilia's panel? Let's please give our Deputy ED a massive round of applause. Please.
Denver, I won't say I'm tired because it doesn't look like this is the last panel for the day. I'm still looking forward for more sessions, and when I look at the program, it's almost at the end. But one thing I learned from this panel is that people are speaking from their hearts, even the earlier panelists, and this is really showing that this is now a move. And this panel, it encourages us to say, we should really learn to claim our space, set your boundaries, and we should tell ourselves that we matter and we are important. Thank you.
One by one. One by one. Give it back in. this yours, right? Are we good? Okay, ladies, group picture, please. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. Okay, we need to sit down because our online guest needs to be part of the picture. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. And perhaps Madam Deputy ED and the moderator can flank the panel. What would you like to do? We're at your service, madam. She's offering you her seat. Our online guest has left. Oh, now our hearts are broken. Okay, you and Cecilia are flanking the panel. Are we good to go? Stand by, everybody, in 5. She's back. Oh. Let's not give up. We've come so far. It's Madam Rose. Madam Rose, are you there? Is she gone? For real? But now we're heartbroken. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies, smile. Cecilia, why are you not smiling? Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you very much. According to the Deputy ED, she does not want the day to end. She has had so much fun that she has FOMO in advance. Have you heard of that concept? We'll have to unpack it for 50 marks at the cocktail later. I hope the Deputy ED will join us for the cocktail. It's a critically important imperative that we need to discuss. I am dying to hear from Madam Daphne what brought her to Rehoboth, my place of birth in the early 90s. Certainly an agenda item also for the cocktail function, because that is nothing short of intriguing, right? Who else was intrigued by that fact? Look at that, look at that. All right, we are literally almost completely done. We are going to take a quick commercial break, and after the quick commercial break, we will tell you about a brilliant initiative called a coaching program. You asked for it, and we listened.
In 2023, Africa Re recorded a premium income of $1.1 billion, crossing the $1 billion mark for the first time and consolidating its position among the largest and leading reinsurers on the continent and in the Middle East. Africa Re is the best-rated African financial institution with or preferred creditor status. These achievements were made in a difficult global economic environment, compounded by the specific challenges of the African continent, namely the depreciation of local currencies and record high inflation. Despite these constraints, our story reflects strategic resilience, financial robustness, unique value proposition, and strong leadership. How did we get here? Africa Re was established in 1976 in a global macroeconomic environment that was lopsided against Africa and other emerging economies. Africa Re therefore received the mandate to build a robust, self-reliant African integrated reinsurance market that could underwrite large risks and reduce foreign exchange outflow by retaining more premium within Africa. What an ambitious undertaking for 42 African member states, the African Development Bank, and 113 African reinsurers. Backed by such a fortified structure, the corporation has stood the test of time in executing its strategic mission. From Accra in Ghana to Lagos in Nigeria, steered by visionary leaders, the corporation has adopted a strategic growth that has, in the span of 2 decades, expanded its footprint to all the geographic zones of the continent: Casablanca, Nairobi, Johannesburg, Cairo, Abidjan, Mauritius, Addis Ababa, and Kampala, thus offering services more attuned to the local context in all the 54 African countries. The corporation also established Africa Retakaful to align with the growing trend of Sharia-compliant financial services. Africa Re is also present in Dubai, Brazil, the Middle East, India, China, and Southeast Asian countries. Thanks to its profound understanding of the African market's potential and complexities, the corporation has been able to record a steady growth since inception. From 1978 to date, gross written premium has grown from a meager $3.5 million to a sizable $1.1 billion in 2023.
They say love makes the world go round. Or is it money? Maybe it's both. Well then, is it possible to love a bank? Let's take a journey together on a scenic route lined with the rich tapestry that defines us as a people. Threads of unique stories woven together to make us one. From the Walelepos, Morokeni, Awe Vaseye, past the Mwais, to the Kiriri Samires. The sound of home. In every language, we are because you are. With every heartbeat, our dedication is clear. We celebrate and embrace sorrowful tears. Through the ups and downs, it beats strong. Our hearts beat red, proudly red. Beating for ecosystems that power and drive our nation, where innovation and craftsmanship prevail. With the click-clicks, the tap-taps, and the brrrs. Keep our economy growing and our communities growing. Land of the bravest. To celebrating the everyday, to precious moments and priceless milestones. With the Verpas, the Kayers, the Brais, and the finer things in life. We say cheers. All because yours is a relationship worth banking on. To retirement and to legacies of a life well lived. To the future and vandaag. We are in it together, cherishing every now as we build towards Hisho and beyond. We get it, because as a truly Namibian bank, we speak all 13 languages, plus one, your love language. Is it possible to love a bank? Come, journey with us. Bank Windhoek, a member of Capricorn Group.
Unapologetic trailblazers.
To the women who rise, take charge, and pave the way for the next success. Women who embrace passions fearlessly and leverage unique talents, rewriting the rules, forging new paths, and advocating for inclusivity.
Those with unwavering determination and a visionary mindset, inspiring others to believe and strive for extraordinary achievements.
Here's to the woman who makes moves. At Momentum, we're flipping our M again.
Join us in celebrating empowerment. Hashtag She Owns Her Success. Momentum, here for every woman's journey to success.
Away wat sê jy? Ek sê ons is amper daar. To help us explore the interface between photography and transformational coaching, I have the distinct honor and pleasure to invite one of my most favorite Namibians to the podium. She goes by the name of Susanne Nel. Shall we please give her a massive round of applause?
Wow. Thank you, Denver. Good afternoon. I will observe protocol in a little while. I just first want to check if the clicker is working. Ah, it is. Thank you. So for 18 years, I have had the privilege to observe people, to look through my camera lens, to look in people's eyes, to see part of their stories, and to capture them. If I had to take a picture of you today, it really captures who you are. Not your role, not your job title, you. What would that picture look like? I'm going to let that sink in. Maybe everybody's awake now. No? Right? Would it look calm? Maybe a little uncertain? Would it show your struggles? You pushing to keep 1,000,000 balls in the air? Would it show your fears that you carry down deep below? Would you allow others to see the real you? The dark and the light, the bold and the beautiful, the free. And now, good afternoon, ladies. What an amazing privilege it is to stand up here and to talk to you about something that I'm so deeply passionate about, women. And more specifically, I hope I'm not offending anybody, but more specifically, Namibian women. My name is Susanne Nel, and for the last 18 years, yes, I have been a photographer. Madam Patty would testify to that fact. But it's been an interesting journey that took me to accredit myself as an ICF transformational coach. And I work a lot with ladies just like yourselves in boardrooms, working on trust, working on communication, working on so many things. But I had to go through that journey that you just saw on the screen before I could actually attest to anything. Right. I promised the Ashburton crowd I wouldn't make them stand up to attest for me. Now I see they're all just going down. But what you've just experienced on screen was my Seeing Me exhibition, and it was a journey of transformation, which I call personal mastery. Well, I don't call it, that's the term for it. And what is lovely is that the summit has asked me to introduce to you a personal mastery coaching journey that I'm sure the detail will be dealt with later. So let me tell you a little bit more about personal mastery. How many of you are personal masters? It's quite a few, I like that. Orange, by the way. I saw you just beautiful. So personal mastery for us, if we're just going to get onto the same page about what it means, because so many people talk about it, and sometimes things like these can become hype words, right? And then it's really still nothing to do with me. But personal mastery, when I'm in the front of the room, it's really about the art of slowing down, adjusting your lens, and seeing yourself for a change, right? I've heard so many people up here not complaining, but mentioning the struggles we have as women, you know, having to balance everything and all the balls. And normally the one thing we left behind is ourselves. If you look at these two pictures, two photographs taken more or less in the same time. One is quite ordinary. Actually, it's a failure, to be honest. It's blurred, and the light wasn't set properly. And the other one feels a bit more powerful. The difference? The angle, the light, the perspective. That's what personal mastery does. It doesn't necessarily change your circumstances overnight. It changes how you see them, how you respond to them, and how you lead from within. Right, so the overview of the course, just to give you, I've been told I only have 2 minutes, so Denver, I'm trying my best. In today's fast-paced world, technical expertise and hard work are no longer enough, right? We get burned out, we get tired, we have so many things. But the ability to lead with clarity, with confidence, with emotional and social intelligence, especially through adversities, sets exceptional professionals apart. And this ability comes from personal mastery. And this coaching experience is designed specifically for women in business who are ready to take ownership of their growth, develop great leadership, and build the kind of presence that inspires trust, influence, lasting success. So who's with me? Right, so you'll be part of a guided 6-session process that balances deep insight with lightness, with connection, and practical tools to help and guide you. I will always be using photography as a creative and insightful coaching tool, just because it's part of who I am, to shift perspective and uncover blind spots in a way that is both powerful and accessible. We have a few objectives that I've set out to the summit about what we would like to reach with this program. On screen, I'm just going to highlight some of them, but very definitely strengthen confidence and communication skills. Sometimes we already have everything, we just don't know how to get the message across properly, right? And also part of the journey will be supporting you in clarifying your goals, your values, and then the next steps you want to take. So really, this is going to be more than just a workshop. It's the investment to the one asset you carry into every meeting, into every project, into every relationship. That's you, right? And then my question, are you ready? Thank you. I like the enthusiasm. All of you there, Denver, thank you so much for allowing. Yeah, sure.
Susan, a massive round of applause. Sure, Susan. Now, on this journey toward personal mastery, I would imagine it's a journey marked with messiness. Speak to us about how that experience was for you.
You mean the photographs weren't enough? Did you see the first couple of pictures, Denver? So, coaching for me had to be an experience. I had to go through the experience myself before I can teach anybody anything. Authenticity is just such a big part of who I am. And yes, messiness, but also, I think in the beginning, for such a long time in my life, I was so afraid of the messiness, I just didn't want to go there. Like, really, let's just put it all under the carpet. But what actually happened was that if I take the time and have the courage to look at it, it's actually something that I learn from. It doesn't keep me back. So that was mostly what I've learned from the journey.
Now, you and I both know that there's no such thing as out of the blue. Who still believes in out of the blue? Who believes that you were in this room by coincidence? Whose conviction is it that things happen coincidentally? We'd like to hear your perspective during the course of the rest of this evening. But many of us realize that there's either a higher power involved, that you're destined to have been in this room today. Susan, from your experience, the way your journey unfolded, which by far are the most prominent elements of synchronicity, of synchrodestiny that you are able to testify on?
Sure, Denver. There's so many. I can't actually recall all of them. However, I do remember in 2018 sitting in my shrink's office and telling her that there must be more to life than this. And I've given everything to everybody, and there's nothing left of me.
Sure.
And that was the start. And since then, the road hasn't always been easy, but life has directed me in so many million ways to get to this place where I've had an experience and I really have an amazing set of tools that I want to share and that I can share and that I have shared successfully. And yeah, it's been an amazing journey. However, let me just add that you never arrive with these things. You keep learning, and synchronicities keep pushing you in certain directions. That's why I'm here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, psychological safety is also critically important for you. And although these are group sessions that we're looking at, you place no less a high premium on psychological safety. Why is that so critically important and almost non-negotiable?
My belief is that psychological safety is the most important thing in any relationship, not just when a bunch of us are in a room together. Research has showed us that psychological safety is one of the single most important things to build effective teams, to be able to really see and be heard and feel seen and heard. And ironically, it's the one thing we almost very rarely experience. There's a second part of research that I also always share with psychological safety, and that's the part of research that says our greatest suffering as human beings are the stories that we tell ourselves. And it's the assumptions. I know somebody in the panel also spoke about assumptions, and that we sometimes don't, we just talk up into a certain degree, but then we kind of leave the rest up to expectation and assumptions, and that
You also spoke of authenticity earlier, and it's something that features quite prevalently in pop psychology, but that some of us still struggle to fully internalize and embody. Many of us still wear masks all the time because we can't afford to show up as our full, authentic, raw, vulnerable selves. But that certainly is not without consequences. Speak to us about authenticity and its importance, please.
So authenticity, again, research-based, not my opinion, is the number one factor that we need to trust other people. It's the consistency within authenticity that makes me trust you, makes you trust me, right? And we are always talking about burnout. We're always talking about how tired we are, how we can't get to everything. But being inauthentic, carrying those masks, having to be something that we're not really, that takes a lot of energy. And it depletes us, again, because there's a story that we are believing inside, which might have been the truth up until a specific point in our lives, but is now holding us back and creates this inauthenticity.
It may have helped us survive even.
But it's definitely not making us thrive.
Absolutely. We do not want the coaching session to be underway right away.
It takes courage, it takes commitment, and it takes compassion for yourself, specifically when we speak about personal mastery. And if you are someone that already has all three of them, please, you should already be lining up. But even if you feel like, no, but I'm missing the courage part, or I'm missing the connection part, that's okay. You will find that on the way.
I know I did say that those were the parting thoughts, but you touched on compassion now. Many of us don't understand what it means to have compassion for the self, to have grace for yourself. Hermine Lago taught me the other day that if she struggles to have grace for herself, she has grace for that struggling. Your thoughts on self-compassion and how non-negotiable that is?
It's completely non-negotiable, but it's also one of the most difficult things that I struggle with, even to this day. So yes, when I get it right, there's a lot of growth in that moment, and there's a lot of energy, and there's a lot of, I want to say, reset with creativity to give more, to bring back and to come back with more. But it's not something that we have grown up with. It's not a belief system that we understand. So we really have to first center ourselves and wrap our minds around what this really means in a practical way.
A lot to unlearn, relearn, and learn afresh.
Yes.
Ladies,
Absolutely.
this is Susan Nell. Please give her a massive round of applause.
Thank you.
that she does not want the day to end. We decided to surprise you, and I can see Madam Przonski is already preparing to say thank you to us, but we'd like to very of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies, again. So today, if you had asked me whether I was going to do what I'm doing now in the morning, I probably would have said you're joking, right? So I'll tell you a little bit what happened this morning when we had our tea. So I got a call from the printers, John Minot. I can truly say they are the best printers in this country, but yes. So I got a call from John Minot, and they said your books are ready. So next week I was to launch a book that I wrote, Unmasking Postnatal Depression. So here's the book. Obviously there's no visuals yet because it literally came fresh from the printers this afternoon during lunch. I went to pick it up. And so when I got the call, I sat in this room, I'm like, there's 300 women sitting in this room. And I'm sure some of us, and I already got a few stories as I was sitting outside, have experienced postnatal depression, or you know of people, family members that might have experienced this. So then I asked Ms. Patty, and I said, please, is there a way I can just talk briefly about the book? And then those who have an opportunity to buy. So the retail price for the book is $400, but because you're here today, it's $350. Now, the beauty about this book, apart from the fact, it's a sensory book. So by that I mean that it engages your touch and feel. So and there's a reason for that, and I'll explain it now. And then inside the book, so I also sing, and that's also going to be unveiled soon. And so when you open the book, there's a QR code, and then it leads you to the song. So the idea is that as you read, you listen. So a lot of the times, because I experienced postnatal depression with all three of my children, the headspace that person is in is a very different headspace. All you see is black. So that's why the book, there's intentions around how the book was designed. So the issues about feel, because sometimes you live in like a meta world where you think the real is unreal. So sometimes just feeling and touching is important. Listening to something that is soothing. So everything has a purpose in the book. So I did a quick research, and I realized that a lot of the time, postnatal depression is very high in women of African descent, Black women particularly, but it's obviously not spoken about. And when I was doing research and when I was experiencing it, I didn't find an African product, that would really resonate with everyone in the room. And so, thank you. So fortunately, what I've also done is I had the 26-year-old rural Namibian Black woman in mind when I also wrote the book. And I asked a couple of experts, psychologists, top psychologists, psychiatrists, lactation consultants, midwife, and nutritionist, a dietitian who specializes in depression. I asked them to contribute to the book, because I knew that a lot of the times, many women do not have access to these people. And a lot of the wisdom that they shared, it can help a lot of these women. So they have also gladly, freely contributed to the book, and I'm trusting that this book would bless many of the women around the world. Outside after this session, for those who want to buy the book, and then I would be able to sign your book. And then I hopefully will then get your details so that I can invite you to the book launch where all these different contributors will be there. You can also have a talk with them, and then also experience the art side of the book, which you will also see inside the book. So thank you very much. Yeah, so Denver, we're going to make your day. There are 5 copies to give away. And Denver's gonna, so Christmas Christmas in May. I think it's a good send-off for the day. So hopefully you will win. So there's vouchers there's a foot care treatment from Hana Nangula that will come with the book, and that's all part of the experience. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Massive congratulations. Let's please give her another round of applause. So 5 of you will, within the next minute, walk away with both a book fresh off the press and a spa voucher. Isn't that phenomenal? First question, the name of the Group Chief Executive Officer of Old Mutual in Namibia. If you work for Old Mutual, if you date someone working at Old Mutual, if it's your Kambaroto who's stationed there, you may not participate in this conversation. Are you allowed to? Madam Karai Martin, is is Cecilia allowed to participate? No. It's a resounding no. I didn't say that. Yes, madam? Yes, insider trading is unlawful. Madam, please tell us who you are, and please tell us who is the Group Chief Executive Officer of Old Mutual.
My name is Ellen, and Taches Chicariro.
Are you able to one moment. Please spell the first name of the Group Chief Executive Officer of Old Mutual for us. Wow. Do it slowly. We want to hear what you say. You said both his first name and you said his surname. We accept you're honest, you don't work for the entity, but we would like you to please spell his first name.
T.
Yes, please, go ahead.
E.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry. Can I just...
No, I didn't hear what the second letter was.
T.
Is the first letter. The second letter, please, madam.
E.
Unfortunately, we have to disqualify her. That hand was up second, apart from Cecilia's unlawful hand. Sorry, Cecilia. Don't look at your device. Please spell the first name and the surname without looking at your device of the Group Chief Executive Officer of Old Mutual Namibia.
Hi, I'm Lindiwe.
Hi, Lindiwe.
T-A-R-R.
I beg your pardon? Thank you so much for trying, Lindiwe. Who has not participated? Please choose one of the 3 ladies in that bundle. Oh, she's choosing herself. All right, we are racing against time, despite Christmas.
Tassius, T-A-S-S-I-U-S.
Beautiful, and the surname?
Chigarero.
Yes.
C-H.
Yes.
I-G.
Yes.
A.
Yes.
R.
Yes.
I-O. No. Sorry. Correction.
Can we just give her a moment?
Santa, I had my hand up the whole day.
Now the fire has been served.
Yes. Whoever gets that right, we share the price. Nah?
All right, just
You can have the spa day. I'll have the book. Okay. R-O.
I think we're going to be generous and ask you to please join us. So we're going to have all 5 of you here, and thereafter we will do the handover and document it, right, in the interest of time. Our official photographer at this prestigious event. I need 3 names. Her hand was up first. Are you surrendering? Are you giving up? You are done. You're admitting defeat. All right, that lady, please. I need 3 names in a certain chronology, else there will be trouble. The name of a photographer, I need 3 names, please, in a specific sequence.
Of a photographer.
Please take the microphone. We are unable to hear you.
3 names of what?
Of our official photographer.
Milky Way, Susanna.
What is his name? His government name certainly is not Milky Way.
Peter.
I need 3
But I
names.
know him
please.
as Milky Way.
I need three names. Madam Karai Martin, we can't settle for that. Can we? Kindly invite me to the party. You've been invited to the podium, please, madam.
Thank you.
All right. Which entity owns Miss Namibia and Miss T Namibia? You're going to be penalized. Lady in green, my fellow marathon runner.
NBC?
The microphone is joining you.
Oh, thank you. NBC?
Certainly, the Namibian broadcaster. It's ours, and you can please join us. NBC. All right. Our current Minister of Finance was attached to which UN program before she rejoined the ministry? But was I not told that people with insider trading knowledge may not participate? The powerhouses. You've not participated at all today, and you're an honest human being, and you know the correct answer. We are relying very heavily on you, madam. Please let the microphone make its way to her.
Hi, my name
Was
is
I
Raquel.
not? Ooh. All right, yes, madam.
My name is Raquel. She worked for World Food Organization.
Ooh.
Isn't that right?
All right, madam.
Program.
Oh, sorry, she came up with the answer. Please join us. Please join us. I need someone to spell correctly the name of the Chief Executive Officer of the Miss Namibia organization. From this side. I'm told I'm discriminating against you, so kindly help us. First name and the entire surname spelled correctly. Madam Karai Martin, I need you to please help me keep tabs on the spelling of the names of the Chief Executive Officer of the Miss Namibia organization. You need to go very slowly. All right. Please tell us who you are.
My name is Wendy.
Wendy, go for it, please.
Umbi Upi Karoihe. So do I spell it now?
Yes, please. The proof of the pudding lies in the eating.
Sorry, it's Umbi Karoihe Upi. Sorry. Yes. Umbi, it's UMBI space.
Okay, 1/3 correct. After the space, you've got 2 more to go.
Karoihe KAR.
That's where it gets tricky.
No, wait. Wait, it's Sekas Airero. KAR UAI Karwai HE Taidengiki UPI.
Beautiful. Okay, please join us in front. Dai Dingiki is part of it. All right. Mona's going to hand the gifts, the goodies, the Christmas gifts over to the 5 ladies. It's both a book and a spa voucher. Thank you so much. All right, group picture quickly, please. Group picture quickly, please. Stand by, everybody. Silence on set in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, ladies. We're almost there. I can smell the cocktail. We would like to invite our chair lady, Madam Grace Mohammed, to just provide a bit more particulars on the coaching program. Thank you, Madam Grace.
I'm also very tired, guys. It's been a long but very productive day. For those that were present 2 years back, we did announce that we were going to start a mentorship program. We'd asked you to write your name, and unfortunately that did not happen. And it did not happen because, like I asked today, where is the money going to come from? Right? So when we ask for things, we must know some things require, Benjamins or Namibian dollars. And therefore that program was a bit unaffordable because NAMWIFI is a non-profit organization, right? And there are competing interests for corporate budgets. So we were unable to start the program with all our great intentions a year and a half back because the cost was close to $1 million. We did not have it. But thankful to the generous sponsorship that makes this event possible, and in trying to make true to why we have started NAMWIFI, the work that Susanne spoke about, she'll be our partner, as we start this journey of mentorship. And so we will communicate back the details, but the initial intake would be about 32 ladies for the initial intake. And those identified ladies, through their respective organization, would be afforded 6 sessions. And of those 6 sessions, NAMWIFI would pay for the sessions. But as testimony of your commitment to the program, and then you are not taking a seed of a person who's serious, that might be an ask of you to contribute a nominal amount to demonstrate. You must invest in yourself. It's going to be a very nominal amount. I can tell you it's under 1,000 rand. I think we were thinking about 500 for the 6 sessions as your own investment. The balance we will pay for. And so I think we will communicate as we've done in trying to get you to this room, in announcing who would be the first cohort. And therefore, if you go back to your business, those that have seats at the table and have powers of influence are in HR. Where are the HR directors? Here. Please, if you want us to truly make an impact for ladies beyond this room, we would need you to go back to the office and motivate for contribution to empowering ladies in a holistic program. And I think I just wanted to share that with you, but we are starting in earnest. The work is starting. Thank you very much. And if you know me in any deep personal level, don't come to me and ask me about this program. You will not come on because I'll be conflicted, isn't it?
Shall we please give our chair lady a massive round of applause? I would like to, without any further ado, call on Madame Laurentia Przonski, our president with a lowercase p, and the lady who keeps Sanlam Namibia afloat and together. Let's please give her a massive round of applause. She's just here to say thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much. I was trying to run away from this one, and it looks like our MC decided it's not going to happen. So I'm standing in between this thank you and everyone going to the cocktail. So I will try as much as I can to quickly run through it. But I need to tell you, Denver, I don't have any domestic setup at home. Ne? So I am ready. I have my outfit in the car, so I can go and change. I can quickly go and change. And I think our ED, as much as she might have a domestic setup at home, she's going to stay with me that does not have a setup. As we conclude the Namibia Women in Finance and Insurance Summit, under the theme Empowering Women Through Financial Inclusion in the Digital Era, we reflect on the invaluable discussions and insights, commitments made throughout this event. This year's summit was co-organized, and I need to mention the co-organization because there was a big collaboration between the NAMAPRE, Namibia Women in Insurance and Finance, NAMWIFI, and then the Africa Insurance Women's Association, which is IWA. Under the umbrella body of the Africa Insurance Organization, which is headed or is the president, Mrs. Patty Karohe Martin. So the collaboration signifies the growing dedication to advancing female participation in the financial industry. This year we welcomed over 300 delegates, not only in this room, but you would see that there were online guests as well. And ladies, I think you need to give yourselves a round of applause. You looked amazing. You all got the memo. As much as it looks like maybe I didn't get the memo, I did get the memo. I got the memo, so thank you so much for taking that into consideration. We extend our deepest appreciation to our sponsors, and I will take a bit of time on it, whose unwavering support has made this milestone event possible. Our main sponsors, which is NAMAPRE, Africa Re, and Bank Windhoek. Please give them a round of applause. Then we have all the other also very important sponsors, Tan Re, Hollard, Weka Re, Old Mutual, Oman Re, Liberty Life, Santam, Sanlam, Standard Bank, Nazria, and NEM Insurance PLC. A round of applause to them. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers, guests. You all made this event a very remarkable event. But I would like to say specifically to the Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, Honorable Dr. Emma Kantema. She is not here at the moment, but thank you so much for that. Our Executive Director from the Office of the Prime Minister, Gladys Pickering, also not here, but thank you so much for being here. Then I would like to thank our person, Albertina Nankela. So there were two titles, and this whole time I was thinking, what is happening? There's ED, then there's a Accountant General. Which one am I going to bring up? But I'm bringing up both. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. We sincerely appreciate the distinguished moderators, speakers, and panelists, many of whom dedicated their time and their expertise pro bono. And I'm saying pro bono because really these people were not paid to do this, but they are trying to plow back into us as women with what they have to give us. So thank you so much for demonstrating true commitment in advancing women in finance and insurance in the insurance sector. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the media that has been with us from the start of launching this program until today. And then, of course, I would like to take this time to thank the MC, Denver. You are the one. You've been the MC, if I'm not mistaken. I only attended one. This is my second one, but you've been the MC, and you just know how to handle all of us as women in one room. So thank you so much for that. While I'm going to go through the thank yous, I would like to call the local organizing committee. They are a lot, but can they please rise and come to the front so that I can see them, you can see them, and then we can see how hard work paid off for them. But a heartfelt thank you to the local organizing committee for their tireless efforts to ensuring the success of the summit. So with the local organizing committee, it's not necessarily from one institution only. What happens is they are from the different insurance and banking sectors that these ladies come together and organize the complete event, summit at the end of the day. And they too commit themselves pro bono to do this work outside of their daily jobs. Can you please come to the front, ladies? I will not stand here by myself. As we move forward, we extend an invitation to the financial and insurance institutions. You can still come up. I'm just going to continue. Yeah, I'm not seeing you standing up. We would like to extend an open invitation to all the insurance and financial institutions to join us in the annual proceedings so that we can make this one big thing and not necessarily have just designated people or companies to it. So these are the women that are behind the scenes that made this summit a success. I would like to ask Madam Grace and Auntie Patty to please come to the front as well, so that they can just also be recognized, and Mignon as well. Please come to the front so that we can just see the people behind us that are here on the other side of life. So these three ladies can butcher us when they have time. Where is she going with the bag? So not only are all these council ladies and organizing ladies, but they're all part of the associations that I mentioned earlier. Okay, they are all here, and they are taking a picture. Please smile, Elizabeth. A round of applause to them. Thank you so much, ladies. You may have your seats. Then, while this summit is dedicated to empowering women, we also recognize and appreciate the men who continue to push us forward in this era of transformation. Their support, advocacy, and collaboration are invaluable in creating a truly inclusive financial industry for both men and women to thrive. And earlier we had 4 men on a panel, and it just shows that the support that they are willing to give us in trying to push us as much as they can. So let's not leave them out. Let's not leave the boy child out. Let's not leave any male out of this process, because we need them to push us as well in the direction. And I want to give them a round of applause, even though they are not here. And then lastly, together let us continue building a future where women thrive, where they lead, where they innovate in the financial and insurance sector, supported by incredible allies who campaign or who champion our progress, because it is only if we take hands as women and do this together that we can make a success of this summit, but also in our respective industries. Thank you so much.
My goodness, Karunga Kang. It may not be customary to say thank you to the person responsible for the vote of thanks, but she did such a sterling job. Can we please give President Przonski a massive round of applause? Also, she said thank you to me. Kay Eos, I have one final request before we start partying. All of us, every single one of us, need to make our way to this stage now. We would like to invite the 3 of you and Madam Grace to please sit, and the rest of us flank them at the back, sit on the steps. But we have no more than 5 minutes because there's a wedding reception happening in this room this evening. They still need to set up. So let's please move very swiftly, starting immediately. All of us, thank you so much.
open.